Can you hear me now? Maybe the music gets loud. Maybe you're on the background, but I can't hear you. Hi everyone. Can everyone hear me? Everyone hear me all right? And see the screen, the slide I'm sharing? I only have one screen, so I'm gonna need to close this just to double check that you guys can listen to me. Cool. So Echo, it's okay if I start now? Cool. So, well, guys, hello everyone. My name is Henrique Souza. Thank you for joining the call here today on the Bizz Summit ES 2021. Today we're going to be talking about virtualization in Dataverse, virtual tables, and the upcoming virtual connector providers. And when I say upcoming, I really mean it because it's not even in preview yet, like in public preview. It's just something that Microsoft recently released internally for only Microsoft employees to test. But I kind of encountered this functionality, and I engaged with the Microsoft team to try to understand why is this functionality there, but there is no documentation and no one talking about it. And then realized that actually it's a private preview. But so they came back to me saying that if I manage to find it, I should be able to test it and play around with it. So I think it's a cool thing to talk about because it's pretty new and it should be there maybe in a few months, who knows. So just the agenda for today, like I said, we're going to talk a little bit about data virtualization. What is data virtualization? The virtual tables in the Power Platform context, in the Dataverse context, a little bit of data providers, and the virtual connectors. I want to show you guys, like, give you a basic overview about everything and show a little bit of a demo, just so we can see like the functionality working in real life. And just talking a little bit about myself. So like I said, my name is Henrique Souza. I'm originally from Brazil. I do speak a little bit of Spanish, but not enough to hold the whole presentation in Spanish, I'm afraid. I moved to Ireland 5 years ago, working for a company, a consulting company, specifically with Dynamics and CRM. And nowadays I work pretty much with Dynamics Power Platform and a bunch of other Microsoft products. So my role there is a Power Platform and Dynamics 365 solution architect, but that really means that I'm working with the whole Microsoft stack. This gave me a little bit of experience, especially because I started working with Dynamics back on the version 4, CRM 4. Then I went all the way 2021, 2013, 15, 365, and that's now pretty much working quite a lot with Power Platform, which is great. Since we have a limited amount of time, I'm not going to be boring you guys with my background in here. First of all, I would like to say a big thank you for all the sponsors. Gracias a los patrocinadores, Avanade, Accessor, Infovan. I will not even mention all of them, but like I'm really grateful for all of that, because those kind of events, without the sponsors, it would be really hard to pull it off. So it's a really great thing that they do for the community, supporting us to share the knowledge, supporting the community to bring people here to talk about interesting stuff, features that are being released right now. So a huge thank you for them. So without further ado, let's start with it. Data virtualization, what is that? So if you check on Wikipedia, that's the concept that you're gonna get, the meaning that you will get there. Data virtualization, it's an approach to data management that allows an application to retrieve and manipulate data without requiring technical details about the data. Well, what that means in a Power Platform / low code perspective is, imagine that we have so the Dataverse itself is this powerful database, this powerful platform where our data lies in there. So effectively, every time you go there, you create a record, you manipulate a record, whatever you do it in there, your record it's in a database that Microsoft owns. So Microsoft has the access to your data, which is not a bad thing, but gives them a certain control that some people might not like it. So data virtualization comes in place whenever we need to work with data, but we don't necessarily need to know where this data is. If it's in a server that I own, if it's in a server that I don't even know where this server is, I don't even necessarily need to know if my data is being served through a SQL server, through a MongoDB, whatever. Like if I'm virtualizing my data, I don't really need to worry too much about that. So that's the whole point of virtualization. So you have your data there without really worrying about like what's happening. The data is just there. So when should we use data virtualization? It's actually an interesting question because it's not the first thing that you would go for it, especially from a low code perspective. Because like from a low code perspective, you don't really want to worry too much about like data virtualization, because it's not that it's a complex concept, but it's like you will need some help to set this up, and you need to understand what you're doing. So not necessarily, it's not the first thing that you're going to think when you start thinking about a low code project, right? But like sometimes, especially when you're working with public sector, for instance, there are a lot of companies out there that they are not very keen to have their data in the cloud for GDPR reasons, or like internal policies. Like I've been working with the public sector quite a lot, and I recently, I actually quite a lot, I come across a lot of clients that they were like, yeah, Power Platform is cool. I can see this model-driven app, this Canvas app, everything looks very nice, but where is my data? Like, because I need to worry about GDPR and all of this other stuff here. I have these internal policies. I don't want my data in a place that I don't own. Like, even though it might sound like a retro idea, but a lot of guys out there, they have this kind of mindset, which is not very easy for us to change. So there comes the virtualization comes in place. Legacy systems as well, migrations. So the cost could also be something that would justify data virtualization. The expensive computing process. So let's say, for instance, you want to use the Power Platform as an interface for your super heavy, complex algorithm processing process that I don't know. Let's say, for instance, an example that I recently came across. I had this client that they had a model-driven app as an interface for their system, and on the back end, they were processing estimates to see when would people be able to book their test, right? Because they have a huge queue of people trying to book their test, and there is this crazy algorithm on the background that would run with the data and would do some crazy complex processing in there that it wouldn't be it wouldn't be feasible for them to have this algorithm in the cloud. So, and they already had all the infrastructure that in place on the local server. So they had all of this in there, and the algorithm would just do all the estimations and output the data, the output of the estimates, and the Dataverse itself would only go there and read the data. So the Dataverse doesn't do the processing, doesn't do anything. It just shows the data that it's there. So that's one example of expensive computing process, for instance. On-premise applications, like I said, like some you might want to have like a hybrid approach where you have your low-code platform on the cloud, but you also have some systems, some process on the on-premise setup, and you want both of them to communicate. So virtualization is another approach for that. And one of my favorite ones is the cloud adoption gateway. And what I mean when I say cloud adoption gateway is, so right now we see this huge movement of people coming from the on-premise setup to the cloud setup, right? But like I said, it's not as easy. Like maybe for small companies and small projects, it's okay. You can just buy your Office 365 tenant, install your solution, do your projects, and that's all. But if you think about it, like for huge clients, imagine like a whole bank, a whole like a hospital with full of branches, like with a lot of process involved. It's not that easy for them, politically speaking, and like technology speaking as well. Like it can get quite complex. So the data virtualization could be a gateway, helping them come from the on-premise setup to the cloud, because instead of going full cloud, they go, okay, just let's get this data to the cloud first. Actually, the data will not even be in the cloud. Let's make this data available in the cloud with this application, and then slowly they can start the migration, the cloud adoption, up until a point that, hey, we don't even need to virtualize the data anymore. We are comfortable enough with the cloud. And the why, I already actually mentioned a little bit about it when I was talking about when. So GDPR, organization, data policies, costs, legacy. Well, the other day I was asked about, like, why should I even go for data virtualization? Because, like, initially, like I said, if you are architecting a project, you're thinking about the solution, how are you going to do it? It's not the first thing that you do it, because in anyways, like, when you go for a data virtualization scenario, you are a little bit like increasing the complexity, because the Dataverse itself gives you the database, gives you the data control, and you don't need to worry about anything. It's everything, it's there. It's a low-code platform. You don't worry. But when you have a data virtualization setup, you need to worry about other stuff, right? So how can I implement data virtualizations? So this is something that we need to think about it. And in the Power Platform perspective, we do that by using virtual tables. I was about to say virtual entities because that was the previous name. But so let's see. This is a quick example here about what I'm talking about when I say data virtualization in the Power Platform perspective. So virtual tables, aka virtual entities, OData v4, data provider, and data source. Those are 3 bullet points that I put it there because they will be mentioned quite a lot in this slide. And yeah, like this is the core of data virtualization. So what we have here on the top, it's an OData service. So the OData service, it's the way that by default the Power Platform understands and reads data from a database, right? So even without talking about data virtualization, when you create your entity, you check your accounts entity, whatever, or you create your own custom entity. Behind the scenes, when you are listing all of your records there, what the platform is doing is doing a query, doing a HTTP GET to a URL that looks like the URL that it's in there, service.odata / the name of your entity. And the result is a JSON with a lot of information about the records that you are querying, right? And when you get this result, the Power Platform magically displays that in a beautiful list that you can see on the bottom image over there. Early morning start, need coffee. So that's the record that I'm looking here. I'm listing all my advertisements, and this what we have on the first place in there. Like I said, it's the OData service, and the OData service is what the OData provider will need in order to provide the data to the Power Platform. So the virtual table is effectively the entity that you have in there. The same way you have your account, same way you have your person entity or your custom entity. This will be your virtual entity. The main difference will be the standard entity. The data lies within the Dataverse, within the Power Platform, and the virtual entity, it's only a reference to the metadata that of your database, right? So that's a big difference. The OData v4 data provider, it's basically like the name suggests, it's a data provider, which means this component goes to the server, goes to the URL that you are providing there, reads the data, and output it back to the Power Platform. The OData v4, it's an out-of-the-box provider that Microsoft offers us whenever we install. We have a Power Platform environment. This comes already out of the box, but we can effectively create our own data providers, because the OData 4 provider will only knows how to read data in the OData v4 format, right? So if you don't have an OData service that will return the data in a similar format as in the first image in there, you either need to build this OData service so you can pass the URL to the OData v4 data provider so everything works magically for you, or the alternative is you can build your own data provider, and then you can write the code yourself and teach the platform how to read the data, because the OData v4 only knows how to read OData. So, but if you have, like, I don't know, a MongoDB, or no, actually, but that's a bad example because Microsoft actually has a connector for that. But let's say you have your, I don't know, Access. You have your Access database. For some reason, you're still using Access to hold your data. You want to bring the data there for a weird reason, but let's say you want to do it. You can potentially write your own data provider and write in C# code you will do the data access, do like following the Microsoft standards and patterns to create the data provider, and you will teach the platform how to read that data. And the last one is data source, which is basically the reference to the data where you are storing the data, right? It's basically just an arrow function, a reference to the actual database itself. This image here shows like the whole like virtual table and data provider context, like about like how the interaction actually works. So basically explains graphically what I was talking about before. So in yellow there, we can see how the Dataverse surface the data from an out-of-the-box perspective. And so we can see here we have metadata, we have data, we have data source, and we have the standard entities. So on the native data provider box in there, we have the plugin. And so this, all of that, it's invisible for us from a low code perspective. We have our entity there, we surface our entity, and everything just magically works. But behind the scene, what is happening is that on the Dataverse, which is our database, we have the reference to the metadata, which is the properties, the columns that we created. If my field name will be a string or be an int or whatever, the data itself, the actual record, and the data source, which is in case the Dataverse itself. All of that, it's invisible, like I said. But as soon as we start going to a virtualization context, we start moving to the other colors in there. So let's start the green one. So the green one, it's the OData v4 provider. The OData v4 provider, like I said, it's an out-of-the-box provider that it's in there, so it requires less custom development, which means if you have an OData v4 provider in hands, you can just provide the URL to the OData v4 provider, and then magically everything works the same way the yellow flow would work, because your data would be provided by the OData v4 according to the URL that you provided that. And like the only difference between the OData v4 and the organization database, as you can see it there, is that the OData v4, the plugin itself, doesn't have a reference to the data. It only has a reference to the metadata, to the data source, because that's what you need to show the data in the Dataverse. But the data itself will be connected to the service. So if we see here, the service icon, this will be the URL that I mentioned on the previous slide, which will tell my OData v4 provider how to get the data. Actually, you will tell them where is the data, and the provider knows how to read that. The provider knows how to transform a JSON output into something that Dataverse understands. The provider will go to the database will return the virtual entity, and that's the flow, the way it works. The custom provider, on the other hand here, it gives us more flexibility, because like I said, we could potentially write our own provider to connect with Access DB, with whatever Excel file, like your Note, whatever DB you have, it doesn't really matter where your data is. If you can write a class library, a C# class library, to read that data and output that in a format that the platform expects, you can query that data, you can surface that data back to Dataverse. And the main difference between the custom provider and the OData v4 is that since you have that control, you don't necessarily need a service. So you don't need that URL that I showed on the previous image, this one here. So this URL is an OData service. You need that to use the OData v4 provider, but you don't necessarily need, if you're building a custom provider, you can bypass this by going directly to the database. If you want, you could use the OData service. You could use the service here, but it doesn't. I don't really see the point, because if you want to build a custom provider to read data from a OData service, you most likely 90% of the times you will be better off using the OData v4 provider. There are a few exceptions, very specific exceptions, but it's not. I will not even mention, because it's not that common, like I said. I want to show you guys here a little bit of like everything that I'm talking about. I'm trying to be conscious of time here, because I still want to give some time to question and answer. But before I move to the demo, I'm just going to show you guys a little bit of some screenshots of the virtual connectors, and then I do the demo in the end, kind of like showing everything we have. I think it would be more time efficient. So virtual connectors. This is kind of like the last thing that I want to talk before the demo. This is the new thing that Microsoft released. Like I said, it's not even, so whenever Microsoft release something, they have a process of like private preview, which means no one can access that unless Microsoft employees. Public preview, developers, MVPs, and people in the community can access, but it's not advertised by Microsoft. You will not see like blogs about it. I mean, sometimes you see when a feature is huge and is public preview, sometimes you see. And general availability, right? Which means it's good for production, go ahead and play around with that. The virtual connectors, it's in, at the moment, I mean, to be honest, I haven't checked it in 3 or 4 days. This might have changed, but before, when I was doing the presentation, this was still in private preview, which means you will not have access to that like easily. At least you shouldn't. But like the Shirnan from the PowerCat team, he made a YouTube video the other day, and he talked about that. And in the video, he mentioned virtual connector, and I was like, virtual connector, never heard about it. What is that? I Google that, and I found this kind of weird, dodgy Microsoft PDF file explaining a little bit about it with the URL completely user friendly. So I was like, I'm not sure if I should be messing with that, because it doesn't really seem like very like intuitive, and I don't know, it feels wrong. But then I texted the Microsoft guys and say, hey, I found this. Can I play around with that? Like, because it seems like it's here, but I don't know, I didn't find any documentation. And then they came back to me saying, hey, cool that you found that. It's actually in private preview, which means Microsoft employees should be testing it. But if you manage to find, well, go ahead, play around with it and give us a feedback. So that's what I did. And the way I found it was this article. They actually show you a little bit how to use it. There's like some general guide about like what are virtual connectors. So when you go to the Microsoft Marketplace, and you type virtual connectors in Dataverse, you get this icon in here. And when you click get it now, you are redirected to your Power Platform, to the Make Studio, sorry. And then on the Make Studio, you can select the environment that you want to install. So I selected my personal environment in here, and the solution itself gets installed automatically for you. So you can see here the virtual connectors in Dataverse is getting installed. Once this is installed, and if I open my environment, I can see that I have this new solution called Virtual Connector Provider. What this is effectively doing is just adding a bunch of plugins and in a custom provider on the virtual entity menu. I'm going to show that in the demo, because previously, without this solution, if I would create a new virtual entities, I would be given four options. Like, do you want your virtual entity to be set up using OData v4, custom provider, or whatever. Now we have another option, which is the virtual connectors. So the virtual connectors, I ended up starting talking about it, but I didn't really explain like what is virtual connectors, right? So the virtual connectors is the power of like Microsoft bringing us the flexibility of using Power Automate connectors, so that's why they call virtual connectors, into the virtual entity itself. Because in order to create a virtual entities, like I was explaining before, you either need your OData v4 provider or whatever data provider or your custom provider, right? So you need to code some stuff. So you either code your custom data provider that will read your data, or you code the organization, the OData service itself. So you might not be the person that will code that, but someone will need to code that for you. And the virtual connectors, for connector, it's the next step towards low code in data virtualization, because no one needs to code anything, because the connector itself, it's already available there. So the SQL Server connector from Power Automate will effectively connect to your SQL server, and you're gonna put the server name there, the database that you want to connect with. You do the whole setup, and once the connector is done, you just need to go to the connection reference, which will be the link between the Power Automate connector that you just created and the virtual entity itself. So the connection reference will connect them both together, so you can use them to surface the data back to the Power Platform. And like I said, now when I go to my data provider, whenever I'm selecting a custom entity, if I want to create a new one, I get this new option, Virtual Connector Data Provider. So the options that you see it there, so the component layer data, solution history, OData v4, solution component, and non-relational data provider, they're all there by default, right? The first two, OData custom provider auth, this one is a custom provider that I created in my environment. And the second one, the one that is selected, that's the one that I just installed, the virtual connector data provider. Once we do that, the virtual connector will be created, and we have this information in there to provide, to tell the virtual connector the data source, information about the data source that we want to connect with. And the required information that it's asked is the tenant ID. So if you go to the portal, azure.com, you can get the tenant ID of your Office 365 tenant, a client ID and a client secret. That is, what's the name of that? Identity provider. Yeah, you need an identity provider, and you create your identity provider in Azure, and you set up a client secret for that identity provider, which is effectively saying this guy can authenticate and can log and surface data back to my Power Platform, right? So you set this up in Azure, you put it in here, and after you do that, you will see that you get this new entity called Entity Catalog 4, and the name of your database. So my database is called D365BitDBs, and I have this entity catalog for D365BitDBs. When I hit result on this entity, I get a lot of results based on the number of tables that I have in my database. So if I have it here, so if I look at here, I can see all of the tables that I have in my database, and I can also see whenever I click one of the records, I get these three options. I see the name of the record. We have this create or refresh entity. The default value is no, but as soon as we set this to yes, we start to have access to the sales LT customer data table. And the last configuration you do is the primary field of the virtual entity. So if you can see it there, at any point in time, I didn't say to the Dataverse that I have a column in my SQL database called title or first name or middle name. I didn't need to do any of that. Only by creating the connector with my SQL connector in the Power Automate and the connection reference, everything is resolved automatically. So we can see here that the platform already knows that my table, my customer table, already has all of those fields, and I can choose one of them to be the primary field of the virtual entities. And this is huge, not only because it's much easier now to have all of this, but because this gives us the possibility of having like primary keys, primary IDs, which are not necessarily goods, because this is one limitation that we currently have with virtual entities. So when we are working with virtual entities, the same way all of the records in the Dataverse have an ID, which is a good, you also need that good, the GUID. You also need this column type in your database. And this sometimes would be a bummer for some people because they have a legacy DB that they didn't have access to create new columns, for instance. And then with the new virtual connectors, this requirement, this limitation doesn't exist anymore. So as soon as I select this there and I save, I have access to my data. So here we can, if you can see here, this is the demo that I'm going to show the model-driven app in a sec. Here we can see all of the records. This is being surfaced from my SQL server that it's not in the Dataverse, right? Okay, let me go back to the demo now. Actually, check if everyone's okay here. Entity, cool. So I created this sample MDA, this model-driven app, just to show you guys a little bit of what we talked about today. And I created these two sections here just to make it clear. The first two entities here, the X persons and X order, are pretty much the virtual entities OData provider. So I manually code OData service, and this OData service goes to my SQL server, which is in here. So I have this SQL server on that it's installed in Azure. I have a bunch of tables in here. As you can see, some of the tables are, I changed the name in them just to make it easier for us to identify the tables here. So what I wanted to do in this exercise is I wanted to surface the data from the person and order table, for instance, using virtual entities, and the customer one using, the first one using virtual providers, OData v4 provider, and the second one using the virtual connectors. And as you can see it here, we can get, like, there are some considerations when you start using virtual entities. So for the first one, when I hit refresh here, it's actually quite quick because I already have in cache the data that it's in here. But effectively, what is happening is the Power Platform is going to my SQL server, which I will not remember the URL right now. Yeah, I could get it, but I think I'm gonna waste some time looking for that. But I have a URL that looks something like my server dot. Oh, actually, I can find it here. Let me look here. this is like whenever we are setting up a new virtual entity, we usually go to advanced settings, where we're going to have the options to see the data sources in there and create a connection. From there, I should be able to see my URL, and I wanted to show you guys. But effectively, what this is happening is the Power Platform is making a HTTP request to my OData service URL. My OData service goes to my SQL server, performs the query, gets the data back to the OData service, and then the OData service returns the data in here, and I see my record in here. So effectively, if I open this record, we can see here that I have an ID here. This ID, this GU ID here, this good, comes from my database. So if I go here, let's try to find my, I'm querying what here, person, yeah, person. Let's do a select here. Yeah, so this is the record that I'm querying, right? So I only have one record in the database. I have this person ID, which is a GU ID that I mentioned before, and this is a limitation. Because I'm using the OData v4 provider on my database and my table, I must have a GUID as a primary key. Because if I don't have, like the Power Platform itself won't know how to relate that record with other records. Potentially, you can make it work without a GUID, but that would mean that if you plan to relate this record with another record on the database, you will have problems. Because the way that records are related is using GUIDs, right, the GUIDs. And if you don't have a GUID there, the Power Platform will get lost whenever they were trying to create the reference between the records itself. So if you check the virtual entities documentation, you will see that there will be like a huge disclaimer there asking you to create a GUID column there. So that's what I did in here. And we can see here that the GUID is here. The only column that I put on the form, it's the name. And we can see it's in here. And the other thing about the virtual entities, now I'm not even sure if I implemented all the operations. Let's see if this will work. Because the thing about the virtual entities is, I hope this doesn't work, because then I can show you guys. Oh, yeah, I think I implemented that. Yeah, I did. So actually, yeah, that's actually a good example here. So I implemented that function, which means on my OData service, I wrote the code not only to get this record, but also to update this record, right? So that's why I could do this here, because the OData service have 4 routes: a get route, a post, put, and a patch, and a delete. All of the HTTP verbs are there registered and created. There are some code in there that would get this request and do what needs to be done in here. But as we can see here, apparently I did something wrong in my code, because I only updated the last name, and because I didn't send first and age, because it's not on my form, the code removed that from my record, because on my entity framework, I probably forgot to only do the modify changes, and probably I changed the whole record. And since the record didn't have first name and age, because it's not here, the database thought that I want to nullify all of that. So this is just to show you guys that if we go with the virtual entities we have, so this GUID limitation, we need to write, if you want to, so right now what I'm doing here, when I click in persons, I'm doing an operation, a retrieve all operations. So if you want that to work, you need to go there and teach your data service how to retrieve all. If you want to click a record, a single record, you need to go there and teach the provider how to retrieve a single record. If you want to delete, if you want to create and update, all of that, you need to manually write the code to do that, because this is not that out of the box, right? So especially because you are using an OData service, so you provided that OData service, and that service should know how to do that. It's the same case for orders. I will not go through it because it's exactly the same. It's just a different entity, but it's different for the virtual connector entities. And the reason why is that, first of all, I didn't need to create any OData service in here. The only thing that I had to create here was the connection that would connect the Power Platform, the Dataverse, with this SQL server in here. So you see, we removed the middleware. So before we used to have, let's see if I can go back here. I like this slide here. Oh, here. So before we used to have this middlewares in here, right? The OData, the custom providers. So those guys, they existed between the data. We will always have that. But when we go with the virtual connectors, we don't need that anymore, because the custom provider, the code part of it, it's done automatically by the Microsoft whenever we use the connectors itself. So all of this data here is coming from the same SQL server. The difference is that it's coming from a different channel. So if I go now and query my other table in here, the customer, we can see, let's do a change in here. Let's open this record here. Let's go ahead and say this is not source anymore. This is Bizz Summit ES 2021. Hopefully this works. And I didn't need to write this code, right? So I'm more comfortable to see that I only saved the last name in here, right? Let's see if Microsoft didn't do its job, and it would also nullify the other records. If I go here, I changed this guy here, I think. Yeah, last name Souza. So if I refresh, and there you go, you can see all of the fields are showing here. So the only, like I said, I didn't need to change anything. I didn't need to code anything. This is the ultimate low code that you can get from a data virtualization perspective, right? So that's about what I wanted to show you guys. Like, I have a whole blog post telling you, step by step, how to set this up, exactly what we have it in here. I don't think we have the time to show it exactly everything we need to do, especially because we need to set up the identity provider in the Azure. It can take some time, client secret and all of that. So I didn't want to show this step, but I do have a blog post that I'm going to share with you guys after I'm done with here, whenever you go to the questions. And just so you guys, if you want to go there and have a look, you can literally follow the steps. There are screenshots. It's basically what Microsoft said that I should do it when I was engaging with them, when I was kind of like finding it out how to play with that. And that's it, guys. Let's see, yeah, questions. Now, I think it'll be a good time if someone have any kind of questions related with virtual entities or data virtualization, just let me know.
Hi, Enrique. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Well, great session. Thank you for all that you're showing us here today. But this is I've been following the question. I haven't found anything yet, but it is I love your session because it's another alternative to integrate data into the Power Platform. You have Power Automate, you have data flows, but this is a great way to connect, for example, onto a SQL Server that is all companies or everyone always have a SQL Server, maybe on premises or on Azure. I was about to ask you something, if you know the answer, especially. You telling you were using an entity framework or as something like a middleman between
Yeah.
the Dataverse and the SQL Server. Can you do it without that, without using that provider?
So you cannot. So the thing
Hmm.
is, you need to tell. So the purpose of the OData provider is to be
Hmm.
the middleware between the OData, between the Power Platform and your database, right?
Great.
So the Power Platform only knows how to get data from the Dataverse. The
Okay.
only way that the Power Platform knows, that the Power Platform is flexible enough to allow us to get data someplace else other than the Dataverse is using the OData v4 provider, which
Hmm.
asks us to provide a OData service where this OData service will get the data from. If we have our data anywhere else other than those two options,
Hmm.
we need a way to teach the platform how to get that data. So that's why
Okay.
when I mention about the entity framework, because I'll go to my database to get the data, it's mainly because the Dataverse doesn't know how to, like, using virtual entities, how to read SQL Server, how to read
Okay.
my SQL Server, especially because I could have specific roles, and like you need somehow to teach the Dataverse how to get your data, because that's the thing, that the data itself can be quite tricky. So even though we are using a SQL Server, you can have, like, some clients, they might have like specific policies, specific setups in
Hmm.
place that you need to do X, Y, and Z before you get the data, and Microsoft would not know how to do that. So that's why you would need to teach Microsoft how to do it using the previous approach. But now that we have the virtual connectors, it's out there. I mean, we could use it. And one disclaimer that I need to say it here, otherwise
Hmm.
the Microsoft guys will kill me, is that virtual connectors are not public yet, guys. So this is
Okay.
not production ready. So
Okay.
no one should, even though you can install it there and it will work, you
Mhm.
should not put that into any production stage, any production project, because this is, first of all, it's not supported yet, and Microsoft is still
Mhm.
testing it, and it's not even in preview, in public preview. So
Mhm.
when we have stuff in public preview, we should still not put in production, but we can at least play around more effectively with it. And this one is not even in public preview yet. So my recommendation is go ahead and play with it, just see it, look what it does, but do not
Mhm.
put that in production.
Yeah. Especially that provider is good because there are other things about that is that you might need to transform data because you're in your provider. In SQL, the text is one thing, and in Dataverse is another thing. For example,
Exactly.
just to give.
Exactly.
Uh,
Yeah, it gives it a
really.
lot of flexibility, because if you think about it, like the Dataverse is great, but like there are a lot of things that are there that you cannot change that easily. So for
Mm,
instance, your data, it's there. If you want to have if you have a crazy requirement that you need to do, I don't know, you need to transform the data. I mean, you need to
mhm,
save the data in the database in a way, but before
mhm.
showing the database to the client, you need to do something else. You
Yeah.
can't you In order to do that in Dataverse, you could try to write a plugin on the retrieve and the retrieve multiple
Yeah.
messages, but it's not really a good idea. But you could, in fact, to try to do that. But like using virtual connectors, using a data provider, this
Mhm,
would give you much more access, much more flexibility, because you are the middleware between the data and the interface. So you can
mhm,
effectively do whatever you want. So for instance, let's say you want to merge data. So
mhm,
you have like that. That's a good example. You created a custom entity called, I don't know, cars,
mhm,
and your cars entity, you have the insurance information comes from a SQL server, but the color and the manufacturer and the brand comes from another table that it's in
mhm,
another data center, and then the owner of the car database comes from another center. You could effectively write a data provider that would connect
mhm.
with all of those three databases, bring the data together, and return to you Dataverse a single JSON that, from you, like from your perspective, from a user perspective, he would not even have a clue that that record is actually a fusion of different records from records from different databases. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's great. It's really good. Well, I don't see any other questions, but it was really useful, especially for me because I always wanted to see a demo and stuff like that because I haven't had the opportunity to test this, and it was really helpful and really great to see your session. Okay,
That's good. Thank you very much for that. I'm
thank you,
gonna share
Enrique.
you guys the link to my blog that talks exactly about
Yeah,
what I
please
just
do.
mentioned in here. And like,
Hmm.
if you guys just have any questions, just feel free to contact me, text me, or anything.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your session,
Cool.
and I hope to see you next year.
Cool. Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Okay, bye bye. Hello, David.
Hello.
How are you? Thank you for
Hi,
joining
how
us.
are you?
Great, great. We'll start in about 10 seconds just to check everything is okay. And let me
Okay.
s-
You see the
into your
slides?
screen. Okay, now the slides are ready. Well, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Analytics in Power BI with R and Python with SQL Server, ML Service, and Polybase. My name is David Itzhak. This is my email. I can send you all the present, all the demos. Welcome to Bizz Summit. So, what the agenda? We'll talk about how to build our custom visual Power BI with double chart. We talk how we can insert data into table from Power BI. Okay. We talk about advanced string manipulation with Python. So these are the demos. If time permit, we'll talk also about data virtualization with SQL 719 and Polybase. Okay, this is about myself. I have more than 25 years of experience, SQL Server, Oracle Sybase. I'm also application and infrastructure DBA of relational database and NoSQL database like MongoDB Redis. I've been in Israel, North Forum, ILG, Oracle Administrator. I have lectured in Oracle Open World, Oracle SQL Saturday. Because of the Corona, this is my lecture only this year, more than 40 lectures. This lecture was given in 5 places in the world, but I tell you that this lecture is changed from lecture to lecture because I have new material, new issues. So look, only this lecture was given in global platform, Botco Barcelona, Kuala Lumpur, MVP Fusion Friend, Data Saturday, Malta, and now Bass Summit. And this is a new lecture. This is all my lecture in the world because of the COVID-19. There was a lot of lectures you can see here only this year. So let's talk about the samples. This is recommended books assembles. Most of them are from APRES, from APRES like products, self-service AI, etc., etc. Okay, our sample database are wide for world important, wide world important DW, and adventure work. You can download this database from these links and restore them to SQL Server. Okay, so why should you use R and Python in Power BI? So we have DAX expression. This is query language we can integrate into Power BI and build our data model complex logic business. We have Power Query, two data wrangling tool, and to shape and transform our data for data analysts. Of course, we have VeriCab engines to store efficiently the data and the reporting and interactive visualizations. Okay, but why on Python again? Because our Python are very popular and they come together today. We can create a lot of custom visual, very, very easy. We can apply data science to Power BI data model without the needs of Power BI Premium. Yeah, I will show you the demo all on my laptop, data virtualization, data science on my laptop. Okay, no need to pay something, and with Power BI desktop. We can do a string manipulation which are not available in Power Query or DAX. And I know what Power Query because I'm one of the manager of Global Data Hebrew platform, and one of the data architect of Power Query was lecture in my in my Global Data Hebrew. And we can use also third-party data APIs with Power BI and data models with Python and R. No one can beat R and Python. Okay, so how can we configure our environment? Again, it's on my desktop. Okay, the optimal way, of course, is to go to Azure environment and create the data science virtual machine, but we do it on my laptop. So we mainly install the software. First, download and install SQL Server Management Studio. SQL Server Management Studio include also Azure Data Studio. By the way, if you install SSMS, you get also Azure Data Studio. Install Microsoft Power BI Desktop or Microsoft BI Desktop optimized for report server, the one who are not connected to Power BI on the cloud. Download R. This is the latest version for Windows from this. Optional, install Microsoft or Open. You should install Python. How do you install Python? In this link, this is the Python. Then you can install RStudio. What amazing that RStudio now support both R and Python. You don't have to deal with several tools. Only RStudio to deal R and Python. This is the link, you install it. And then you should install SQL Developer. But the better way I'll show you is to use Docker. In few lines, you install SQL Server 1719 on your desktop, including machine learning services. Okay, so let's start. First, you install SQL Server Management Studio and Azure Data Studio. From this version 187, it includes Azure Data Studio. It means that if you install SSMS, you get Azure Management, SQL Server Management Azure Data Studio with all the feature, which is cross-platform, open source. You can connect to cloud, premise, and you can use any notebook you use, any notebook you want. Then you should install Microsoft Power BI Desktop. Okay, this is Microsoft Power BI Desktop. Okay, and then you should install R, the lesson version for Windows. From these links, very simple, and the installation in this C program files are, and this is the latest version. Then you should install RStudio Desktop. RStudio Desktop, again, you download and install, you write the code here, you see the data here, and the results are here. Okay, so you open RStudio as administrator, RStudio administrator, and then you go to global option, and you then check that you are using the correct version of R, which we have installed here. Okay, then let's learn in 5 minutes R. R is very simple. Arithmetic operation is like 7 minus 3 in the console. This is the result. You can do all of this arithmetic operation. You can use the function like here date and get the date. If you write the function help, you'll get here the help. If you write help and the function name, you get here the help. Okay, let's create object. For example, this is a object 8. This is the assignment, like here. If you write 8, you will get the value. You want to put an object as an input to function, so you write log 8. Here's the result. You can do more complex arithmetic like here, round 8 multiplied by 2.5 and put the result here. You can use string manipulation, string this with bracket. You write string and you get the string. Okay. Note that in R, all the objects are case sensitive. You can create simple objects like vector. How do you do it? Very simple. You write here C. You see a special function named C, and here is the vector, and you put into temperature vector. If you write temperature, you get all the values in temperature vector. If you want to know the length of the vector, you write length temperature. This is the result. If you want the 40H value, you write temperature 4. If you want to do X function on all the vector, you simply write X temperature, and you will get the X function on each value or each value in the vector, like here. Okay, graduation, you have learned how in 5 minutes, very simple. Okay, so we use, why should you use our IDE, external IDE, like RStudio with Power BI? Very simple, because our editor is very limited to Power BI desktop. So how do you do it? You're going to File option and Setting option, and then you tell him to use RStudio here, like here. Okay, detecting IDE. Okay, again, because R is very editor in Power BI is very limited, and you can see the error message which are not understood. Okay, so how do we change the default library in RStudio? Very simple. You go to R, like here. You write libpass. You see the passes here, and then you put libpass into this variable, and then you change between the passes, like here, and then you reassign them. Okay. You can change here the passes. Other way, if you write libpass, you will get the passes here again. The more simple is to go to RStudio, install packages form 3.1, and then change here the library. I encourage you to use common library for all the developer. This is the library here, and then install. The same way, 2 option. Okay. How do you install and load our packages? One, you should run it for each computer once. So install package name. In example, I install package ggRepl. This is the library path by default. Okay. You can install multiple packages. For example, here we create a vector with the name of the two packages. You put it in packages and then install packages. Okay. So here we use this vector. Note that we should use the library to load the package into memory for each script we run. Okay, we should run it once per session. Okay, how do install from Studio? Again, tool install packages, install from CRUN. You can install it from CRUN. This is the repository in the cloud of R, or you can install from zip file which you have downloaded. It's good for disconnected computer from the network. Here you see here. Okay, two-way. So here is an example of you run Power BI Desktop, you run R script and you get the error message that the library is not installed, for example. So how do you install it? Very simple. Package, this is the vector, put all the libraries and then install packages and use the vector. And this is resolved. Okay. So here's again an example of how to install packages and move to disconnected networks, LibPath. Okay, you put here the path, you change between the passes here, and this is the LibPath. And then you put a vector with all the libraries you want here, and then install packages, and this is the vector. Then you take this library called C program files R0 library to disconnected computer, and thus you can install packages on this connected computer from the network of R. Okay. So how do you create visual by using our package in Power BI services? Power BI Desktop has two versions for our packages. For our visual, you can install any packages, including customer packages you have done. But for customer visual, I will show you, you can use only specific version from public run packages. In this link, you can see the version. And here, for example, ggplot, the exact version you need to build custom R visuals. How to install specific version of our package? Very simple. Use the DevTool package to install. For example, if you want to install this ggplot 3.3.2 from CRUN, install package DevTool, install package DevTool, library DevTool to load the package, and then we'll install the version, specific version of ggplot. Install version ggplot version, and it is a wrap of CRUN. Okay. Again, if you get an error message that we don't have the exact version, we should remove the package, tidyverse, and then install the package again, like here. Okay. We use also Python. Okay. How do you install Python? You should install Python for the website. See it in the beginning, and then we should use in Power BI. We use the following packages: Panda, which is a software library for data manipulation and analysis; Matplotlib, which is a plotting library; NumPy, which is object-oriented API for our plot in our application. This is what we need for Power BI. Okay, how to install Python? Very simple. You go here and run the installation, custom installation, and here is the directory of installation. See Python 3.9. How to install the required packages in Python? Very simple. Pip install in the package name. In this example, you open CMD as an instructor, and then pip installs Panda, Matplotlib, and for example, you can install also package which is named COVID. Okay. Pip install, and thus you're done. And all the packages are in this directory. See Python 3.9 lib site packages. Okay. So I said, you go to RStudio and tell him that you should use this Python interpreter, the Python we have installed. Okay, this is the path to the interpreter. Again, RStudio is single home for R and Python. You can run both R and Python. Okay, and you can open Python script and, for example, import the library Panda for here, create a vector, put it into data frame, and then print it. Here's a little example to run Python script in RStudio. Okay. So how do you install SQL Server container on your desktop in one line? Very simple. You install Docker for Windows in this link. Then in this example, we run Linux Windows SQL Windows container on Windows. You switch to Windows container, and first you open PowerShell, a CMD. You optionally remove all the container in this command. Docker, you stop all the container. Okay. You remove any running container. It's optional. You stop and remove all the images, Docker are my Docker images, and then you pull the latest version of SQL Windows Developer image, like this, Docker pull Microsoft SQL Windows Developer latest. Then you check that you download Docker images, and then you can save it. It's optional, this image, and take it to a disconnected network computer from the network, like this. Docker save it, and this is the path to the image. Then you should create a volume for persistency to save the database. So Docker volume rs SQL volume remove previous volume, Docker volume cell ls to show the volume, Docker's volume create SQL volume. This create volume for persistency because the container are immutable. So we want to keep the data. And then Docker volume inspect SQL volume show you that this volume is created for persistency. Any database which is created on the Docker will save to this path, even the container has disappeared. See program Docker volume SQL volume data. Okay. Then we can load the image. Docker load minus input, load the image. See Docker load image MS SQL Server Windows SQL Developer. Docker images will see the image. And this is the magic. We can run now SQL Docker run minus restart, mean each time you restart the computer, the container will start automatically. I mean, I need to start and stop. Minus name, this is the name of the container, SQL Win container 01. Hostname, this is the name of the hostname of the container. This is the default port of the container. This is mean accept the license term. This is the password. Minus V mean keep all the database in CDB data hub. This is the path on the container, which is mapped to a path on your computer. Minus D mean run in detach mode. In the background, run this developer. And that's how you are done. Docker PS to show the container. It's mean that now we have SQL Server on our computer, only few lines, that's all. Now you can connect. How do you connect? You open SSMS. Remember that our C program that Docker volume, SQL volume data is mapped to CB data on the container. You open SSMS. Here, for the example, use SA. It's not secure, but only for the demo. You put your localhost, SA, and the password, and you connect. You take the database backup adventure world, put it in this path, C program, Docker volume, etc. And this path is mapped to CDD data on the container. Okay, you check this, and you relocate file to folder CB data, and that's all. You have SQL Server with Worldwide Importer loaded into your SQL Server container. Okay, so why should we use ggplot? You cannot be ggplot. Why? This is the link. This is the best quality data visualization out of the box. This is the most popular charting visualization library in R. This is the most sophisticated than R-based plotting system which exists in R. There are translation to any language you want, in other language in ggplot. Okay, translation, not only English. There's huge user community and contributors. It's gone improvement. There's a lot of extension. If you go to this link, you should see that a lot of extension to ggplot. Also, for example, you can see it, ggplot for Facebook. How to install the library? Very easy. Install package ggplot, library ggplot to load the library. Okay? So this is the recipe. Once you do this recipe, you can build any R custom visualization in Power BI with R and ggplot. Okay, this is the recipe. I will show you one example. Then you could put any graph you want in the world in this. okay, with R and ggplot. You should configure your Power BI environment. We see it. We install SQL Server, we install R, we install Python, we install RStudio, which can manage both R and Python. We install the required packages. See, install packages. We'll get and load the data in Power BI. Next, we create a filter slicer based on the year in this example. Okay, we direct our custom visual icon to Power BI canvas and we start initial configuration. We will export the data to RStudio and start development. We'll load all the packages, data sources, and develop our code. Again, the develop is nothing because R is not for the developer, R is for statistician, and so it's very simple language. You have learned R to R in 5 minutes. We'll add the R code to our Power BI using the following guidance. So this is the recipe. Now you can build any graph you want, and I bet that there are graphs for ggplot which are not available in Visual of Power BI. So let's start. We will start with bubble chart demo. Okay. This is a scatter plot with additional attribute or dimension. Okay. We'll add a layer for the point and the factor variables. These effective variables. Okay. This is data from a fake basketball league. Okay. We have X, which is the weight. a weight. Y, it's the weight. Okay. Of each bubble. Okay. This is 2 dimension. Fill, you see the fill in the color, okay? It's the region. You can see it, the region, the fill in the color. The color about around each ball is the league. Okay, you see the league. Okay. The size of the ball is the number of baskets which the player have shoot to the basket. The label here is the name. So we have 3 continuous variables and 3 discrete variables. Y is 3 continuous, 8 weight and basket, and 3 discrete region, league, and name. You can see it here. This is the graph. Okay. So this is the data. This is a player basket CSV. Okay. So see year, first name, last name, weight, 8 basket, region, leagues. You can see the data here. Okay. Now, first you load the data into Power BI, file, get data, text CSV, player, basket, CSV, you can see it here, okay? And then you should change the values as follow. ID is whole number, year whole number, first text, last name text, weight whole number, 8 whole number, basket text, region text, legal text, and you should ensure that it is not summarized, no aggregation of these variables. Then we should drag a slicer visual and drag to the canvas. Why? Because we want the filter on the year. This is, okay. Drag it here. And then you drag our visual. Once you drag it, it asks you, enable screen visual. Of course, we enable, we size it, okay? And this is the script which is created by Power BI, okay? So let's look what has been created. Dataset in Power BI, this is dataset in Power BI, is assigned to our object, which is named data frame. You see, data frame is all the fields in the text file, ID, year, first, last name, 8, basket, etc., etc. You can see it here, okay? So Power BI allow only set with unique rows. So you see that dataset, unique dataset. Okay, you see it here, okay? So now what we do, we'll develop in RStudio. How do we do it? Right click here, edit in external IDE. We take this file and save it, take it and save it as our custom Visual Power BI bubble chart ggplot, and we start develop. A few lines of code, you have a graph. Okay, so let's see it. Okay, you open RStudio as administrator. We have the following line. So what is the following line? Set DW mean go to this directory. This is the directory, and now load this file. Okay, see it here. And now, see how simple. Dataset mean dataset read CSV mean read this file. Okay. Now we will load the package Tidyverse. Why Tidyverse? Very simple, because it's a collection of open source to clean, structure, and visualize data plot. Okay. This Tidyverse has the following libraries, which are dplyr and ggplot. Ggplot is data visualization data visualization we've talked about. Deep layer is a manipulation of data passed to R from Power BI. More simple, with deep layer, we can take the data, move it into column, we'll see it. Okay. And also, we will load the packages ggRepl, which automatically position non-overlap stacks label with the ggplot, we'll see it. And ggtemps, which change the background of non-data component or ggplot. So you see it, you load tidyverse, which automatically load deep layer and ggplot, and you load this libraries, which are sub libraries of ggplot. Okay, so this is tidyverse. Okay, this is the site. So source column means take the columns you load and sort them alphabetically. Now create a vector with the column we want: basket, first name, 8, ID, last name, league, region, weight, year. Now compare between the column we have loaded from the file and between the vector we have created. This means compare between. And if they are equal, return true to column compare. Now go to the year section of the data we have loaded and and check what here we have it. So slice unique that here mean take all the year we've got here. So when we'll start to display the plot, only if you slice of 1 year, this is here. If length slice equal 1, and column compare mean that if we upload the file and all the column are equal to the column of the desired column which are in this column. So this is the condition. Now we'll create one. Now we'll pipe all the data to our visual data. Okay, this is mean our visual data. this is our visual data. Okay, so if length slice C1 and column compare, this mean take mutate mean create another column which is name, which is substring or the first name and the last name of the player, like here substring. First name mean the first character or the first name, last name concatenate them, paste mean concatenate, and put it in a new column which is named name. Mutate mean take it and give it to the dataset we have created. Okay, region color mean create a color for the countries: Asia, Africa, America, and Europe. How do I know the color? I simply go to this site, create a color, and that is the XML value here, and put it here. Also, color for the legal color in the same way. Now I create a chart title. Custom value GT2 for slice year. Slice year, this is the value of the year. Separator, this is blank. And now this is the ggplot. Ggplot, this is function ggplot. It accepts data frame. What is the data frame? Data frame is our visual data, the data we have created of the Liga. Okay, we have statistics, which are x, y variables. We see it here. You see it here. Okay, the code is organized in block, and on the block is we connect the line with a symbol plus here. So this is the syntax of ggplot. So very simple. Our visual data, it means our data frame. IS means this is our dimension. X weight, Y weight, size. This is the basket from our file. Color, this is the Liga, the color vector we've created. Fill region, the region vector we have created. Stroke means the thickness of the line of the ball. Okay, level name, this is the name we've created. Okay, plus mean. So scale color minor values mean Liga color means change the color of the bubble using the predefined color by Liga color name character vector we've created. Scale fill minor mean change the color of the color field by region color name character vector we've created. Jump on shape 21 mean you should use only shape 21 here. This is the point. Why? Because this is the only shape 21 we can define the color inside and outside the field and the border. Okay. Now we use the DG. Now we're the label to the visual, this here, and this means this is the size of the text. You see it here. Now we add a title to the ggplot, gg title chart title like here. Okay. Same view mean set the same of the visual from the ggplot package. If the condition are not fulfilled, then plot, empty plot, and that's all. And this is our graph. Very simple, very simple. You can take the recipe and put any graph you want inside. So, so I bet you to do it in Power BI, to do it without any code, to do it like this. Note that we have 3 dimension here. Okay. Let's move to our issue. How do you insert data into table in SQL Server from Power BI? Okay, why? For example, you want to monitor the amount of data being loaded into the data mart after ETL. So it's very, very simple. We created DSN, data source with ODBC, to the SQL Server database. In this example, to the SQL Server Docker we have installed with few lines. Okay, you go here, ODBC, only for the demo. We call it SQL Server 17. For the demo users say, also it's not secure, test, successful. Okay, now we create this log table. This is the log table in SSMS. We connect to our container, load date, table name, number of record. In AdventureWorks, DW. Now, now we develop our script in our studio. Again, copy the code into Power BI, we get data, then run this script. Okay, we'll have 2 data frames, df read and record insert. We should rename the df read to dim account, which is the name of the table, okay, in the ETL. Okay, we should click close and apply to load the data in the Power BI model. Let's see it very simple. So library tidyverse, so the package. Library RWC, this is ODBC package. Library lub RD8, okay. This is the package we need. Okay, now this is the table we have created. Now, very simple, okay. We've created a vector of table name, dim account. This is table name. You can put it any table you wanted, dim account, dim customer, whatever. SQL query paste mean concatenate. Select star from DBO, table name. This is a table name here. Okay. Now we do a connection to database. ODBC connect. This is the DSN. This is the user and password. Of course, you can use integrated security. Readf mean SQL query channel call. Query SQL mean run this query again the database and put it in this data frame. Okay. Now that we have a large table, we can get this error of could not allocate memory. In this case, we should use SQL machine learning or custom R for big data, but for demo, we use this for this table and readf SQL query, put it in this data frame. Now we create the current record, current date. This is in now, give the current date. Number of record, this is enroll, the function enroll on readf mean after read all the record into the read data frame, run enroll, which tell you what is the number of record in readf and put it in number for record. Now we'll convert it to list. Record insert list, loaded, this is current date. Table name, this is table name from here. Number of record, this is number of record. Now we should put it, we should do stuff as table to record insert, which means transform that data frame with class tbldf to this record insert, and then we shouldn't save it to the database. SQL save channel, this is the connection, this is the record, this is the table name in it, which keep all the record we've inserted. Append to mean append to the table. Row name false mean if the tables, if the row names, if the column are not created, do not create them. Okay, and then we should close the connection. Always close the connection, because if the ended is open, we'll get this error message. That's all. This is all what we have to do to load data into a logging table, into SQL Server from Power BI. And now if you connect, we'll see 2 data frames, read df, which is the record in the file, okay? Record insert, which is the number of the record we have inserted to the account table, okay? You see it here, okay? What amazing, we'll go to readf here, change it to dim account, and is all the time we go to this Power BI report, it will insert the number of records to this variable and to the logging table. Okay, let's run fast and see another amazing thing. how to do advanced string manipulation with Python. Okay. Of course, Power Query support basic string processing and pattern matching. Oh, it's wonderful, but it's great for simple manipulation. Why? Because R and Python enable you advanced string manipulation. And I show you some manipulation, and I bet, and I will give you to do it Power Query. Okay. So, for example, if you want to mask sensitive data using Python in Power BI, how do you mask it? In this example, we want to mask the ID and a phone number, for example, for when we want to use Microsoft Cognitive Services. So let's do it very fast. First, we go to Power BI Desktop. We install Python, we see it. We install the required Python packages, we see it in the previous. Then you go to Power BI Desktop and enable Python scripting in Power BI Desktop. Select File, Option, and Setting Option, Python scripting here. See it here. Now you prepare the script. How do you prepare the script? You go here, get data, add a Python script, and you run your Python script. Now you go to, this is a script you can create it by Power BI. Again, it is limited, so we'll go to external IDE. Okay. Sorry. So first we load the data. The data is a CSV file with the comments of the customer. We want to mask the ID and the phone number in the comments in the customer CSV file, okay? Because we want to move it to cognitive services and we want them to see the phone number, and the ID. So this is the final result. How do you do it? In several lines, again, we create this file with our Studio String Manipulation with Python RPY. We import Panda. This is how we import Panda. Import Panda as PD mean, call Panda PD. Import RE mean, import the regular expression library from Python. Import OS mean, import OS library from Python. Okay, and then see how it's simple. We create a function, mask test. It gets us an input, clear text. We can do any pattern you want, but I will do mask of pattern which are more common in Israel, where I came from. So, for example, clean task resub mean this is the phone pattern in Israel, 9 number. Again, you can do more complicated, like here, sit here. Okay. So this is the clear text. Clean text resub mean ID pattern. This is the ID pattern in Israel. Again, you can do ID pattern like in USA, like here. Return clean text mean after you call the regular expression function with the pattern, return the clean text and change the phone number, which is 9 character, with this x66. Change the ID pattern, which is this, with x66. Or change the mean, go to this directory where the script resides. Okay. And see how it's simple in few lines. Or change here. df pd read CSV mean with the CSV file, print df mean, print it. You can see it, but the data is not masked. Now df admin give the 5 records. df remark apply masked. It's very simple. Mean go to the mask step and now mask all the data. Mean x66 here. Okay. And df mean print it. And guys, this is only what we need in order to mask sensitive data in Python, in Power BI using Python. Okay, only few lines. Do it in Power Query. Okay. Let's run fast too. I have more. I have more time, so let's run fast about data virtualization with SQL 719, Polybase, and Power BI. So. The original lecture is more and more is longer. It's named Data Virtualization with SQL 719, Polybase, and Power BI. So what I did here, I only showed the correct, the relevant slides for data virtualization with Polybase and SQL 719. Okay. So how do you use data virtualization in SQL Server? Simply, when you install Azure Data Studio, also data virtualization extension is installed. It's here. What enables you data virtualization? It's very simple. You don't have to do DBA. If the DBA have installed Polybase in your SQL Server, or if you have SQL Server with data cluster, or if you have installed Docker with with Polybase enabled, like I showed you before. Then you can connect to remote SQL Server and Oracle Server. You don't have to install nothing. You can connect to remote SQL Server and Oracle Server. Okay. You can connect, again, you don't have to install nothing. Remote MongoDB and Teradata Server for data virtualizations. Okay. Note that you have to do SQL Server 19 for that. Okay. So for Docker, you have to install SQL Server 19 on Linux Docker. Okay. See it here. Now, what is Polybase? Polybase is engine integrated with SQL Server, with the regular SQL Server on Windows and Linux, and Big Data Cluster. What is good about it? By the way, it's so you can query any data anywhere, no geographic boundaries. It means only one language, Transact SQL. You see it here. You don't have to know any other technologies, but it's like Presto. It is distributed in scalable query performance because it can do push down predicate. It means you don't bring the data to you. It push the predicate to the database and do it, the statistics, and do it on external tables on the remote server automatically. Okay. You can put Polybase on standalone Linux and Windows, like I show you here on Docker. Okay. Scalar group, it means you can install a lot of SQL Server which you use as a group to query the remote server, and the Scalar group is supported on Windows only. Behind the scene, Azure Synapse use this Polybase. Okay, neat. This Polybase, which I have implemented on my computer. Okay. It's also auto-deploy. It means automatically install on big data cluster of SQL Server. So from this Polybase, you can connect to Cloudera and AutoNow, which are now company now because they have united, which is Hadoop, and to HDFS, Teradata, SQL Server, Oracle, MongoDB, Cosmos DB, and you have company which is named CData, which have ODBC for everything in the world. And if you install this ODBC and SQL Server Polybase, you can connect to anything in the world. It means, okay, so this is the site. So this is, for this, you don't have to install nothing. For if you want to connect to other sources, you should maybe use ODBC of CData company. So data virtualization, again, one view of data from various data sources. Okay? You have only one security model. You manage the permission in SQL Server on the external table because the external source is external table on SQL Server. You see it. No complexity of implementation of data source. You don't have to be a DBA or big data administrator. You manipulate everything with Transact SQL. So again, one method is to use ETL, ELT, data flow, etc., and move the data. It's very easy, very costly, but with Polybase, you only connect at real time to the real data source. No need to replicate and move the data. So no organizational boundaries, geographic boundaries, no technology boundaries. So how do you do Polybase? Again, you can do it with the wizard, database scope credential, which is the secret key. It means username and password of the data source. External data source, this is location of credentials using for data source. It can be MongoDB, HDFS, Oracle, etc., SQL Server. External table, which is the object in data source. It can be a table or file. External file format, if you're talking about Hadoop, it can be the external file format. So let's see our example. You can see how we can build data lake with no money, very easy in 5 minutes. This is my Oracle latest version, my production server, HR schema with SQL developer. You have the schema of HR employee. You see here the data here. I've connected with SQL server. This is the latest version of Oracle, SQL 19.
Hey,
Okay.
David, just to let you know that you have just 1 minute left, okay?
Oh,
So run.
this is the interesting part. So every time I should stop.
At 10. Well, 11.
So how many minutes I have?
Just 1 minute.
Oh, so I ran fast. So if you go to Polybase and connect to Oracle here, you can connect to Oracle. You can see it here. Very fast. You can connect to Oracle. And now, after you connect to Oracle, you can you connect to Oracle. Okay. After you connect to Oracle, Oracle is here like external table. So because I don't have time, I do it all for MongoDB. Okay. Now I can go to Mongo, for example, photo MongoDB, because MongoDB is JSON. I can use string aggregate function in order to take JSON arrays and put them here, like like rows in SQL Server. And because I have only 1 minute, I can connect to, for example, to the MongoDB. You can see it here, which is JSON, but with string aggregate, I put it like in flat file, a flat row. You can see it here. And what more amazing, I can go to my SQL Server and query at the same time. Look here, query join between Oracle and MongoDB. This is the only query I have to do here. See, select staff from HR employee, which external tab in Oracle. Join Polybase person, which is collection in MongoDB. And this is the join. You can see it here. This is Oracle employee ID. This is NoSQL Booster with MongoDB. You can see the JSON file here, the JSON object with the name of the object. And here you join between them. Okay. And all this, the final result, put into a Power BI. And here I built my data lake with Power BI, no extra cost, only with SQL Server and Polybase. See, the same file, SQL Server, Oracle, MongoDB, and if time permit, I will show you how to connect to Hadoop. Again, using Azure Data Studio, the wizard, and only try that SQL to query both. So I guess I don't have time, so this is the example again. Okay.
But that's great, David. Sorry to have this short time, but we have a schedule to run.
Yeah,
but it was really interesting your session. Well, everyone get the email from David, so you can.
You can put if you want the PowerPoint and the demo in your site.
Great. We will do it.
That next time I have another lecture and the same issue, because all the time there are new things I've tried in my production environment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, David. I will start with the next session from Miguel. Okay. Thank you for being here, and hope to see you next year.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
Bye bye.
In Spain, but
bye bye. Hi, Miguel.
Hi,
how are you?
I'm good. Well,
I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but really muted or something like that.
Let me try and change the. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
I can hear you, but I hear you muffled. Speak now. I cannot hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Is this okay?
Yeah, but there's a lot of white noise. But okay. Speak now.
Better?
No, it's the same.
Let me just check one thing.
Okay, it's okay.
Oh, it's just a minute.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, try to pump up the volume to hear you a little better.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, well, let's start it like this, okay?
Is it better?
Kind of, but it's still there's a lot of noise coming from the mic. But well, let's start like this, and well, the floor is yours. Thank you, Miguel.
Okay, thank you. So, welcome. I'm Miguel Felix. I'm from Portugal. First of all, let me thank you, the Bizz Summit organization, and also to the sponsors for having me on this session. Hopefully everything is okay with all of you, and you are all safe. This is a great opportunity for the Power Apps community and all of us to learn a lot with all the users that are presenting these days. So basically, I'm Miguel. As I said, I'm from Portugal. I'm a business analyst. I work in finance, and I've been a super user on the Power BI community since 2018. So 3 years ago. I'm also an MVP since 2019 in the data platform part, mainly on the Power BI part. So this was a great path for me because I learned a lot and I had contact with several persons that know so much. So it's a great experience to be an MVP and also part of the Power BI community. So basically, this session, what I will be talking about is about some questions that come around all the time in the community and that people are always asking time and time again how they can solve them. In this case, I'm taking a statement from Alberto Ferrari that says that DAX is simple, but it's not easy. On this link that you have, it shows why DAX is simple but not easy. He has 7 reasons, but mainly one that pops up constantly is the question about the context, even being filter context, row context, or table context. So all of those are pretty strange to people that start working with that. So basically, that's what the most questions that appear on the community are about that. This session is for a beginner intermediate level, so nothing too technical. Also, the solutions that I present here are my solutions. They can be improved, some of them. So there are different solutions. So this is just for making people think about what they are doing and how can they solve their daily problems in Power BI. So some examples of what we are going to talk about. Let's see how much further we can go ahead because the time is pretty tight. But about filtering columns, incorrect totals, more than one relationship in one table, show and hiding measures in visualizations, also some dynamic groupings and dynamic axes. So going to Power BI. So I'm working with the AdventureWorks database. This can be downloaded on the documentation of Power BI. So you have a pretty extensive opportunity to have a database to try out, to show to your users, to experiment. So that's what I'm using. This has data from 2017 to 2021. So let's dig in and start with the filtering of columns. So over here, as you can see, I have sales 2019 and sales by year by country and year. So on this simple table, what I did was basically did a direct filtering on the sales column. This basically is how we start usually trying out on DAX. At least it's my experience and all the persons I've talked to. So what we usually do, and when we want to return a specific year, and again, this is going to DAX. We can do this directly on the visualization using the filter pane, of course, but this is using DAX, so people try to do this. So they do data year equals 2019, and the result returns the sales of 2019. It's pretty standard, pretty common. The problem comes when we want to do this, but we do this on while having the year on the table, on the visualization that we have. So in this case, let's have the year to the columns over here, and as you can see, what happens is that we have all in all the years, we have all the same results. So 2017, 18, 19, 20, all of them have the value for 2019 sales. Why does this happen? So this is an issue, not an issue, but this is the way that calculate works, and calculate works with the null function. So basically, this what we are doing over here is the same as making the filter base table date here is filter, sorry, all date year equals 2019. So what we are doing over here is passing through the filtering of the date year in this case. So we are passing over 2021, 20, whatever, and telling, okay, let's remove that context, that year context, and put in 2019 in all of them. If you go to the DAX guide, it will show you in more detail this question, but this basically tells us that using calculate we need to be careful if we do a direct filtering of the column that we need. In this case, this can be overcome by making a simple use of the all selector or of the key filter. In this case, and this one is 2019, not 2013. In this case, as you can see, if I do a filter, let's just add this one. If I do a filter with the selected value, I get only the 2019 values and no totals. If I do a keep filter, what happens over here, and taking out this one, is exactly the same thing. So I'm getting only the 2019. If I show items with no data, as you can see, all the other columns for the year are blank. So we need to be careful in this type of situations while using calculate, because although they are very practical, if we do a direct link to a column and making a filter, we can get the incorrect totals, as you can see. So in this case, we are getting, let me just put in again the values over here, we are getting in all of the years the same values. And this is not what we wanted. We just wanted to highlight the 2019 values and the sales for that specific year. So this is just a very basic approach to the calculated and to the filtering. There is, as I said, if you go to this link over here of the DAX guide, you have several. Let me just show you. You have several options. You have several videos also to check. And as they said, as they refer over here, and you can see, it says on the bottom. Let me just find out. Calculate evaluates all explicit filter in their original evaluation context. So this is what is happening, and when they do that, they are using the all as a filtering. So this is the first thing that we need to pay attention when talking about the filtering context. Next step, also a common question on the community is the fact that we have incorrect totals when we do a conditional calculation or when we do some specific DAX statements. In this case, I have done a simple calculation. So everything that is higher than 4 million, it will return the sum. If not, it will return blank. So as you can see over here on top, you have November that is giving you value, If we have already the sales, just for you to see, if we have the sales value, the sales value, sales amount, if we have the sales amount to this one, as you can see, we have everything is lower than 4 million in 2017 except November, and if we go to 2019, we only have 4 values that are above the 4 million mark, and the same happens if we go to the region. As you can see, in this case, the formula does not return 4 million but 10 million. So, but let's look in detail to what we have over here. So, as you can see, we have November in 2017 with 4.7 million, and overall it's 11 million on the total. On 2018, there is no line that is highlighted, but we have 13 million, and so on. Also, on the row, we have no line for January, and it returns 6 million, and in August, we have 5 million, and it returns 11 million. What is happening? If we look at this table over here, to the right, where we have the totals per year, as you can see, the columns are returning the yearly value. Why? What is happening over here is that the context within the calculation of the sum, in this case, the conditional sum of the 4 million, checks the context of the calculation and returns the sales amount. So let's look at this in a more specific way. In this case, looking at November, I'm looking at November 2017 and checking if it's higher than 4 million. So if it's higher than 4 million, I will return the 4 million. So we have that. When you go to the total, this is where everything changes. So why? Because in the total, we are forgetting the lines. So we are picking up all the lines, but we are picking up the lines for all the sums of the current year, in this case 2017, and then comparing that sum with the 4 million. So if I look only at 2017, we have 11.9 million, so the value that we have is higher than 4 million, so we return the 4 million. In this case, the 11 million. The same thing is happening over here in the region, that when we look at the values per line, we are only picking up the values where it's higher than 10 million, but the overall total is 100 million, so it's higher than the 10, so it's returning. How can we solve this? So we can solve this by adding the context to the measure. So in this case, and let's go quickly to Tax Studio, and we can check what we are returning here. So we created a temporary table, and in this case, as you can see, I'm returning a temporary table that does the month name, in this case, as you can see, April, August, December, July, and the conditional sum, so the higher than 4 million. But if we go back to the formula and we add this one to our table, what you can see is that we are adding the correct values. Why? Because we are picking up the months alongside with the year. So for this year, we are making, going back to what we are doing, we are summarizing our table, selecting all the month names, and making the calculation of the higher than 4 million. Then we do a sum x, basically a sum x, and all the x functions do a line by line of the table that we refer, and then do the evaluation one by one, and then in the end, in this case, they make the sum of those values. So what I'm doing is I'm picking up the January value. It's higher than 4 million, no, then it's 0. Then the February is 0, and so on. When I go to November, it's 4 million, and in December it's 0 again. So when I sum up all these values, it's 4.76 million, so it's met. But if we go to the rows, we still have an error on our calculations. And let me just take out for now the previous column. So we still have an error on the year, on the month. Why? Because for the row context of this table, we are picking up all the January values. So going back to that studio, if I add the year over year, as you can see, what I'm picking up, and let me just sort this by month. Sorry. As you can see, in 2017, I only have these 4 million. So if we change this measure and add the year over year, in this case, as you can see, so now the values are correct. Why? Because on our on our measure, and let's put it over here just for you to see side by side, we are giving it the month context, so the row context of this table visualization, and the year, the column context. So this allows us to get the correct result. The same can happen if we do it on the region side. So instead of making the year, in this case, or the month, we are adding the region over here. So if I add this region over here, and I put it on the table visualization, as you can see, now we have the correct amount for the 67 million that is just depending on this, and you can pick up only the sales that are higher than 10 million. This is a very common question, and this happens especially, as I said, when we have measures or calculations that are supported in if statements that we comparing terms with one another. It's very common. With averages, this also happens a lot with averages because usually people calculate the average, but in the end they want the average of the averages and not the total average. So, and this is a pretty common question on the community, and people can solve it, as I said, by creating these temporary tables and adding the context. Depending on the result you want, you may need to add more values over here because the context, and this is an important part of DAX, the context doesn't come only from the columns that we are using in our visualization. The context in Power BI and in DAX comes from the columns in our visualization, from the filtering pane. So if I add some other column over here that makes the filter also one unrelated column that is not on the calculation, it can also affect our context, and also from other visualizations itself. So if I select, as you can see, if I select over here the region, as you can see, our table is filtering out values without no values. So why? Because it doesn't make sense. But if I pick up from the other side, they are also not getting picked up, as you can see. So in this case, if you wanted to have a filtering between this table that has years and months and the region, we needed to add that to the conditional sum that we created, to this temporary table that we have over here that has the sales territory and the region. So this would allow us to have the filtering between both of them. Okay, so one other question that also appears frequently on the community is the fact that we have more than one, in this case, dates in the same table that is connected with the date table. In this model, as you can see, we have the, let me just do this. We have the date table and we have the sales. As you can see, in this case, we have the date related with the order date fee. We also have it with a due date fee and with an inactive relationship, and in the end also with the shipment date fee. So this from these three relationships, we have only one that is active. All of them are one-to-many relationships from the date table to the sales, but only one is active. What does this mean? This means that if we do any filtering, and in this case, the year column that we have overused on the date table, if we do any filtering, any context based on this, we will have only the relationship, in this case, to the date order. So this is what we have over here on this one. So the sales amount by year returns me the value of the relationship between date and the date order. If we want to go to another type of relationship, and in this case is this second chart that we have over here, I created this chart using the due date, so the one of the inactive relationships, and the sales amount. So what happens over here is that, as you can see, the values are different. In this case, I have 973, and in this case, I have 1.327 million. So, but the value in both of them, the value is based on the same column. So, as you can see, this is the sales amount, and for this one is also the sales amount. Okay, we are in both of them, we are using the sales amount. So looking at what we have, what can we do? So there is a function that is use relationship that can be used in DAX that basically activates the relationships that we want to use. So in this case, what I did is the calculate function. So making use of the use relationship, what we do is we choose the two columns that we want to activate, in this case the date key and the due date key, and as I'm using this use relationship, we disconnect the first the active relationship, date key and order date, and we activate this one. So if I use this measure and put it on this first chart that is based on the date table, as you can see, if I put it over here, as you can see, now I have a chart that has sales amount and the sum by due date. So if you look at the values, 973,000, it's the 2018, this is 2018, and this is also due date and due date. So the value, 2.9, 2.961, and also 2.961. If you go 1.770, 1770, so 1.4, 1.4, and if you go to December, 2.88, and December 2.881. So the values are matching. As you can see, if we take out this one, then we can compare the sales amount with the due date. So use relations. If you do over here, and as I said, we have three dates. If we change this to ship date, if we change this to ship date instead of ship date, as you can see, the chart will change, as you can see. So it's a different order type. So, and if we do, and over here, and just for you to see what is happening, if you put in the order date key, we should have the two columns with the exact same value. So as you can see, so we are, with the use of use relationship, we are activating one of the inactive relationships and making use of the other one. This can be used all types of relationships, not necessarily only one-to-one relationship, can also be used on the many-to-many, on the bidirectional filtering. All of that can be done. So, but this is just activating one inactive relationship, and it's good to have a single chart based on the, in this case, the date, but this can be all sorts of other things. One other thing that happens normally, and I have this on a table, but this can also be done. All of these examples can be done in all types of charts, not only tables. I think in tables it's easier for people to see, so that's why it's on tables. In this case, there is also a common question that is people. So I'm selecting 4, 5, 6 measures, but I want to write some of them by user selection. So in this case, the the selection of the measures can be based on a slicer, can be based on a grouping. There are several options that people present. In this case, most of them, and currently we have calculated groups that also allow to do this. But I'm using a disconnected table to do this. So basically, what I did over here was, so we have this table, and this table, as you can see, is picking up values for the sales amount, the product cost, the order quantity, and the sales amount. So let's put this in a better order: sales amount, product cost, and the count of sales orders. And I'm also picking up the number of sales orders. So basically, we want to compare in the same table visualization our sales, our costs, our quantities, and also the number of sales orders. But I want this to be interactive, and I want people to select. I only want to see the sales amount, or I only want to see the product cost, or I want to see them both. Uh, so what can we do in this case? So we can create a new table, and in this case, it's a very simple table where I did ID 1, 2, 3, 4, and I put in the name of the measure: sales amount, order quantity, total product cost, and number of orders. The values that are over here are not significant. You can call them whatever you want that suits your model. The important part is that you know which values this column refers to. So if I write over here sales amount, in this case, in my case, I will do the sum of the sales amount. So going back, what we do now that we have our unrelated table, what we do basically is to create a switch function. So a switch function is basically, and this is my opinion, it's an if on steroids. So instead of having several nested ifs, we can have a switch function that allows you to make several selections. So in this case, what I do is I select the value of the ID of the table that I created prior. In this case, number one was the sales amount. And so I do, if that selected value is 1, then return me the sum of the sales amount. If it's 2, the order quantity, the product cost, and finally count, the count of the sales order. Now, all we have to do is to mount up our visualization. So if I pick up and take out all of these columns over here, just take them out. And if I use my measure on the columns, as you can see, it will give you an error for the first time because it says you cannot determine a relationship between the fields. Of course, this is happening because if I put in the columns over here, as you can see, there is no relationship between the sales and the columns or whatever we have. So now I'm going to pick up my my measure that I created, and as you can see, it fills out the sales amount and the order quantity and so on. Let's just do a simple thing over here just for having a, let's duplicate this, and let's do one thing, take out this one, let's put in again the sales amount, and the order quantity and the total product cost. So as you can see, this is matching. So 83, 121, 85. If we go to beneficial exercises, 1.174, 5, and 17 is decline. So everything is matching on the value. So next step, it's simple. We just need to create our slicer. In this case, we can do a slicer and use also the same column. And now we can play around. So as you can see, we have, as I choose the value, I can check and scan item. So on this case, with what we can do also, and if we change this to a line chart and put the measure as a legend, in this case, the number of orders is so small that it is very reduced, and we cannot have a comparison. But if I only take the sales amount and the total product cost, as you can see, we have a comparable chart. I can also do order quantity versus sales amount, but this is also a little bit strange. But if you do order quantity versus number of orders, it's a little bit. But again, we can play around with our numbers. We can hide measures. We can show measures. We can do a lot. One other thing that we can do, and going back to if we go back to the table visualization that we had prior to the matrix, as you can see in this case, we only have sales amount, order quantity, total product cost, and number of orders. In this case, the total doesn't match because they don't make sense to have a total. Let's decide this. Sorry, it's the columns. So, but what we can see is that we need to have the sales amount should be in euros, the order quantity should be in quantity, and the product cost also in euros, and the number of orders in quantity. So what we can do is change up this a little bit, and let's do over here a format of the sum. And in this case, let's do it 1, 2, 3, 0, 0, 0, and let's do it like this. If we do it like this, as you will see, now the first column, the sales amount, is formatted as euros. In this case, I also need to format this one as quantity. I just need 1, 2, 3, no decimals. The sales will also be, the cost will also be in euros. And finally, the discount count, we will do a little bit different over here. Let's do it like this. Total orders, for example. And if we do it like this, as you can see, now we have a formatting of each of the columns based on the values that we give. What is the issue with this? Is that, as you can see, everything is formatted to the left. Why? Because from now on, this is a text. So if you use this, if you do the same exercise you did prior and change this to a line chart, nothing is shown. Why? Because when we use format, what happens is that we turn everything into text. So, as I said, this is one of the options to show and hide measures. If you want to show and hide them, you can use this one or the calculated groups. The calculated groups allows more formatting options because you will not get, you are not getting, in this case, the sum of the sales amount formatted as text, but as number, and then you can format it for prior on the calculated group. So I think I only have 5 more minutes. I don't know if anyone has any questions. I have some more things to show, but they take longer. So um, just to wrap up, uh, be aware of the context filter. Be aware also that the context filter comes from our visualization, from the filter paying, from the other visualizations, from the interactions that we have with other visualizations. Also be aware that make use of the to make use of the context when you are making if statements to make calculations. This is also very important. The use of the relationships. Also, don't be afraid that you have some tables and that you will need to create more and more date tables. No, you just need one date table and make use of the user relationships. And also be aware that using unrelated tables is a good way also to have a different way to present your data. Uh, to wrap it up, I will leave you my contacts. Once again, I want to thank all the sponsors of the Bizz Summit, also the organization for having me. Hopefully, although were having some issues in the beginning, you were able to listen to me perfectly. And these are my contacts. Please feel free to contact if you want to discuss anything, if you like my session. So thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. This was a great informative session about DAX. I hope everyone that sees this session gets less afraid, as you put on your slides, less afraid of DAX, because I know that it's really powerful, but it takes time to learn.
Yeah, especially as I refer the context, because there is a lot of context based on that. It's row context, table context, filter context, cross filter context. So it's a lot of to put in. And as I said, this is our common questions every day on the community. Also,
Oh,
go to the community. There are a lot of great users over there answering this every day. So I learn a lot. Most of these are learned on the community by reading others and also helping other people.
perfect. Thanks for sharing. So this is the idea of the community, to help everyone that's working here. Okay.
Correct.
Well, thank you for your session. I hope to see you next year with the next session of this summit. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a
Bye
nice
bye.
day. Bye.
Hey, Prashant, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you for joining us and share with all the people here in the Biz Summit all your knowledge here to help everyone to learn more. Okay,
All right.
let
Thanks for
me
inviting
show you.
me.
No, thank you for joining us. Okay, the floor is yours.
All
Start
right.
whenever you're ready.
All right. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone. Welcome to the BizApp Summit. The title of this talk is Battle Royale, Azure Logic Apps versus Power Automate Microsoft Flow. We would like to thank all our sponsors. Without their generous support, the conferences like this are not possible. So we do request you to please check out the information about various sponsors. And I think there are some raffle prizes as well, which will be handed out later in the day. And these are the links that you should be bookmarking because here you will find the latest and greatest information about the conference in general. And most of the sessions are recorded, and you will be finding the recordings on the YouTube channel of BizApp Summit Conference. Who am I? My name is Prashant G. Boyer. I was born and raised in India, came to United States in 2007 for studies. I am University of Maryland College Park alumni. I co-authored a book, PowerShell for Office 65, and I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington, D.C. metropolitan area of United States, and we organize a lot of uh, conferences. Now, post COVID pandemic, we have converted all our conferences to virtual only. So if you are interested, you can check us out on meetup.com where we post the information about the latest and upcoming conferences. And one of the couple of conferences are coming up. One is on going to be on 25th of June. It's called Global AI Fest. And second is going to be on 12th of November. It's called Global Azure Data and AI Fest. Again, free conferences. Just check us out on meetup.com to find more information about registration. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal, and I'm also recipient of Microsoft MVP Award. So Microsoft MVP Award is just additional recognition that you get from Microsoft. I don't work from Microsoft, uh, and this award is valid for only 12 months. And after 12 months, you have to apply for renewal. And if your contributions are good enough from previous 12 months, you get rewarded for additional 1 year. And there are multiple ways where you can do contributions, like you can do speaking at conferences, providing direct feedback to the Microsoft product group, writing books, creating content on YouTube and other streaming platform, and also solving a lot of people's questions on public forums. My current category is AI. And when I got this award for the first time in 2017, that time my category was Office 65 apps and services, especially SharePoint. I currently work as senior solution architect at Witham. Witham is an advisory tax and accounting firm based in United States, and we have offices in India as well. And I currently focus on intelligent business process automation, where I use a variety of the products and services in Microsoft ecosystem like Microsoft 65, Power Platform, Azure, Azure AI, and bots. And I work at Witham's Washington, D.C. office. And this is the quick information about our company. We have done 100 plus Microsoft Cloud deployments. We have 2 Microsoft MVPs on the staff, and we have 50 plus consultants dedicated to Microsoft ecosystem. And we are providing services in the Microsoft ecosystem from last 17 years. And these are some of the capabilities that we have in the group that I worked at with them. As I mentioned, if you're interested, do check us out on meetup.com for the future free conferences. So regarding today's talk, we'll start with maybe a 30 seconds or 1 minute introduction of Power Automate. Then we will have the same thing regarding Logic Apps. And the bulk of the time we will be spending is talking about the key differences between the Power Automate and Logic Apps. We'll also talk about how to extend Microsoft Flow using Power Automate, also using Logic Apps, best practices, demos, and key takeaways. And Q&A, I'm using 2 screens here. So if you have any questions, feel free to post those questions in the on the YouTube live, and then I will be monitoring the chat window every now and then. So let's talk about Power Automate. So Power Automate is one of the members of Power Platform, and Microsoft Power Platform is a low-code platform that spans across Microsoft 65, Dynamics 65, Azure, and standalone application. And we use Power Automate for automation. The other members of the Power Platform are Power BI, Power Apps, and Power Virtual Agent. And this is their mission statement is or this is their the product the marketing pages. Power Automate is holistic end-to-end intelligent automation platform for all. It provides us automation at scale. It provides us seamless secure integration. It helps us to accelerate productivity, and it helps us to implement intelligent automation. There are more than 300 app connectors available, and you can also build your own connectors as well. Now, what does an app connector means? That means if your data, let's say, is residing in Salesforce, or if your data is residing in AWS, or if your data residing in SharePoint, then you can implement automation using the connectors. That means, let's say, a new records get added in Salesforce, you can have a flow or Power Automate starts, and then you can implement the business logic based after that. And there are a growing list of templates library available. If you are totally new to this product, then I highly recommend you to check the templates library, where you can quickly find out how to get started or how to implement a particular type of automation. Now, what are logic apps? So logic app is a cloud service which is part of Azure that helps you schedule, automate, and orchestrate tasks, business process, and workflows. It's a de facto workflow engine in Microsoft Azure. It's built on serverless principle and containerized runtime. It scales up automatically to meet the demand. It helps us to focus on implementation and not worrying about hosting your automation. Just like Power Automate, there are many connectors available across the cloud and on premises, and everything begins with the trigger. So you may be, and these are some of the commonly known connectors are there. And when it comes to the trigger, we can have timer-based trigger, or we can have event-based trigger as well. Now, if you look at the description of Power Automate and Logic Apps, they sound very similar. In fact, there's not much difference in that. And in the next couple of sections, we'll see why the description of both the services are very similar. So if you talk about Microsoft Cloud, Azure is their public cloud offering. And inside Azure, we have a Logic App, which is the workflow engine in Azure. Now, when Power Automate or Microsoft Flow, it used to call that time, was launched in the first time, Microsoft Flow is built on the top of Logic Apps. And when it got first launched in spring of 2016, pretty much all the features that were available in Power Automate or Microsoft Flow were available in Logic Apps. However, over the course of last 5 years, Power Automate or Microsoft Flow has matured, and it has added its own features as well. So that's why you see now there is some overlap between the key features of Logic Apps and Power Automate. And now each product also has their own features as well. For example, the designer, a lot of actions and triggers are identical in Logic Apps and in Power Automate. And the reason for that is Power Automate is built on the top of Logic App. However, Power Automate has its own unique features that are not available in Logic App. For example, you can create business process flows. We can have cloud flows, desktop flows. And when it comes to the action, we have additional actions like SharePoint approvals. Those things are only available in Power Automate and not available in Logic Apps. Since Power Automate is based on Logic Apps, whenever your Power Automate runs, in the backend, it still uses the Logic App runtime, as you can see here. So now let's dive. Okay, now this is the screenshot of the designer. And on one side, we have the same implementation done using Logic App. On the second side, we have the same implementation done using the Power Automate. And if you look at both the screenshots, they look pretty identical because I have hidden the top banner and the left-hand navigation. And it's very hard to find out which one is which. However, if I remove the top banner and the left-hand navigation, then you will know the screenshot on the left is of Power Automate and the screenshot on the right is of Azure Logic App. So you can see the designer is pretty identical. The steps that we use to implement a certain type of automation is pretty identical. The icons that you see are also pretty much identical there as well. Now let's dive deep into the key differences between these two products or services. So one of the key differences is a Logic App is part of the Azure group and Power Automate is part of the Business Applications group or Dynamics group. Now you may be wondering why I have this point over here. The reason for that is it's important to understand where these two products belong because since Logic Apps are part of Azure group, you'll see a tighter integration between Logic Apps and other Azure services. Same goes with Power Automate. Since Power Automate is part of Dynamics groups or Business Applications group, you will see a tighter integration of Power Automate with other Power Platform products and Dynamics 65. Logic Apps is integrated platform as a service offering. Power Automate is software as a service offering. The licensing is pretty straightforward when it comes to Logic App. Everything is based on the usage or consumption basis. In Power Automate, the licensing is based on or the pricing is based on subscription. The target audience for Logic Apps is IT professionals, and it's more geared to build the enterprise applications. And Power Automate is more geared for the citizen developers or the low code or no code scenarios. However, you can still implement some pro code solutions using Power Automate. You just have to keep in mind the licensing cost for that. So when it comes to Logic Apps, if you go to Logic Apps Designer, only thing you can do is Logic Apps. If you go to Power Automate, we can create cloud flows, we can create business process flows, we can create desktop flows. So this is the key point that you should remember. The maximum runtime duration for Logic App is 90 days. By default, it's still so to get 90 days, you have to work with Microsoft support to increase that duration for your particular subscription. However, the maximum runtime duration for Power Automate is 30 days. Now, what does a runtime duration means is if a Power Automate instance start today, then it should finish in the next 30 days. Otherwise, it will get automatically terminated. Now, you may be wondering why that there is so much emphasis on that. So this runtime durations come into picture if you have any automation that involves any human intervention. For example, if you have any approval in your automation and you are waiting for someone to actually approve something or click a button, and if that person forgets to take action or is no longer available, and if your flow instance or Power Automate instance is running and it's already 30 days, then the instance will automatically get terminated. So keep this duration in mind while implementing the business logic of your automation. The same goes for Logic Apps. The maximum runtime duration can be 90 days. There is a really good application lifecycle management support available. There is a tighter integration with Azure DevOps and for source control testing, and also there is integration with Azure Resource Manager. When it comes to application lifecycle management, the story is not that fully baked when it comes to Power Automate. Yes, you can do application lifecycle management, but you have to do some more work and it is not as seamless as, let's say, tighter integration with Azure DevOps and other features available in Azure. There are PowerShell commandlets available for Logic Apps. The modules that you have to use are called Azure rm.logicapp, and you can find more information about that module going to this particular link. When it comes to the PowerShell modules for Power Automate, we have two modules. One is for the maker or for the developers, and second is for the designers. For the administrators. And you can find more information about these two modules by going to this particular link. So when it comes to the trigger in Logic Apps, we have manual trigger available. Same is available with Power Automate. We have trigger on an event like created, updated, deleted. Same thing is available with Power Automate. We can have both Logic App started on schedule. Same is available with Power Automate. However, there is one additional trigger which is available in Power Automate, which is location-based trigger. That means you can have some certain automation scenarios where your automation triggers based on the location. When it comes to setup and installation, when it comes to Logic Apps, all you need is a modern browser. And when you go into the Logic App Designer using modern browser, you will see two views there. One is the designer view, and second is the code view. In the code view, you can write your automation using JSON as well. And you can also use Visual Studio for the development of Logic Apps. When it comes to Power Automate, you need a modern browser. And if you have the license of Microsoft Teams, appropriate license of Microsoft Teams, then as part of Dataverse for Teams, you can use Microsoft Teams client to create Power Automate. However, it does come with some limitations. So when it comes to the integration with SharePoint, there are no inbuilt SharePoint flows available when it comes to the Logic Apps. However, there are built-in SharePoint flows available. So let's say if you have to create a workflow automation using that is integrated with SharePoint, then you have to go to Logic App Designer, add your trigger over there, and then start implementing your automation. Whereas if you are creating automation for SharePoint using Power Automate, then you can either use modern SharePoint UI. You just have to go to the modern SharePoint UI. From there, go to your respective REST library, and you can start implementing automation there. Or you can also start from Power Automate Designer, just like we can do with Logic Apps. And you can also use Microsoft Teams client as part of the Dataverse for Teams. So how does the modern SharePoint built-in flows looks like? So if you go to any SharePoint list library, excuse me, and if you look at the ribbon, this is the option you will see to start creating your Power Automate. So let's say if your data is in on-premise, because both Logic App and Power Automate is a cloud-based service. Let's say your data is in on-premise SQL Server, on-premise SharePoint server, and you would like to implement automation using these two services, then the concept of on-premise gateway is there. It's just additional installation you have to do, and then you have to do some changes in your network infrastructure so that these two services can talk to your on-premise data. And when you do that, when it comes to Logic Apps, you don't have to pay, like there is a support for on-premise connectors are there, and everything is bundled as part of your consumption model. Whereas if you are trying to use on-premise gateway with Power Automate, you need additional premium license. Now let's talk about the pricing. So when it comes to the Logic App, everything is pay as you go. And it is part of your Azure enterprise subscription. And you can use Azure pricing calculator to quickly find out how much a typical automation scenario will cost you. When it comes to Power Automate, everything is subscription based, and there are multiple ways where you can access Power Automate. One which is very not that known is Power Automate Free, which you can get with your personal Microsoft account. For example, if you have Outlook.com email address, or if you have Live.com email address or Hotmail.com email address, you can get Power Automate for free with some limited feature sets. But it's excellent for personal automation. So I'll highly recommend, if you have not played with Power Automate, try with Power Automate for free. Power Automate also comes bundled with your Microsoft 65 subscription or with your Dynamics 65 subscription. You can also purchase Power Automate Premium per user plan, Premium per flow plan, Premium Power Automate per user plan with attended RPA. Now, why I'm talking about the various options that are available for when it comes to pricing, because some of the actions which are very commonly used, especially by the pro devs, may be a premium action based on your existing license. For example, HTTP action all trigger is a premium action, and it is not included as part of your Power Automate with Microsoft 65 subscription. What we have seen is when it comes to Power Automate, a lot of organizations get access to that either as part of Microsoft 65 subscription or either as part of Dynamics 65 subscription. So if you are getting Power Automate as part of your Microsoft 65 subscription, then HTTP action all trigger is a premium action. That means you cannot use that unless you either elevate to Power Automate Premium per user plan or per flow plan. And we need HTTP action to you to call Microsoft Graph APIs, external APIs, Azure Function, or even calling Azure Logic Apps. Now, let's say you start with an implementation using Power Automate, and you're using Power Automate through Microsoft 365 license, and now you need to call external API, or you need to call Microsoft Graph API, or you need to call, let's say, other Logic App or Azure Function. Then you have two choices. You can either purchase the premium license, or you can also convert your Power Automate or Flow into a Logic App. So if you go to a Flow, there is an option available in the export option where you can export your Flow as a Logic App template. And later on, once you have the template, you go to your Azure portal and then you import that into a Logic App. However, when you do that, any action which is not available in Logic App, you have to delete that, or any action which is not which has a different kind of configuration, you need to reconfigure those actions. So there is some manual work available. However, it's still much better as compared to starting from the scratch, because you can still reuse a lot of the previous business logic that you have implemented in Power Automate into the Logic App. So when it comes to the integration between the Logic Apps and Power Automate, so let's say if I had to call a flow from a Logic App, I can use the HTTP action for that. If I had to call a Logic App from Power Automate, I can use HTTP action for that. And another option I can do is I can just export the flow and deploy that as a Logic App, as we saw in the previous step. Now, Power Virtual Agent is the newest member of the Power Platform family, and we can use Power Virtual Agent to create no-code chatbots. So let's say if you had to integrate, or if you had to call a Logic App from a Power Virtual Agent, then the way you can do that is you had to first call a flow from a Power Virtual Agent, and then that flow will call the Logic App. And if you had to call Power Automate from Power Virtual Agents, we can directly do that from Power Virtual Agent. The reason for this is because both Power Automate and Power Virtual Agent are part of the Power Platform family. So there's a really good integration story available there. So let's say if I had to compare these two products, then when it comes to the licensing, I think Logic Apps are much better because everything is based on consumption. So if you are familiar with how the pricing works in Logic App, then you can quickly find out how much a particular automation will cost you. However, when it comes to Power Automate, depending on how you are getting the Power Automate license, some things may be covered, some things may not be covered. So you have to keep yourself aware of what are some of the limitations and what are some of the features available in your existing license. When it comes to personal automation, Power Automate is really good, and I highly recommend you to try out Power Automate for your personal automation, especially since we can use Power Automate for free. There are a lot of scenarios where Power Automate comes handy, especially let's say if you're going to attend a conference and you don't want to miss the important emails. You can have some kind of automation which is triggered, which is integrated with your mailbox, where let's say an email comes from your manager, or an email comes with a higher importance, then you get some kind of trigger or another notification. That way, you know that someone is waiting for you, and you don't have to keep checking your inbox, because typically we get, depending on your organization, you may be getting like 50 to 100 emails, sometimes more, and you just want to get notified for few selected emails. You can do that using Power Automate. When it comes to the power user, Logic Apps are not that power user friendly. Now, you may be saying this may be a bold statement to make, but the reason I say that is to create the Logic App, you have to go to Azure portal. And if you ask a regular person who's a power user or who's familiar with a low-code development, they may not be that much familiar with the Azure portal or how Azure works, and they may get lost. However, when it comes to the power user friendliness, Power Automate wins hands down. When it's come to developer friendly, and Logic Apps wins here because Logic Apps is a tighter integration with other ALM products available in Azure, like Azure DevOps, Resource Manager, etc. When it comes to integration with third-party systems, both are similar. So overall, both products are good. You just need to know some intrinsic gotchas, like some of the key features or some undocumented features, so you can use a wise decision, like which product to use, depending on a particular scenario. Let's quickly go to a demo where I will show you a quick implementation of an automation scenario using both the Logic app as well as the Flow. So for that, let me bring up the browser here and let me resize this so we can still see the subtitles. All right. So what we have here is we have implemented the automation where a user will submit a request to create a Microsoft team, and the way they will submit a request is they will use a simple SharePoint form to submit that request. And once they submit the request to create a new team, it will go through automation. We're using both Logic Apps as well as Power Automate, and in that automation, it will go through an approval. If the request is approved, then using Microsoft Graph APIs, we will be creating the Microsoft team. So let's call it as Bizz App Summit, and this one is for marketing. And the department here, let's see, since it's for marketing, let's leave the department as marketing, and let's click save here. And the second request I will be submitting, and for that, we will be using the Logic app. So let me quickly go to new. And decide submit, and let's call the purpose as sales, and the department here we will do the sales. Now for this automation, I will be using the Logic app here. This is just additional field I have added, and depending on the value of this field, the Flow or the Logic app will decide whether to go ahead with the implementation or not, or the automation or not. Now I will quickly save here, and as soon as the request is submitted, we are calling this particular flow, which is called SP Teams Request Approval, and let me click edit here. And the implementation is very straightforward. The flow will start whenever a new request gets added in that particular list, SharePoint list. And you can use any other mechanism for the forms. You can use Power App, or you can even use Office 365 form as well. And so this is the trigger when a new item is created, and then we are initializing bunch of variables. Those who are familiar with how to call Microsoft Graph APIs, you may be remembering that we need to register our app in Azure Active Directory first, assign proper permission, and then use that app ID, directory ID, and client secret to make the call to the Graph API. Those of you who are not familiar with that, don't worry, it's just the additional steps we have to do. So the first thing we have to do is we are checking the scenario, whether we would like to use Microsoft Flow for the automation or not. In this case, yes. Then we are starting with out of the box the Power Automate approval. So once the request gets approved, then we are using the Graph API to call the Graph API to create a new team. And once the teams get created, then we are just updating the item with a request with the status. And the same implementation we have done using the Logic app. So let me bring the Logic app window here. And let me resize this so we can still see the subtitles at the bottom. All right. And all right. So again, the implementation is very similar. The logic app starts when a new item gets created in the SharePoint list. Then we go through the bunch of initializing the variables. Then we check the condition. If for the automation scenario, if you are use logic apps, then let's go ahead with that. And then if the for the approval here we are using email based approval, which is different as compared to the approval we have in Power Automate. The approval in we have in Power Automate, you have two options to approve. You can either use the email to approve the request, or you can go to the flow approvals center, and from there you can take the action on that. And once the request is approved, then we are using the same thing, same logic. We are using the HTTP action to call the Graph API, Microsoft Graph API, to provision a new Microsoft team. Now, one thing you will notice, so if I go back to the flow, and if I click on add an action, and if I search for HTTP, you will notice the HTTP action is a premium action, and the way you can see is it has this premium flag in front of it. Now, if I go back to my logic app, and if I try to uh, add, let's say, the same action in logic app, and if I search for the HTTP, and once the response comes, if I select the HTTP here, you will see the premium action icon is not available here, is missing from here. The reason is the pricing for Logic App is very straightforward. Everything is based on consumption, whereas Power Automate, everything is subscription based, and some action may not be included in your current subscription. Okay, let's see. So we have 12 minutes left. Let me see if there are any questions here. Okay, so far there are none. So what we'll do is we will go ahead with the approval. So for the approvals, let's see if there is an email in my mailbox, because we submitted two requests. One is for the marketing team, second is for the sales team. Now let's say if we got emails, we should have got two emails for approval, one from the Logic app and one from the Microsoft Flow. All right, looks like this one is from the flow because it is coming from the flow. So let's open this first. Since it's coming from flow, I can use two options to approve. I can use the email-based approval. I can just go to my inbox just like we're doing right now, or I can also go to the flow approval center and take action on this particular approval request. So in this case, I will be just using my mailbox to take the action here. So once this loads, I will approve the request. Wow, it's taking more time than usual. Let me see. If the turning off of camera will help. So let me stop my camera. All right, and let me refresh this. If not, then we will come back to this later. All right, it's coming back. All right, if it doesn't come back in, let's say, next 30 seconds, then we'll go back to our slides because there are a few slides I would like to cover. All right, maybe later. So let's go back to the slides. All right. So we saw the demo of that. And here I would like to talk about the best practices. There are a lot of best practices, and we may need like entire session just to talk about best practices. But here I'm listing like top two, like very basic or simple to implement best practices, which anyone can implement, irrespective of whether you really have like expertise in Power Automate or not. So one of them is you should have a proper naming convention for the flows, and use the naming convention that works best for you and your organization. The reason for that is all the flows that you create in your organization, they will be stored per environment. And when you are storing per environment, depending on how many you have created, maybe 100, 200, it's very difficult to find out which one is which unless you don't have a proper naming convention. So some of the examples you can use when it comes to naming convention is you can start with the name of the connector. And let's say if it's for a SharePoint, then the name of the site, list and library, and what the purpose is. But you can come up with your own convention, but just make sure you stick to that. Name the actions. So inside the flow, when you are implementing the business logic, whenever you add action, make sure you name them so that you know like what exactly you're trying to do. And it also helps improve the readability of your flow and maintainability of your flow as well. Add the owners. If you are using a flow for as part of your work and it's not for your personal automation, make sure you add at least one other user as an owner, because that way you are distributing the responsibilities as an owner to multiple team members. Add comments, which is true for any programming language or any other tool that you use. Simplify appropriate condition for trigger. You would like to avoid infinite loop here. And also, if possible, break down your automation into multiple flows, because remember, we have that 30-day strict runtime duration limit. And this is true for any kind of product you use for automation. Always have a flowchart handy, whether you use Logic App, Power Automate, or any other automation tool, because the flowchart will help you a lot, especially in the maintenance and in troubleshooting in future. And Microsoft Visio is a recommended product, but it's a licensed product. You can also use pen and paper. You can also use a whiteboard, draw the logic there, and then take a picture and store that somewhere. Logic App best practices are pretty similar, so I'm not going to cover those. So in case you are anxious to try out certain things using Power Automate, and let's say if you don't have access to Power Automate, or you would like to try out some settings for Power Automate which required advanced access, like tenant admin level access, and you don't have that, there is a really good program available from Microsoft called Microsoft 365 Developer Program, where even though it says a developer program, everyone can take advantage of this. So go to this particular link, sign up for Microsoft 365 Developer Program. Once you sign up, you get personal Microsoft 365 subscription with E5 licenses for free. And right now it comes with 25 users and the validity is 90 days. And it's really good for personal training and development. And after 90 days, if you are still using this tenant for personal training and development, Microsoft will graciously increase your trial period for additional 90 days. And they will keep on doing it as long as this program is active and you are using this tenant for personal training and development. So this tenant comes with Power Automate, Power Apps, Microsoft Teams, SharePoint Online, Exchange Online, and also you will be a tenant admin. That means you can access all the features that an admin will have access to. So since it has E5 license, it covers everything except the telephony in Microsoft 365. You can also sign up for the trial as well. If you would like to get your hands dirty in Logic Apps, for that you need Azure subscription. There are multiple ways to get your personal Azure subscription. One of the recommended ways is to get through MSDN, where depending on the type of your MSDN subscription, you get certain credits for free without using a credit card. Another way is to sign up for the trial. Depending on your country, your limit, the credit you get will be different. However, you do need to use a credit card when you sign up for the trial. There is a really good program available for students where you don't need a credit card. All you need is a valid educational account. And depending on your country, you get a free credits. And you can find more information about Azure for Students by going to this particular link. So hopefully the contents we covered today made you familiar with the key differences between Power Automate and Logic Apps. And if you don't have access to Microsoft 365 for personal training and development, definitely check out this Microsoft 365 developer program. So these are the things we covered today. We talk about Power Automate, Logic Apps versus Power Automate, best practices, key takeaways, and demos. And these are the important links that you may want to bookmark. So all the information or all the sessions are recorded and will be available for viewing later on the YouTube. And this is the link for the BizApp Summits page here. So definitely want to go there and hit subscribe there. And with that, it comes to an end. These are my contact details. If you have any follow-up questions, feel free to email me. I'm also available on LinkedIn and Twitter. So with that, thank you very much for coming. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you, Prashant. It was really a good, nice session, and to help people understand what's the difference between Logic Apps and Power Automate, because sometimes people says, should I go there? Should I use the consumption usage for the
Right.
instead of a subscription? Because sometimes, and I think that Logic Apps also has some kind of code execution, right?
Right.
That is
Yes.
in that part is kind of better than Power
Right.
Automate, depending on what you need to do. Exactly, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, one trick that I've learned when I was seeing your slides about the developer tenant is that in fact once that you have your developer tenant for Microsoft 365, in that tenant you can also apply for a developer tenant of Power Platform. Then you will have you can use that to test, for example, the HTTP connector using that is premium, because you will be having a developer account of Power Platform inside your developer tenant in Microsoft
Right.
365. So you can have a even better sort of speak tenant for you to test or to have some testing before going into production.
Right.
But it was a really nice session, Prashant.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks for having me.
letting us know.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thanks for giving me the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. I hope to see you next year. Okay.
All right. Hopefully in
Bye-bye.
person. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you, Prashant.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hello, welcome to the Bizz Summit again. With me is Jose Siverio here. He's going to give us a pre-recorded session for us. Feel free to introduce yourself, Jose.
Okay, so good morning, all. Olá a todos. Como soy portugués, puedo hablar un poquito de portuñol. Um, of course, that my session will be in English because I can just give these small words in Spanish.
Great,
But
great.
For all the Spanish persons that are listening my session, feel free to raise the questions in Spanish or English because I can read, I can understand, and after I
Perfect.
am sorry, but I will reply in English.
Okay, perfect.
So I hope that you have a great time. Thank you for the organization for having me and for the sponsors. Without them, this is not possible.
Thank you. Perfect. I will start your video right now. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
everyone, enjoy.
Olá. José Miguel Azevedo. Estoy muy contente por estar aquí para hablar un poquito de Power Automate con Business Central. Como vosotros pueden ver, mi español no es bueno. Só unas pocas palabras. Agora vou cambiar para inglês. Hello everyone, my name is José Miguel Azevedo. I am very excited, very happy to be here as a speaker on this Business Summit event, and I will speak a little about Business Central, that is my core skill, but also with something that we can use that is the connection with the Power Automate. So this session will be to explain how this connection can work, and I am very happy to be here. So as I explained, the name of my session is how to sync master data using Power Automate connected with the ERP Business Central. And all my presentation, all the tips and tricks that I will explain is without code, or better to say low code. Moving to the next slide. So the first word is for the sponsors that you can see on the screen. Without them, this event is not possible at all. So thank you all to be a sponsor on this event and to contribute with a lot of different things to make this happen. A second word for the organization, to inviting and to be able to myself to be a speaker and to organize this year after year with different things every year. So I'm happy to see that this year we have a track in English, and that's why I am happy to have this presentation. And a third word for all the community. So this is my first time to speak with a Spanish event. I already speak on Directions EMEA, a European one, very connected with Business Central. Also in some in US and others in Europe, but never in Spain. And I am very happy to speak to our how we say our friends, our Portuguese friends, to the Spanish market and for all the other people that is listening. So just to talk a few minutes about who I am and my background and my experience. So as you can see now, I am working in KPMG in UK. I start my career in Portugal, all the time in the partner side, working not only with Microsoft. I start with different ERPs, so I already work with Oracle, Sage, and after I jump to Microsoft and stay there. Um, Besides this work, I already teach some lessons in university. And as I said, even if I start my career in Portugal 3 years ago, I decided to move to a different market and I moved to London. During these years, I play different roles, always in consulting. So I start as business consulting, and after I jump to project manager, engagement leader, and later on more to this side of the partner business that is more product manager and solution architect. That is my actual role. So inside KPMG, I work on the Microsoft Business Solutions unit, implementing Business Central and the Power Platform. Um, during this period of time that I work with Microsoft Stack, and a lot of time because of the customers, I have strong skills on fashion, food, and pharmaceutical, also on manufacturing. So as you might know, in Portugal, we have a lot of manufacturing in the north. So I am from Porto, and I help a lot of customers on the manufacturing area and also on services. So besides the professional, I am a food, wine, and gin lover. I really like to drink and eat, and I consider myself as a sport person. So I play volleyball. I competition when I was teen, and after when I become older, I just run and walk big walks. By the way, I am a huge fan of Caminho to Santiago. I already made 8 ways, and I really like to run and walk. So on the left, you can see my contacts, so my personal email, my LinkedIn, and a blog that I run. So the idea of this blog is all the time to share tips and tricks and tips about everything with Power Platform and Business Central, but everything with low code or no code. On the left, as you can see, I am following my path with the certifications. So you might know that the Business Central certification was not available several years, and because of that, I dedicate my time to learn the attached solutions to Business Central, like Azure, like Power Platform. So I am following my way on that way. So, in terms of the agenda, I really think that the Business Central is a good product from Microsoft, has a strong and loyal community to it. But I also think that the product is very different than it was some years ago. So I will give my personal perspective about the product itself, and after I will jump to the main topic of this that is very connected with the first one, that is to explain what is this challenge that we need to sync master data. I will explain the most common approach to this challenge, and after my propose, and I have a step by step and my feedback about it, and of course that at the end I will have some time for questions and answers. So, starting with my personal perspective, and it was intentional to leave the word personal, because even if I work with KPMG, this is really personal. So, all the persons that are involved with Business Central knows that the first version was named Navision. It was an independent company that Microsoft just bought, I think, 15, 17 years ago. And after that, the product changed a lot. And here we can see a lot of different logos. That is the evolution of the product. And on the back of the different logos, we have a new product every year at the beginning, sometimes every 2 years. But now with the cloud version, we have a new version, a new wave every 6 months. But what I really want to mention as my personal perspective is a lot of the partners are very connected still with the old versions of NAV and Business Central. And Microsoft now has a different vision for the product. So my personal perspective is all the partners should look for Business Central on a different way. And the way that I really like to see Business Central today is this picture that you can see on the screen that is from Microsoft, that Business Central is more one product of this business application stack. So as you can see on the left top, we have the Dynamics 365, and under this we have the Business Central for small medium companies. We have also F&O, and we have also CE. And in my perspective, we should look for Business Central this way, not anymore as an independent product that can run on the cloud or on-prem that has different options, but it's a part of a big thing like we can see on the screen. Business Central today is very connected with the Power BI, Power Apps using the Dataverse, also with Office, with Azure, and under this also with AI and all the things that we can see on the screen. And because of this give personally and to the company that I represent another idea to look for this challenge that is to sync master data. And that's why I think that my personal perspective is very connected with this challenge. So moving to the next slide and starting really with the challenge itself, it is very, very common that the groups of companies that select Business Central as the main solution to support their operations to have a group of companies a lot of times. And sometimes the group of companies are on the same country, sometimes not, multi-country. And the first thing that we can say is looking for the Business Central standard without any extension or customization like we said on the old days. The solution is multi-company and it is multi-localization. That means that we can have more than one fiscal company, and we can have, for example, the US localization and the UK and the Spanish and a lot of them. And it is common to say that on the core, we have the right solution to support the sync of master data. But the reality is something different. So in practice, if we are looking for customers with these requirements, a group of companies, it's common to listen to say, I want to see the same chart of accounts on the different companies. I want to have the same items, the same customers, the same vendors, the same posting groups. So there are a lot of tables that after we set up a master company, we want to replicate to the other companies. And this requirement a lot of times is critical to guarantee that is consistent, to guarantee that when we analyze with Power BI, we are looking for the same values. And at the end, also important to guarantee that the users are not double entry the same information on different companies. And this is the challenge, is very common. And even if Business Central is a lot of times mapped to small medium companies, that does not mean that these small medium companies does not have multi companies. So this requirement is very common. And on the next slide, the three options that I think that a lot of times the partners try to use for this challenge. So the first one is to create a customization, an extension like it is called today, that will enable this automation. So something like every time that someone creates a GL account, this GL account is replicated to the other companies. And this option is very common because the market and the partners has a lot of time technical resources available, billable, and this seems to be the right approach. Very comfortable, very attractive, because this is the way that we are playing on the last years. As a second option is I don't want to invent the wheel. Even if the standard product does not have a solution for this, I am sure that someone already created. And if we look for the market, for the partner source marketplace, there are some ISV solution with this functionality. A lot of times the name is under this umbrella intercompany, and inside there is good solutions that enables to sync the master data. And this is a good option, but of course that for a partner needs to have some know-how about an USV, to build a relationship with a third-party company, and to have the right skills to use this option. But it's also an option. And the third one that a lot of partners does not know, there is a small property that the name is data per company that by default is yes on all the tables. That means that if we have three companies on the same database, per default this value is no, is yes, and that means that the same table, company by company, can have different values. If we change this property of this company to no, that means that there is a unique table for all the companies, and in this case, it is no need to sync the data between the different companies, because every time that we look, we are looking for the same table. But this third option has some caveats that are important to look, and I try to be clear here. So this option is only available on Business Central on-prem. So if the customer selects Business Central SaaS, this option is not available. And if we select on-prem, in medium term, I believe that everything will move to the cloud. So this is not medium term proof. And the other one is if we are trying to have this option on different database, this third option only makes sense if we are looking for the same database. So this can be an option, but with some limitations. If we are talking to a small company that has a group of companies and all of them are on the same database, this third option can be a solution. On the next slide, I want to challenge your way of thinking. And if I start my presentation saying the way that I look for Business Central today is to look for the Microsoft stack, that is this picture, what I propose to do with you is looking for these different types of solution and what we can use to match with this challenge. And in my opinion, the Power Automate, that it was called Power Flow, can be an option. So I still think that this way of looking for the solution from Microsoft makes sense, and let's see what we can make together using the Power Automate for this requirement. So I will now jump to the step by step to have this solution, but at the end, I will summarize with the pros and cons of this solution. So my proposal is now I will show to you directly on the system. But before we start, for the ones that are really starting, uh, my first proposal is please open Business Central on the source company and create immediately a new tab with the Destiny company. So if we are trying to play with this new solution, the best option is to have the source company and the Destiny company, and at the same time a third tab that is the Power Automate solution. So this is the starting point. This is the way that you need to make to start. So now I will jump precisely to this approach, and as you can see here, I am on the first tab on a Business Central tenant, and the company is this one, a US one. I have a second tab that is the same tenant but a different company, and a third tab that is the Power Automate. So my proposal is when you are trying to play the first time, start with this approach. Before starting, I will show you the example for the customers. As you can see on the source company, we have 5 customers. On the second one, we just have none customers. So the solution that I will explain to you is based on the Power Automate, as I said, and now because of the time, I already have a test flow to show you, so I will not create since the real start, but I will explain the step by step. So as you can see here, we have a lot of flows, but also important, we have the connectors. So I will start with the connectors. So on Power Automate, we can connect almost with everything, a lot of things. So here we want to connect to Business Central. And if I search, you can see that the standard Power Automate already have a solution that allows to connect to Business Central. So that means that we can look for the source company to the Destiny company, and we can create the automation itself. This is the starting point. So when we click here, we can see that we have a connection, and after we can decide to use a template. As you can see, there are some templates that we can use. But the first step is to have the connection. The second one is to create really the flow itself. So here, as you can see, I have some flows. Most of them are off, because if they are on the background all the time trying to be used, and does not make sense. So all of them are off. As you can see, they are gray, but the first one is this one. So when on the Cronus company a new customer is created, in BC on the Microsoft Business Solution, it will create the same customer. So the first thing about the Power Automate is the name of the flow is very important to guarantee that we know that what we are creating with that flow. as you can see with all this list of different flows, the name is critical. So I will edit this one. And this is so simple, like having 3 instructions. So I will show the first one. And the first one is when a new record is created on this environment, on the Cronus company, and the customers table. So every time that someone creates a new customer, after we have this option get record to guarantee that when this customer is created, we get all the fields from this customer. And this is an internal instruction that is important to guarantee that the update of the new company is there. And finally, as an output of this, because I don't have criteria, I don't have ifs or something, the output is when this happens, please create a new record on the production, on my company, on the customers. And you can see that we have field by field here from the customer table. And you can see that I am connecting the same field with the same field, display name, type, type. And if for some reason on one of them I want to include a fixed value, I can write here manually. And that means that on the Destiny company, this fixed value will be there. So this is very straightforward. So 3 steps, and the final step is just to save. When we save, all the time I propose that we click on test. And this is an internal test that is done. And we can see for some reason we miss, there is a connection that is not working. This final step is very important to guarantee that all the things are working. And when this test is done on the background, I will jump to the source company and I will create here a new customer. So as you can see, this is Business Central, a new customer. It is set up that the new customers are with an automatic number. So this is the next number. And I will include here new customer for Bizz Summit Spain. And this is the information that I create. As you can see, I have more more fields, but I won't spend time to create more fields. So I create a number, a name, and a first address. So the test has check marks, so everything seems to be good. And now if I go to the same flow, to the previous screen, I can see that the test is here, so everything seems to be working. So I create a new customer here. If I go here to the customer, here it is. So if I open the customer, we can see here. So the address is not part of the flow that I create, the address to the address, so it's blank. But as you can see, the customer is here and it was created today. So that means for the user experience, someone that is the responsible to create on the master company, and on the background we have the Power Automate transposing these new records to the other companies. So Coming here, this flow is working. We can see here the tracking of everything that work. If for some reason it's not work, and if you have this approach of having these, you can at the end to export these and to replicate to another customer, to another environment, to another solution. So this is straightforward. I just select the customer entity to show, but this can be also applied to items, to vendors, to different tables. So coming back to the PowerPoint. So I just leave here on the slide some step by step about the actions that I made. And I believe that after on this session, the persons that want to have a look will want to create the step by step. And because of that, this slide deck has the step by step, everything explained. I will not go into the detail. And as I said, the last step is to save the flow, to test, and to verify the history. So the solution is there. We as a partner can start to use it, but my experience, my personal experience using is not everything very green or very positive. There are something that you need to consider if you think that this can be a solution. So the first one is, even if you are a Business Central partner, in my perspective, you should start to look for the business apps stack more and more, because the solution is there. We can not only use on the pitch to beat the competition, but we can also use to add value to our customer. A very nice thing is, as you might know, the Power Automate is completely SaaS. You don't need to install. But to be honest with you, the connection between the Power Automate and Business Central is not all the times completely stable. So you saw that this customer flow is working very nicely at the moment, but there are some moments that without reason the flow is not working. When I start to work with this solution 2 years ago, we don't have explanation to something like this, and is more and more stable, but at the end is not, in my opinion, completely stable. It is very common to ask what is the difference between our Power Automate and a Logic app. And this is the words from Microsoft. Is Power Automate on the background is like a Logic app, and we can say that the Power Automate is a Logic app more user friendly. So why not to start with Power Automate to have these small flows working, and after have a look to the Logic apps. The next one is very important to consider, that the Business Central connection, as you might saw when I created the connection, is still in preview. That means that if we plan to go live with a customer, we should inform the customer that is still in preview, though. So you know that in these conditions, if there is an error or something, Microsoft does not provide a solution immediately to this. So you need to consider. I believe that should be very, very short term to be not more anymore in preview, but this is the update today. If you are using Business Central on-prem and not on SaaS, there is a setup of the connection with some more steps. And on my blog, I already create on this link a step-by-step for the on-prem, and I invite you all to visit, and as the additional steps for the on-prem. I still think that this solution is very cost-effective, and the footprint in Business Central is minor because we are not extending nothing. That means that in terms of future upgrades or in terms of updates of the new version of Business Central, is a very nice solution. The next two are very important, is two knots, and I strongly believe that this solution should be used on master data, but not with high scales master data sinks. So if we are talking about thousands of records at the same time with a lot of companies, this is not the right solution. If it is your case, we should look for another option. But if it is situations like every time there is a new item, a new customer, sometimes this can be a nice one. And at the same time, a second note that is, I don't recommend this solution for transactions. So I know that a lot of times a purchase invoice is a sales invoice and the opposite, but this is not for transactions. For that, we have models like intercompany, and this solution does not make sense to apply without the master data. Finally, I still think that the only way is to play and to try, and that's why I propose that you should try to automate yourself. So I just give the idea. I just propose the customer sync with the same database, but can be different database, can be different tables, and I think that you should try. The good news is if you start to try, after some minutes, some hours maximum, you have an output, a good output or a bad output. So the investment in terms of learning is not huge. And of course, that during these times, I hope that all of you stay safe, even if the situation is looking better for the short term and for the future. So I finish the main topic of this presentation. I repeat again my contacts that I have at the beginning. So my personal blog, my LinkedIn, my personal email, and of course that now I am happy to try to respond your questions. So if you want to raise your questions in English or Spanish, I am sure that I can understand on both. Please don't ask me to respond to the Spanish ones in Spanish, but I will try my best to understand both of them and try to reply. And thank you for your time to attending this session. And again, a special word for the organization and the sponsors for having me on this great event. Thank you, and let's start with the.
Thank you, Jose. It was really nice to see all the knowledge and all the experience that you showed today for this synchronization in between all the companies in Business Central. It was really great because you can also see how it's done, and thanks for sharing also your blog to see all this information.
Yeah, it was great to be here. I just realized that I played the stop of the recordings before my final word. I don't know if we have some questions. I was looking for the YouTube channel, and I think that we don't have.
No, not yet. Think about the time time differences in the time zones. People are start to waking up. The people that speak in English, so that might be the reason. But it was really interesting, and the good thing is that this is going to be recorded, and we're also going to have this in our YouTube channel. So this will be great. Okay.
Okay.
So
okay.
Thank you very much, Jose. I hope to see you next year.
Yes, let's see. Hopefully in person.
Yes,
I am very happy. I am very happy to travel to Spain.
Yeah, that would be really great.
and whatever the city that you select, I am happy to travel.
Perfect. Thank you, and hope to see you soon. Bye
Okay, thank you.
bye. Hi, how are you? You can unmute, please? Let me see if I can do it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was on mute.
No, it's okay. Nice to thanks for being here. Nice to have you. The first Power BI session for today.
Okay.
or at least on my track.
That's great. That's great. I didn't know this is the first Power BI track, but yeah, hopefully it helps everyone, whoever is
Yeah,
watching
yeah,
it.
I'm sure. I'm sure it will do because everyone wants to learn Power BI, everything from DAX for whatever. But that's going to be great.
Yeah,
Okay,
hopefully. Okay.
so the floor is yours. I'm going to start streaming your session. Okay, okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so welcome everyone today for my session on data analysis using Power BI for beginners. So before we start the session, I'll just like to give a quick introduction about me. So my name is Pragati Jain and I'm Microsoft Data Platform MVP. I'm also one of the super user at Microsoft Power BI community. I've got nearly 10 plus years of industry experience. During my initial years, I worked as a database developer, but now from last few years, I'm into data analytics. And I'm currently working as a senior data analyst at Trustpilot. One fun fact about me is I'm a painter and I just proudly like to call myself as a techie artist. And I have included all of my social links here. I've got my own blog, datavibe.co.uk. If any of you is interested in, knowing the beginner level things around Power BI, please do visit my blog. I'm hoping you'll find it helpful. Then I've got few of my LinkedIn, Twitter, my Power BI community and Instagram handles here. Now, before we start the session, I just want to show you the agenda, what I've created here today. So this is a beginner level Power BI session. So we'll be touching the beginner level things in Power BI desktop tool. And we'll start with seeing the basics, like what kind of visual charts we have in Power BI, what kind of, different areas we have in Power BI to work with. Then we'll go to analyzing a sample data, which will be a travel insurance data. It will be a simple file we'll be importing to Power BI and we'll, start analyzing it and we'll come up with the top 5 key insights. Then in the end, I'll also demonstrate a full report, which I created using this data set because as we have time constraint in this session, so I won't be able to show you everything. So in the end, I'll just show you the final report, which I created just to show you, what kind of interactive ways you can create your report and how good it can be from user point of view. Then in the end, if there are any questions, then I'll take off these questions. Okay, so let's start with Power BI. So one thing before I start with this is so Power BI has got 2 different environments. One is called Power BI Desktop Tool, which is free to use. You can download it directly and just start working on it. Okay, and it is generally a developer tool where developers can create reports. Then the second environment is a cloud environment, which is known as Power BI Service. So once you create your reports or finish developing your reports in Power BI Desktop tool, you just publish these reports in Power BI Service from where, different users or stakeholders or your customers can access those reports in a better way. But as this is a beginner session and this session is more around developing and showing few things how you create visuals in Power BI, so we'll be looking at Power BI Desktop tool today. So I have already got this Power BI Desktop installed on my machine. I've just opened it. So once you open Power BI Desktop, this is what you see. So I'll just close this window and yeah. And yeah, so this is basically a Power BI blank canvas when you open it. Now, before we do anything in Power BI, what I'll do is I'll just, quickly import the data which we'll work with today in this session. The reason why I want to import data is the first thing is it will be easier for me to show you things when I have some data in Power BI. Otherwise, there's no point in showing you, different things we can do in Power BI. So first thing we'll do is we'll just import the data set. Now, this is Power BI. This is the top ribbon where you have got different options in this tool. Now, to import the data set, what you need to do is there's something called Get Data. When you click on it, Power BI shows you different data set connectors that is available in this tool. So I'll just point few important ones which are mostly used in the industry. So for example, Excel file, you can import an Excel file, you can import a text or CSV file, you can bring in files from your SharePoint area, you can connect directly to SQL Server database. You can connect to MySQL database, PostgreSQL database. Then on the left, if you click on Azure, you have got multiple connectors which can, which you can bring data from different environments from Azure. But as this is a basic session, I'll pick up the easiest data source today, so that we just don't get into details or complexities of the data source connections. We just bring in a simplest data source here. So I have just taken a text file. So I'll click on text file. I'll click on connect. Once I click on connect, Power BI asks me to browse through the path where my file is. Okay, so I just browse through my path, and this is the data set I want to bring in. I click on it. I click open. Once I click open, Power BI is trying to bring that data set and load it for us. So once you do that, a new window appears. And what it does is it shows you the top 200 rows from the data set that you have loaded. So if you see, Power BI kind of gives you a preview of your data set, like what columns you have in the file, what kind of values they have got. So it's like good thing to know when you're trying to load the data set, and it just gives you a confidence in like you're loading the right data set, right? So here we can see like these are all the columns in this file, and this is all the data, top 200 rows we can see. Now what we'll do is we'll just click load. Once you click load, Power BI is now bringing in that whole file or importing it to this environment, okay? So once that is done, there's something called fields pane on the right. Now, once Power BI finishes importing your data, that file is imported here. Once you expand it, you see all the columns that are in that file. So that's how you load a simple file in Power BI. Now, let's load another file, because I want to show you a few tips and tricks around, cleaning the columns in Power BI. So what I'll do, I'll just go again on get data. Now my second file is an Excel file. So I'll click on Excel. Then I just go to the file, choose it. I click open. Once I click open, Power BI comes up with a new window. Now, if any one of you, I think most of the users have worked and have got experience working with Excel. So we know our Excel file works on the principle of having multiple sheets in it. So when you point Power BI to an Excel file, then it will show you all the sheets that Excel file has got. Now, in my case, I've just got one sheet. So Power BI is just showing me that sheet. Now, suppose if you have got multiple sheets, then Power BI shows you all those sheets. Then you can click on the relevant sheet you want to bring into Power BI. So in my case, I've just got one. So I click on that. Again, Power BI shows me a preview of the data that's in the file. I load it. Now, once I load it, Power BI is importing that data. And again, on the fields pane, we see that plain accidents data is loaded. And if you click on it, just expand it, you'll see all the columns. Now here we can see like Power BI has by mistake read some columns. So I'll show you in next step how you handle these things in Power BI. Now, as part of best practice, whenever you import data in Power BI, I would suggest to just go and have a high level view of your data, like whether the data what was in your original data source is loaded correctly in Power BI or not. So to have a high level view, Power BI gives us a feature or a new environment where we can explore data in that way. Okay, so on the top ribbon, if you see this transform data, when you click on it and choose transform data, Power BI opens a new window. Now, this new window is known as Power Query Editor. Again, I would say those who have got experience in working with Excel, then Power Query Editor is very similar term to them, because Excel has same thing what this is here. So Power BI has taken same thing what Excel has as Power Query Editor and brought it here in Power BI. So this Power Query Editor gives us few functionalities or few ways of transforming data and playing around with data at a certain level. If you want to change things, add columns, modify data types, replace values, or remove some columns, so those kind of things. Now, to start with, what I'll do is I'll just close these left and right panes. I'll bring them back in some time. Now, once from my point of view, when I see the data, I try to see a few high-level things in data. I'll show you what. So on this top ribbon, there's something called view. When you click on view, and if you click on column quality. Now, once you click on column quality, Power BI comes up with 3 different metrics, again, individual column in this data. Now, if you see, there are 3 metrics. One is valid, second is error, third is empty. Now, what valid means? Now, valid in this case tells us whether the values in this columns are valid from Power BI's point of view. Error if Power BI has identified any error within these column values. Empty if there are any empty values in this column. Now, the column which we are seeing right now is an agency column, and it has got everything on point, 100% valid, no error, no empty values. Now, let's see one of the columns which has got few things in there. Like, for example, if I go to gender column, now, if you see these three similar metrics against gender column, you see like it has just got 11% valid values. Error is 0%, but there are 89% empty values. Now, again, when you have empty values in your data, it's always good to handle those empty values in some way, because if you're not handling these empty values, then sometimes what happens is when you try to analyze your data, it may lead you to some wrong conclusions. So just to avoid those, it's always good to handle those empty values. Now, as part of good practice, what I generally do is I tend to replace these empty values with a certain value. So I know, okay, this is kind of the category which was empty, but now I can see it as a categorical value. So in this column, we can see gender column has got two values. M is for male, obviously it's gender column. F is for female, and the third one is empty. So what we'll do is we'll try to replace this empty with some value. So to replace empty values in Power BI, what you can do is just select your column, right click on it, and there's an option called replace values. Select that option. Once you select that, you get a new window here. Now, this window asks you two inputs. First is the value which you want to find in your column to replace, and the second value is what new value you want to replace it with. So value to find in our case is empty, so we can leave it empty and replace with, let's say, you. Now, why I chose you? The reason is I want my third value to be in same way the other two values are in this column. So for example, M is for male, F is for female. So I want to replace empty with you, which is unknown. But you have full flexibility to replace it with any value, whatever you want, like NA, not available, not applicable, not found. So you can replace it with any values. But for this part of exercise, we'll replace it with you. So once I put my value there, I just click OK. Once I click OK, and you see the gender column, you see that now the empty values are replaced by you. And you see like the metrics are completely changed. Now it has got, Power BI shows it's 100% valid, and it has got no error and no empty. So that's how you can handle empty values in Power BI. Okay. Now the second thing what I would see in Power BI is column distribution. Now, what column distribution tells us? It tells us a high level of distribution of a column. So for example, let's take up destination column. Now, what this distribution, now this is the distribution, okay? This was the previous metric, which is column quality. Let me remove it just to make clear. So this is column distribution. Now for this column, Power BI tells me there are 65 distinct values and 16 unique values. Now, in a normal English language, distinct and unique, they mean same to me. Like, right, I can use them in same way when I speak in English. But for a data person, distinct and unique, they hold different meaning. So for example, in this column, this destination column has got 65 distinct values. Now, what this means is, in my destination column, there are 65 distinct country values. Okay, you can see these are the country names. So this column has got 65 distinct country names in it. Now 16 unique means is, in destination column, I've got 16 country names which occur only once. So that's the difference between distinct and unique when you look from a data point of view. So that's like a good way of just seeing your data. Okay, like these many distinct values are there, these many unique values are there. Now let me bring back these things. And now the other things, what is good to see is like to see the data types of your column. So for example, agency type, distribution channel, product name, claims, yes or no, these kind of things, these need to be text values. So Power BI has shown them as text. Now you can see this ABC icon, which denotes that this column is of text data type. Now, for example, my net sales, my commission value, these needs to be, decimal or numeric. So Power BI has taken them as decimal. So let's take them as decimal for now. Then there are certain columns, like for example, age of the customer. Now, obviously, age of the customer needs to be a whole number and it needs to be a numeric value. So Power BI has detected it as a numeric value. So more or less, our data types looks okay in this data set. Now let's go to the second data set quickly, plain accidents, which we loaded. Now in this data set, we saw like there were few columns which were misread by Power BI and imported wrongly here. Now the reason is in my Excel file, what I had in one of the column area, I just put the URL link, which is basically the reference link from where this data set is taken. So Power BI has basically taken it as a column name and read it as a new column. Now, in actual case, only these two columns are the valid part of this data set, not these 4 columns. So I want to basically remove these columns. So there are 2 ways you can remove columns. So one way is you can just click on your column, right click and remove. If you click remove, on the right, these are the applied steps. So these applied steps here in Power Query Editor tells you what all steps or changes you have done to a data set. Okay. Now suppose I just don't want to remove the column. If I remove the step, my column comes back. Now what I want to do is I want to remove all these 4 columns. So rather than removing one by one, I'll remove them in one go. Now, if you're using a normal Windows machine, what you can do is just use your control key, select all the 4 columns, right click and remove columns. So there you go. In one step, we have removed multiple columns. Okay. So that's one way of doing it. The other way could be, I'll just remove this remove column step here so I can show you the other way. Now I know just that I just want these 2 columns in the data set. I want to remove rest of them. So what I'll do is I'll just click on the columns that I want in the table or in my data set, right click on them and choose remove other columns. So if I select remove other columns, it will remove the extra columns which I don't want. And then you get a new step here. So that's how you can do few things of removing columns if you don't need them in Power Query Editor. Now, the other things what you can do in Power Query is, for example, like we've seen, you can replace values, we can merge queries, append queries. We have got a different section for AI insights here. So Azure Machine Learning is more around, you can bring in your Azure Machine Learning Studio's predictive model to Power BI and try to generate some insights here, and further you can visualize those insights. Then we have got a different area for text analytics. So we have got some text analytics API which you can bring into Power BI and run some text analysis on your data set. Then if you go to transform, so under transform you can do multiple things. You can transpose your data, you can group by your data by a column, you can replace values, which we have already seen, you can pivot or unpivot your data, you can split a column by different options that are given here. You can even run R or Python scripts here. Okay. Then on the third section, which is add column, you can add new columns to your data set. For example, you can create a custom column, you can create a conditional column, index column, those kind of things. So there are pretty many things that you can do in Power BI. You can transform your data to a certain extent in Power BI, and that's really a very strong part of Power BI here. That Power Query is a strong part. Now, one thing to point here is if you do any changes in Power Query, you need to save and apply. You need to save those changes. Okay, if you don't save them, then Power BI will not take the changes you have done here, right? Like for example, in this data set, we remove columns, right? So what we do is here, we need to close and apply the changes. So once you click that, Power BI is loading all the changes that you did in Power Query section, and it's bringing those changes here. Now to see the changes, whether they took effect, came up here or not, is simple. For example, from plain accidents data set, we removed those extra columns, so they are not here. So this gives us a confidence or a confirmation that all the changes what we did in Power Query have been brought here by Power BI. Okay, so the next step is we'll just see 3 different areas in Power BI. So for example, you can see 3 icons here. Now this icon is known as report. Now this area is basically the area where you build your visuals, okay? The second area is known as data. Once you click on that icon, you see the data sets that you have imported in Power BI. If you click on travel insurance, you'll see a travel insurance data set. Now, and the third area is model area. Now in model area, generally, if you have relationships between two data sets, or you've got some kind of data model imported, then that's the area where you say it. Now, just as part of the exercise, what I'll do is I'll just try to show you how to create a simple relationship in Power BI. Now, to create a relationship, you need to have some kind of common columns between your data sets, right? So in this case, in my plain accidents, I've got country column. In travel insurance, I've got destination column. So we'll try to create relationships between these two data sets using these two columns. Now, there are two ways you can navigate to create relationship area. One is manage relationship on the top ribbon. And the other way is if you click on three dots, you get manage relationship here. So you can choose either of the two options to go to the create relationship wizard. So I just click on this option. Now, currently there are no relationships. So Power BI is telling me there are no relationships defined yet. So let's now define a relationship. So to define a relationship, we click on new. Now, once I click on new, a new window appears to where I can create a relationship. Now, in this window, Power BI asks me to select tables and columns that I need to create relationship on. Okay. So we start with selecting our first table. Let's select plain accidents. Now, Power BI by default selected the second table for me. The reason is because I've just imported two tables. If I had more than two tables, then Power BI would have given me a choice to choose which table I want, okay? So in this case, we have chosen the tables. Now, the next step is you need to choose the columns on which you have to create the relationship. So in plain accidents, we choose country. And in travel insurance, we choose destination. Now, as you select columns, Power BI creates a cardinality and filter direction for your relationship. Now, what cardinality is, just to give you an idea. Now, here the cardinality is 1 to many. Now, why it is 1 to many? Now, in plain accidents, in country column, I have got distinct values in this column, okay? And I would say they are unique as well. So there is like one single row for a single country value. Okay. There are no repetitive rows for a country. But in my travel insurance data, I've got multiple rows for a single country value. So that's why my cardinality is 1 to many, because one from plain accidents and many to travel insurance side. So once I click OK, that relationship appears here. And once I close window, my relationship is shown here. So this is how you can create a simple relationship in Power BI. I'm not taking this into detail because data modeling and creating relationships in Power BI is itself another topic, which takes a lot of time to explain. So, but I just wanted to show you in this beginner session how you can relate two tables. So that's how we have related the tables. Now let's just go back to the data set, because I want you to tell you just a brief background about the data set, what this is about. Now this is travel insurance data. Here in this data set, I've got few. So what this data set is I have got information around all the travel insurance products that have been sold by different agencies. And then I've got few metrics around them, like what are the sales generated by selling those products, or what's the commission value attached to those insurance products sell. And I've got two columns, gender and age, which gives me information around the customers who have bought those products from these agencies. Now, just to start with visualization, I just want to show some data type transformations here. For example, let's take net sales. Now, net sales or commission or amount. Now, these are the kind of things when we see on a report, they are generally represented with a currency symbol, right? But in our case, currently they are not. So let's do that to these columns. So, when we start building the visuals, they are shown as the right value. So to do that, what you can do is click on net sales column. We'll start with net sales. And on the top, you can see different data type formatting options. Now, I want to give a currency symbol to this net sales. So what I'll do is I click on that and I get different currency values I can choose. Maybe for now, I'll just select euros. So I just select euro. Once I select euro, Power BI appends a currency symbol just before the value in that cell, okay? And I also don't want them to be two decimal places. So what I do is I just go there, 0. I just make the decimal places 0 so I can see a whole value. Same thing we'll do with commission, because it's also kind of amount value. So we click on the column, we click on the currency symbol, we select euros for now. And I don't want them to be decimal, so I just give that 0. and then there the value is. So these are the kind of basic data type changes you can do. Okay, now let's start with visuals. Now in Power BI on the right, these are the default visuals available for you to start with. Now suppose if you don't if you want something else in addition to the default visuals, then Power BI has got a cloud environment which is known as Power BI App Source environment, from where you can bring in some custom visuals and you can use them here for your reports. But for today's session, we'll just stick to the default visuals because I find these default visuals very strong, and they are pretty strong in representing the story and insights out of the data. So to start with, let's start with a basic metric like how many travel insurance products are sold by different agencies. Okay, so that's the first thing we'll try to bring out. So I'll just select a clustered bar chart. When I click on it, a blank chart appears here. You can make it bigger. It's simple. You can just drag and make it bigger. And now you just need to move fields here. So we want total insurance products that are sold by different agencies, right? And I just want a count on product name. So see, when you move a column here, Power BI by default summarizes it. So it's like a good thing. In some ways, it's really easy, right? You just drag the column and Power BI gives a summarization to it. And this format painter icon gives you some formatting options against a visual. So if you click on it, you have got so many formatting options here. For example, if you want to switch on data labels here, I mean, if you hover over it, Power BI shows it that travel agencies have sold 45,869 insurance products. But suppose if I want to show them here, so what I do is I just turn on data labels. Now, once you turn on data labels, there are different formatting options you can do to it. Suppose if I just don't want to display it as thousands, I just do it this way. So yeah, you can do multiple things here. Now, what we'll do simply is, now this number represented here, 45,869. Okay, I read it 45,869, but it's not represented in the actual numeric format, which is generally expected by management committee or stakeholders when they review the report. So what we'll do is we'll just create a quick measure here, a simple measure here to just change the representation of this number. Okay, so now Power BI gives you different ways of creating calculation. So for example, if you right click on a data set, it gives you a ability to create either a measure, a column, or a quick measure. Now, quick measure is something, there are inbuilt calculations in Power BI which you can use, but for this exercise, we'll just stick to new measure. So I'll just create a new measure. Once I click on that, a new formula bar appears on the top. Now, what I want to create is I just want to create count of products. So what I'll do is I'll name this measure as total products. You can name it anything, volume of products, anything. Now I want to count product names because on this chart, we moved count of product name, right? So count. So see, it's so good. I mean, so this is basically DAX calculation, what you're writing in Power BI. So once you type in anything, Power BI gives you suggestions what you want to do. I just want a normal count on what? On product name. So I start typing product name and Power BI gives me that column. So you don't need to type everything basically. Power BI gives you suggestion and you can select which one you want. And you just hit enter, that measure is created. Once that measure is created, you see that here in your table. Now what we'll do is we'll move this measure to this table, okay, in the value section. Now once I move it, it shows me the same way the number is shown here. But let's represent this number in a better way. So click on that measure. Once you click on that measure, on the top ribbon, you can see different formatting options. Now I want to represent this number with 1,000 separator. So I just click on this. Once I click on this, my number is represented with 1,000 separator. So this is basically a better way of, representing numbers on the report. So I mean, it's a small thing, but sometimes it makes a big difference when you're showing these reports to the people, especially business people who are used to seeing numbers in this format. So what we'll do is we'll just remove the other one. We don't need it. We just need this one because this makes more sense to us. Okay. Now this chart gives us a high level insight that travel agencies are selling more insurance products as compared to airlines. Now let's try to find out answer to this, like why travel agencies are selling more products than airlines. So to do this, let's create one more chart. Let's select clustered column chart, bring the chart here. Once you bring the chart here, yeah. Now, in our data set, we had something called commission, right? So now commission is something whenever agency is selling a travel insurance product, a small commission value is attached to every product they sell. So let's try to see, like, on an average, how much commission these different agencies are charging. Maybe that can give us an answer why this is the difference we see here on the left chart. So what we'll do is we'll move the agency to the axis. We'll move the commission to the value. Now, once you move a numeric field in Power BI to the value section, it by default gives it a summarization of sum. But in this case, I want to see on an average what's the commission these agencies are charging or taking, right? So I just click average. And there I see the average. And just to make things more clear, we'll switch on the data labels. Okay. Now I think this is what we were looking for. Now, if you see, airlines are charging 16 euros on an average while selling our insurance product, and travel agencies are charging 8 euros on an average when they're selling our insurance product, basically 50% less to what airlines are charging, right? So I think this is the reason why more customers are going to travel agencies to buy travel insurance products, because they're taking less commission. So this is kind of good thing, right? When you start doing data analysis, you start with some basic chart, you start a question there, and I mean, you ask a question to yourself and then you try to answer to it. So that's a good thing. Now you have got the answer why on the left chart you see travel agencies selling more product. Okay. Now let's talk about some new visuals. Okay. So what you can do in Power BI is just use Control key to select both the charts, move them wherever you want on your canvas. I'll just move them here. And let's talk about slicers. Now, slicer under visualization pane, just click on it, and a empty visual appears here. And maybe let's move destination, okay, to this field. Now, once you move anything to slicer, by default, it creates a list, okay? But suppose if I don't want it as a list, so what you can do is there's a small arrow here, you click on it. Power BI gives an option whether you want to display the slicer as a list or drop down. Now, suppose I want to see it as a drop down, I click on drop down. So there you go, I have a drop down. Now, what the slicer is, I mean, as the name suggests, slicer is something which helps you to slice and dice your data and see it at different levels, right? So let's just test it. Click on it, select a country, maybe Croatia. I select Croatia and both of my charts just filter for Croatia destination. Okay, so that's how slicer works. You select something here and it just filters down here. So that's how it is. Now, suppose if you want to create other slicer, second slicer, what you can do is you can either do it here or in Power BI, what you can do is you can do a normal copy paste thing. Just Control C on your slicer, click Control V, a new slicer appears. And suppose I want to move something else like claim, then there you go. I've got the claims there. And yeah, you can clear your slicers using this eraser, and you can use these slicer together. For example, if I want to see the ones that are claimed, and let's see a country. So I can see against Canada, these were the insurance products sold, their average commission value, which were claimed. So this is how you can use multiple slicers interacting with your report. Now let's just rename this page. Now on this page, we had analysis at agency level. So I just type it as agency analysis. Now let's just add a new page. It's easy to add a new page. Just click on this plus sign, you get a new page, and let's see something at product level. So now the next thing, let's try to see which are the most popular travel insurance products sold by these agencies. So let's create this clustered column chart again. And let's move product name to axis. Let's move the total products to the values. Okay. So now this shows us the volume of every single travel insurance product. Now in Power BI, when you click on this focus mode icon, it just takes you, basically makes your chart bigger. Okay. So here what you have got is how these products are sold, like to what volume. So you can see like cancellation plan is the top product, then it is followed by two-way comprehensive plan, rental vehicle, basic plan, bronze plan, and so on. Now, if you go further down, you see on your x-axis, these products don't make much sense, right? Because they are similar in their volume. So what we'll do is on this chart, we'll try to do top 5 products. Okay, just plot top 5 products. Now, before doing this, just a quick thing I want to show you in Power BI. Now, in Power BI, there are 3 different kinds of filters. If you see this filter pane, if you expand it, you see 2 sections here. One is filters on this page. Second is filters on all pages. Now, once we start with filters on this page, as filters on this page, it means anything you move here will be relevant only to that particular page. So for example, if I move claim here, okay? And if I go to my previous page, I don't see there because that filter is only visible to that particular page, okay? And if I click anything here, then I can see the changes on the chart, okay? So that's the filter on this page. Now, filter on all pages. Let's move agency, okay. Now, filter on all pages is if you move anything to this section, that will be applied to all the pages on this report. So suppose if I go to the previous page, I see that filter here. And if I filter anything here, okay. Okay, maybe there is no data. Oh, sorry, we have got the selection at the top. So if I select anything, then these charts will be changing. And if I apply any filter here, the same filter is applied to my next page as well. Okay, so that's how filter on all pages work. Now, the third filter is when you click on a visual, a new section appears, which is known as filter on this visual. And these are generally visual level filters. So if you do any, or if you apply any filter in this section, that will be only applicable to the visual you have created on, okay? So now we are looking for top 10 products by volume. So what I'll do is I'll go to my product name. I'll select the filter type as top N, as I want top 10, and I want it by the volume. So I move my measure here and I apply filter. Now I can just see the top 10 products that are sold by the agencies. Okay, so this is like a good insight because it tells me these are the top 10 most popular travel agency products. Okay, travel insurance products. Now let's quickly generate another chart where let's try to plot the net sales generated by these top 10 products. So in Power BI, what you can do is just Control C, as I showed you earlier, do Control V, a new chart is generated. Now, on this chart, what I want to do is, along with the volume, let's do one thing. Let's switch on the labels, which is something I really like while we try to represent information. Now, on this chart, what I want to do is I want to represent volume of the products, of these top 10 products, along with the total net sales they have generated. So to represent two metrics on a single chart, which share the same axis, there's a chart known as line and clustered column chart. Now in Power BI, if you select your existing chart and then select a new visual, it gives you ability to create that new visual. Like if I go back, suppose here you see there are less options, right? But once I click on line clustered column chart, I get more options. Basically, I got an option to add an additional metric. So I just move my net sales here because that's what I want to represent. And I'll just make this bigger. And what we'll do is we'll just change the color. So, just to show things differently, because the previous colors were so much mixing. So we can see on this chart, if you compare this chart with the top chart, cancellation plan was the product which is sold most, but it's not the product generating most of the net sales. The product that's generating maximum sales is two-way comprehensive plan, which is on second number on the top selling products, right? Now, not being a travel insurance product expert, domain expert, I would just make a simple guess here, like maybe two-way comprehensive plan products are more expensive than cancellation plan. That's why they're generating more net sales. So these are the kind of additional insights we just generated. Now I'll just rename this. I'll just rename it to product analysis. Okay. Now the other thing, let's try to generate some different kind of charts. So like, for example, let's try pie chart or donut chart. Now pie chart and donut chart, these kind of charts are useful when you're trying to show some kind of distributional analysis, like showing a percentage value. So for example, let's try doing something. Select your pie chart, and let's do one thing. Let's just move agency type and total products. So now what this is telling me, Now, this chart is kind of telling me a distribution around like what percentage of products are sold by travel agency and what percentage is sold by airlines, along with the whole value as well. So yeah, where you want to show these kind of distributional analysis, then these charts are really helpful. We can similarly create another chart like donut chart. Take donut chart here, and let's try to do maybe total products sold against different destinations people travel to. So you can see like, okay, Singapore seems to be the highest one. Okay. And yeah, you have got different formatting options here where you can choose, like currently it's showing data value and percentage. Maybe if I just want category and percentage. So it's telling me Singapore is 21%. Malaysia is second one, Thailand is third one. So when you're trying to show those distributional analysis, then pie chart and donut chart are really helpful. Now, okay, we are on time. So now let me just show you, a few kind of interactions you can create on Power BI, but as a limit on time, I'll just show it to you on the ready report, which I did. Okay, so this is the ready report which I created. Okay. So how I created this report was, this is kind of a home page from where I can navigate to different kind of analysis which are created on the report. Now, for example, on this report, I created 3 analysis. One is at product level, one is at age level, and the third is at gender level. And these are like 3 kind of different buttons which can be used to navigate to the relevant study. And then I've also, you just imported an image here just to give like a, more interactive effect. Okay, this is like a travel insurance data analysis. So just got a relevant image here. So yeah, it's easy to, import images in Power BI. It just adds a little more to your reports. So let's start with something. Okay, let's start with age-wise summary. So what you do is you just click on this and it leads you to a new tab, which is showing age-wise summary. Okay, now if you see on the tab, let's start on the left. Now this is a travel insurance product KPI. So this just tells me like, how many total insurance products sold in the data set I have got. So it's always good to have these kind of KPIs, especially for the stakeholders when you're sharing these reports. They just like these kind of high level summary numbers. So it's good to have something on your tab always. Then on the left, I've got different kind of slicers, which I can use to slice and dice the data here. So yeah, you can use them and the charts just change. And then here I've got the different kinds of charts. So for example, if we start with this chart, now what I did was in the data, if you see the age was just a number, right? So what I did to do the analysis in a better way, I just created an age group calculation in Power BI. And then I used those age group to do the analysis. So what I have got here is I can see like by different age groups, how many products these people have bought and what's the proportion of claims they have made. So for example, this chart clearly tells you that age group 31 to 40 are the ones that have bought most of the travel insurance products, right? Then similarly on the right, I've got a distribution of like, what different age group people are visiting to different destinations. So that's for that, I've used a donut chart, as we discussed. Like, it's good to have pie chart or donut chart to show distribution kind of analysis. Then on the bottom, I've got a chart which shows net sales by these groups. So obviously, these 2 charts should align, right, in the same way. Like, if age group 31 to 40 is the one buying most of the travel insurance products, then obviously that's the group that's going to generate most of the net sales. Then here I just tried to represent additional metric, like, what's the total number of accidents seen within each age group. So you remember the second data set which we imported and created relationship on that. So that's the data set used here to do that. Now on the top, there's a button called, you can see this back button. Okay, when you click on it, it takes you back to the home page. So it's like, come to home page, go to a particular study. Once you're finished seeing everything, come back to home page, go to the next study. So let's go to gender-wise summary analysis. Now on this tab, everything is same. I've got my KPI here, total insurance products. I've got different slicers. Then I've got the similar kind of charts as well. Now you remember we did some kind of data cleaning while we were looking at the data set. So what we did was we replaced those empty values in gender column by you, right? In this case, I just got it unknown. So if you see the proportion or the volume of products you can see like male and within male and female group, they are very much same. And most of our data is dominated by this empty value or unknown value. So this is one of the key reason why you always need to handle your empty values or missing values in data, because if you don't handle them properly, then that may lead you to wrong conclusions. So basically, doing any analysis at gender level is of no use to us, because male and female doesn't give us much insight, because most of our data is dominated by these missing values. So that's why always keep in mind to handle your missing values before you start doing any analysis in Power BI. Then similarly, we go back to the home page. I'll just quickly show you this in a few seconds. So this is the product level summary, and we have got the similar charts. This is volume of products of the top most popular insurance products. Then we've got the sales by top most popular products. And then similarly, I just got a proportion around, what are the top products that have been claimed. Okay. And similarly, the products that have been bought against different destinations. So that's the kind of analysis and this interaction you can build in Power BI. So yeah, I think this is what I have got today to tell you guys. And the next thing what I want to tell you was I've just got a list of Power BI resources here. I mean, I'll be sharing these slides, so you can get these if you want. So these are like pretty good Power BI resources. I mean, if you want to learn as a beginner, these are really good. And I actually, after knowing Power BI, I still go to these resources to learn new things on daily basis. So these are pretty good resources. And I'm sure there are many other resources out there, so you can just go there. I mean, not the end, but yeah, I would just like to thank all the sponsors, especially because of these sponsors, we all speakers are here, and yeah, thanks for giving us opportunity, on this platform. So yeah, that's it, guys. I mean, let me know if you guys have got any questions, so I can take up any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Pragati. It was really nice. I was talking to to my wife here. This was a really nice session about Power BI from scratch. From I don't know anything to get a proper report or dashboard. Okay, it was really nice. You had one comment on YouTube about from Carlos Moreno. He was asking about the very thing that you was always on the session, telling about the unknown data. Okay, so he was asking if a null value is valid value or is an empty value.
A null value is a valid. I would say you should always handle null values, because when you take null values in the Power BI, then it will either show you null, and that's not the right way of representing information on the chart. So I always handle null values, empty values, missing values. I just replace them with some value, because it's a good way to do it, because null value doesn't look right on your charts. So always replace them with something. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, that's really, it was a nice thing to keep in mind, because as you said, the analysis won't work if you have a dummy data or something that is not a part of your analysis, right?
Exactly. Like I showed the gender analysis part, most of the data was dominated by the empty value. So there's no point in doing the analysis, because male and female proportion was exactly same. So there's no point in doing any analysis. So that's the role what handling these empty values takes when you're doing data analysis.
Perfect. So thank you very much, Brigadi. I hope to see you next year on the next edition of the summit.
Definitely. Hopefully it will be in person. So I would love to travel somewhere in Europe, guys. Maybe Spain, if you're doing it in Spain, or wherever you want, I'll come.
Great. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
Good morning, Eichel. Good morning, Reza.
Hey guys, how are you?
You're doing amazingly well. Thank you for setting this up. I really appreciate it.
Everyone just missed the dance move from Charles when we had the countdown. It was really nice. How are you? You're ready?
So very ready.
Yeah, well, you don't need any introduction. You know, he is Chuck from Microsoft, and Reza from he is they are very known from the community of the all the Power Platform, all the amazing videos and all the amazing community contributions from Reza, and all the effort that Charles and Chuck puts on Power Apps, because it's the power the platform, the component of the Power Platform that we all love. So I won't steal time from you. So the floor is yours. Okay. Have a great
Reza,
one.
can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Well, I've got good news and I got bad news. I can hear you as well, but my entire computer just locked up. I have got no mouse. What are we looking at right now? We're looking at my PowerPoint in edit mode, right?
Correct. You're looking at your PowerPoint in edit mode.
All right. Let's see if my computer comes back. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. So I would say I go to display settings and actually change. No. It is not liking that. So we'll just see if we can get out of PowerPoint. I don't know that PowerPoint's doing us any favors. And let's go ahead and get started with this, folks. My name is Charles Sterling. I'm a senior program manager on the Power Apps team, and I am delighted to actually have one of my favorite MVPs with me, Reza Durrani. Reza Durrani actually, by way of introduction, helps me quite a bit when we actually had an early build of the Power Automate custom visual for Power BI. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about all the different ways that we can go out and activate or actually make the Power BI reports interactive, make it so we could do live write-backs, go out and action those reports. So I actually had a set of slides, and Reza will show the slides. We'll get some slides. We have some beautiful slides. And what I'm going to do is probably go ahead and go straight into demos if I can get my computer back. And I just need to close down PowerPoint. Let's talk about the first one that I'm actually going to show. And where do I get these demos from? I'm actually on an internal Microsoft user group for the Power Platform. Just like other places, they actually might have a Houston user group or a Vancouver user group. We actually have one inside of Microsoft. We actually call it the communities. And I actually answer a lot of the questions surrounding the integration of Power BI and Power Apps in the Power Platform. I used to be on the Power BI team. I feel very comfortable in that. So I answer a lot of the questions. And the first question that comes up is, hey, my customers asked me to go out and add rows of data into a Power BI data set, right? So it kind of makes sense. Again, I want to repeat the question or the statement. Hypothesis is that my customers ask me as a Microsoft employee, how do I go out and add rows to a Power BI data set? And what they do is they go out and query that, and the first thing that comes up is a Power Automate action that has the name of add rows to data set. And if I can go ahead and get out of PowerPoint, thank God, they find this. What timing? That is perfect timing. There is actually this action that says add rows to data set, and the employees at Microsoft are like, ta-da, that's got to be the one. I mean, with a name like add rows to data set, and I want to add rows to data set, how could it possibly be wrong? So, trick question for anybody other than Reza Durrani, who's on the call. Maybe I'll ask Eichel if he's the only person in there. I'll ask him. Eichel, do you know what this is doing? And why it may not be, or is it rarely actually the best choice in the scenario that we just laid out? So what we're looking at here is hopefully we're looking at Power Automate. Reza, are we looking at Power Automate right now?
Yes, we are looking at Power Automate.
And it has an action called add rows to data set. What does this do? Obviously it probably add rows to a data set, but is there any limitations? Is there any concerns? Why is it that Chuck says this probably isn't the tool for you? Eichel, what do you think?
Well, I think that it might enter data to the data set that you have on already published on Power BI. It appears to do that, but I don't know. I haven't used it because since it's in preview, I haven't checked it out. But it seems that if you have a data set already published on Power BI, you can enter data.
And
right?
that's definitely part of the answer. Yes, without a doubt. Now this preview flag has been there for 2 years. So it's actually been there a while. And also we've renamed it. It was called something else. So let's go ahead and click this down arrow, and it shows me that I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 data sets. Let's go ahead and go to that workspace. And if I go out and take a look at my content and I go to data sets, I have a lot more than 4 data sets, right? I have, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a dozen-ish. And what happens if I want to actually put something in the David data set? Where am I at? Here am I at. Oh, I actually do see David. How about if I want to put something in the retail analysis data set? I don't see that. So clearly, this is showing me a subset of those that have been published. Like Eichel said, it only shows the ones that are published. But the answer to the question, and why I say it's not going to be probably the tool for you, is that there are 2 different types of data sets on the planet for Power BI. There are those that actually are created by the mashup language. So if you've ever heard of Power Query, or if you actually have ever gone into Power Apps and done get data, or if you're into Power BI and done get data, all of those use Power Query and uses the mashup language to bring it in. And on top of that, there is 2 ways that you access the data. One is through direct query, and we're going to get into that in a little bit. And one is through import. And Rez is going to show a little bit of that, talk about that as well. But there's a whole different type of data set that's different than those that are brought in from Power Query. And those are actually called streaming data sets. And all that this is ever going to do is allow you to push data into a streaming data set. And very, very few reports are actually created off of a streaming data set, Eichel. So it's probably not going to be the tool for you. But I do actually want to show you, they're kind of cool. I have a tutorial on how to use streaming data sets. Let's say that I want to give Reza is amazing. He deserves, who's actually got the most point? Tommy right now, Tommy Puglia out of Chicago, he's got 20 points. So clearly Reza deserves 50. If I actually go out and click my submit button, what we should see, and again, it's supposed to be real time, Reza getting 50. There we go. And I don't know if you noticed this, that the 50 with the little lightning bolt actually showed up after the average and the kind of score. I think it was actually afterwards, and it should be first, but that's okay. And what's happening here is that this tile is a streaming data set tile, or a streaming tile, and the other 2 are actually using direct query to pull it back. So that's why there's the 2 different latencies. But this application is entirely written using streaming data sets. Now, what I've done is, if you haven't actually looked at, I've actually gone out and collected a whole bunch of different training materials. And there's actually a walkthrough on how to use streaming data sets. And it's the step-by-step guides. And it's this one right here. And I happen to have actually added it. So if you actually want to create that scoreboard application, I do it in Hands-on Labs. And here are the directions all the way through. So come here. And if you haven't actually seen this page, I'll actually show you how to get there. aka.ms/Power Apps Training. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that link in the chat window. There we go. Okay. So all of these different guides, and actually we're going to go into another one in a second, can be found in that page. Now let's go ahead and go back into, and I'm not going to open up PowerPoint because it seemed to be cranky with that. Let's talk about the next demo that I wanted to walk through. So we're going to go back in here, and if I take a look at what is it? Actually, the Dataverse example. So this report is based off of a brand new set of functionality on the Dataverse connector for Power BI that allows you to do direct query. So direct query is pretty neat in that I don't have to set up a gateway. I'm not importing it locally. And if I do any updates inside of Dataverse, the next time I actually refresh this browser or this page, it will actually see those. Or I can actually tell it to do other things that are to refresh itself. We're going to talk about refreshing as well. So this is based off of Dataverse using the new direct query. And I don't have Power BI desktop running, but when you go out and do get data Dataverse, you'll see there's a new checkbox at the bottom that says, I want to use direct query. That's all the more involved it is for you. So what I wanted to show was that using Power Apps, how do I go out and then put data back into my Power BI report, as we were actually talking about a second ago? How is it that you would do that scenario that we just talked about that I said, hey, that only works with real-time streaming data sets? So let's go ahead and go back into the Dataverse to-do. Actually, I'll show you one that's done. I think this one's done. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is hit the plus side, and these are all supposed to be computers. So this is going to be I actually like Datsuns. Datsuns are an old type of Japanese car that were imported in the States. And let's say that I want to do a 350Z computer, and I'll send this to me. And the manufacturer, let's use one that's already there, Acer. And the price, do one that I could find it, because I think they actually scroll off. So let's make this one 1900. So that way we can actually know that it should sit right here. Now, when I hit save, again, this is inside of Power BI. When I hit save, what we should see right between these two is we should see a 350Z. And you can see that they're refreshing. It may be subtle, and there it is. Let's create that application. We'll show you how we do that. So let's go to the To-Do tab, and you'll see that I have a big space for it to be. And I'm going to go ahead and choose Edit. And there is a Power Apps Custom Visual. The Power Automate Custom Visuals, Rez is going to show us a little bit. He's going to walk us through those. And I'm going to go ahead and put that right there. And here are the directions on how to use it. It goes out and says, hey, what you want to do is drag over the fields that you are actually going to interact with. In this case, it is the order table. And I'm going to bring over the email and the device. And what else did I bring? Price. And let's put this in my own environment. And I think I actually have one called, lots of Charles Sterling's, but this one's called Chuck's World, is the one that we actually been putting these applications. I'm going to choose Create New. And this takes us into the Power Apps Studio. Most of you are very, very familiar with this, or many of you are probably familiar with this. And at this point, what I can do is go ahead and what's the link where the users are watching this live? I don't know.
For icon.
Yeah, I'm going to put it right away, right on the comments. Okay.
No worries. Okay, and you'll see what it did was it actually went ahead and bound this Power App to a gallery, and we actually don't need this gallery, so I'll just delete that. What we're going to do is go ahead and choose Insert Forms, and we want to edit form, and what we're going to do is bind it to the exact same Dataverse table as the report. So this report is bound to this table in Dataverse. Let's go ahead and edit the fields. And under the fields, I want that email, device, and what was the other one? Price. We need those. So if I go ahead and choose OK, I have those values. And hopefully a lot of you are actually already familiar with using a form. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger. There we go. And what we need to do is actually add a couple controls to go out and make it interactive. So let's go ahead and add the Add button. So we add a new record. And the way you do that is going to be new, oops, so we need to spell it right, new form. And it's that form that we just added, and boom, that piece is done. We're going to go back into icons. We're going to go back into the checkbox, and we're going to make it a little bit bigger so it matches. And this one here says, I want you to submit that. Now that you've actually got a new one, I want to submit the form. And boom. Okay. Now, there's a little bit of magic here. This will actually put that data back into Dataverse. Power BI does not know that there's going to be a new row that you just added. So we have to tell Power BI, hey, you've got a new row that you could look at. And the way you do that is go out and use that Power BI integration object. And there's a refresh method hanging off of it that we can then invoke. It doesn't take any arguments, but this says, Power BI, I want you to refresh. Let's go ahead and hit enter. It's been done a little while since I've done this application, but I think that's all the steps are. Now, when I go out and hit save, and we'll call this one the Reza 10, green, and save, and it's way over here. And if I go back in here and I do it fairly quickly, what we should see is it now having that green view, the application is showing up, and we're actually going to see a plus sign here. And just like what we did before, I can add another computer into actually my order inventory or my ordering. Oh, there's Reza 10, hitting plus, and we're going to go out and make this one a 360Z. And oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, actually, I don't know what the name is, the versus device. Let's actually just put it there twice, just in case. 360Z, email is me at Microsoft.com, and the price, let's make it $2,001. Unfortunately, Acer got more expensive. Oh, we forgot manufacturer. That might be a required field. I don't know if this is going to fail or not. If not, or if it does, we'll actually just add it. So we're added the value. We actually asked it to refresh. What we should see is actually right here, a 360Z. But it looks like the manufacturer name was not required. And there we go. So now we actually have a Power BI report that is running back. Now, in the initial agenda, if you look at the slides that I put in there, I also talked about doing a Power BI tile inside of Power Apps. Me and Reza decided we probably didn't have time since it's actually only a 45-minute session. I do want to actually let you know that those directions on how to put those tiles are also in that training that I talked about. So if you have a need to not put a Power App inside of a Power BI report, but a Power BI tile inside of a Power App, the directions for that are here as well. And you find that at aka.ms/Power Apps training. Now, let's go back and talk about this scenario. In this scenario, in each case, I'm adding one row, one record, right? A computer. Now, what happens in this scenario where I want to let all those people know that their order is going to be early and it's going to be cheaper? Because that's the way it always works, right? Things get earlier and they get cheaper. Okay, maybe not at my house, but maybe at your house. So we want to email all those people. And that actually leads us into the next part, which is Reza Durrani is going to walk us through how do I go out and take action on lots of records or update lots of records. So Reza, can I hand the microphone to you?
Sure, sir. I will go ahead and share my screen, and I'll need a confirmation that you guys can see my screen. So I'm going to share my entire screen. Share.
I got you looking at you. Oh, now we have a computer image. Which one is this? ROG, the gaming.
The gaming one.
Yeah, the gaming platform. Okay, and now we actually see your Power BI report that has your work status and your work tasks.
All right, perfect. So what I plan to cover here is how to use the new Power Automate visual, which is currently in preview in Power BI. And we are looking right now at a Power BI report, which is extremely simple, that connects to Microsoft Dataverse, where the setup here is in direct query mode. Just like Chuck showed earlier, how he had his Power App inside a Power BI report, the report set up in direct query mode. It's exactly the same scenario right here. Now, in order for us to get started with inserting the Power Automate visual inside Power BI, in my Power BI report, Right here under visualizations, you can go to the 3 ellipses and go to get more visuals. And right here, if you search for Power Automate, you will get the new Power Automate visual, which is currently in preview. All you have to do is just go ahead and add this. Now, once you have this visual added, in my case, I already have this visual right here. If I select this visual, it will place the Power Automate visual on the Power BI report. In my case, I'm just going to position this right here at the bottom. Now, just like the steps we take in Power Apps when it is embedded in Power BI, we have to pass our fields from the Power BI data set to Power Automate. And the way we can do that is with this visual selected, on the right-hand side, I have all my fields. So I can decide which fields from my data set I would like to contextually pass over to Power Automate. So let's say in my case, I would like to pass a few details about my tasks, which is coming right here from my data set. I want to pass the name of my task. I want to pass the priority of my task. I want to pass the task number, maybe the status, and some other pieces of information that I would like to pass over. Once I have my fields or my data points selected, and I can see that right here in the visualization section. Once I have that selected, in the Power Automate visual, I can go to the 3 ellipses here and click Edit. This is where I start designing my flow. Now, the key thing to understand here is that when I clicked on Edit, I am still in the context of the Power BI report. I haven't left Power BI. In fact, the Microsoft team has brought Power Automate inside the context of Power BI. And because we are dealing with Power BI, the only flows that you can create in this interface are the flows that get triggered directly from a Power BI report. And right here, I can see all the flows that I have created already. I was testing before this session, so I have all of my flows right here. You even get 4 templates to get started with, wherein I can start, for example, updating my data from Power BI into an Excel file, maybe posting a message to Teams, or creating a task, and so on and so forth. In this case, we'll keep it extremely simple. I'll go to New and say I would like to create an instant flow. Now, the moment I do this, it will create a flow where the trigger point is the button click in Power BI. So what's going to happen is once I have this flow associated with that visual inside Power BI, we will get a button that the user can click directly in the Power BI report. And when that button is clicked, this flow will get triggered. And not just triggered, it will also pass all those fields or those data points that were in that Power BI report. So let's say in my scenario here, I go to New Step, and let's say I would just like to send an email. Okay, so whenever this button is clicked, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to send an email. Who do you want to send an email to? I can use user email, which is a dynamic property that gets generated. So whoever clicks the button, I have the context of that user. I'll just leverage that. Enter the subject of my email. I'm going to say Power BI data set. That's my subject. And for the body, I'm going to enter the data. Now, before I do this, I would like to show something. So if I go to add an action right before this, and let's say I add a simple compose action, I go right here in the inputs. If we look at the dynamic content that's provided for us, we have some pieces of information like the username, the email, the timestamp when that button was clicked inside Power BI. Apart from that, we also have the data points or the fields that I selected in my Power BI report, so I can pass it to that Power Automate visual. And these are all those 4 data points that I selected. If I need more data points, I go back to my Power BI report, edit that visual, add additional data points, come back to my flow. They will be represented right here. Now, because the data is being passed from Power BI to Power Automate, and that data set can have more than 1 rows. So if I was to select any of these data points, let's say I select the priority, immediately it applies an apply to each loop. And the reason why it does that is because the data that's coming from Power BI is in the form of an array. There's an array of data that comes through from Power BI to flow. And that's the reason why I get this for each loop. So if you are ever trying to build a flow using this technique and you notice that the moment you pick a field, there's an apply to each loop, That is by design. That's because it expects an array of data to come in even though you're passing one record. Now, in my case, I want to send an email out to the user, giving the user the details of the Power BI data set. So what I will do right here is go to insert a step and use a select action in flow. And in a select action, what I can provide is an array. Once again, that array is held in a data point called Power BI data. So I'm just going to select this. And right here, I can decide what fields I would like to add as part of this select collection. So let's say in my case, I want the name. So I'm going to say, okay, I want the name. I want the priority, and I can start giving my headers right here. So this is name, this is priority. It's just like a key value pairs that I'm creating right here. Here's my task number, and let's say, what's the other one? Task name. Here is my task name. So I'm just keeping it simple. I just created a select action in flow. Next, because I want to send an email, there's another data operation action called create HTML table. And the from attribute, I will pick the output of select. So I have an HTML table ready that I can directly go and bake into the body of the email right here. Once I've completed my flow, I can go ahead and give a name to my flow. So I'm going to say send email from Power BI. Once I'm done, I click save. Now, there are some key things to be aware of right here. Even though I saved my flow, that does not mean it's got associated with my visual in Power BI. Once I save my flow, I have to head back. And this is very important. You have to click on this new apply button. By clicking on apply, you are applying or associating this flow with that Power BI visual. So I'll click apply. And once you get the message that this has been successfully associated with your button, you go back to the report, you save your flow. And if you observe right here, we get this button here called run flow. Now, if I was to just run my report, I have my data right here. If I was to go and click run flow right here, you will notice it says triggering. That's because the flow is being triggered and the flow has now been called from my Power BI report. And what the flow was supposed to do was it was supposed to send me an email with all the data from my Power BI data set. If I go to my email right here, you see I have all my data right here. It says Power BI data set. These are those 4 columns I created, and these are all those data points that I passed from Power BI to flow. So that's how simple it is for us to grab information. However, there is more to this. The data that's getting passed from Power BI to flow is contextual in nature. So if the user was to slice and dice the data in Power BI using refiners. So for example, I'm only interested in my tasks where the status is, let's say, completed. So I select completed. This only shows me my completed tasks, right? I'm filtering my data. Now, if I click on run flow, once again, the flow will trigger, the email will go out. However, because it's contextual in nature, if you observe right here, it only passed the filtered data set from Power BI to flow. And that is extremely, extremely powerful if you think about the use cases that you can create. So that was a very simple example of how you can get the data from flow and take some action on it. Now, in this Power BI report itself, I have 2 other flows that I created. So I'll just demo these, and then we'll go into a scenario wherein we can update data. So here I have something that says send data from Power BI to Microsoft Teams. So let's say I want to see all my in-progress tasks, right? So I have 3 in-progress tasks, and maybe I want to notify my team that, hey team, we've got these 3 tasks that are in progress. We need to work on this on priority. Now, in order for me to do that directly in Power BI, I have taken the same steps. I have added my flow visual right here, okay? And I've just gone ahead and changed the text of the button. And when the user selects this, it triggers a flow. The flow gets the data from the Power BI report, the contextual data, and then it creates an adaptive card in Microsoft Teams and notifies my team members. So if I was to click this button right here, once again, it says triggering, it says triggered. And if I head over to Microsoft Teams, the flow bot will send a notification to all my team members I am one of the members as well. And right here, as you can see, the flow board gives me an adaptive card that says the data is coming from Power BI. And these are the 3 tasks that have the following status. These are the IDs of the task, and these are the tasks that are pending that we need to take action upon. So once again, leverage a flow, and a flow can connect to Microsoft Teams, take an action, and that's exactly what I've done right here. Let's take another use case. I have tasks here in my Power BI report, and I would like to create tasks in Outlook in Microsoft To Do. Once again, same behavior, same concept, right? Contextual data. I have my button. I select this. It triggers my flow. Flow gets the data contextually and starts creating the items or my tasks in this scenario inside To Do. And if I go to Microsoft To Do right here, in Outlook tasks, I can see all my tasks. And these are those same 3 tasks that I selected right here. UAT, create a strategy document, responsive design. Those are my 3 tasks. It has the due dates and all the other pieces of information that I'm passing over from Power BI to Flow. So you can create these extremely powerful experiences by utilizing this new visual. Now I'll show you one more use case, which is updating data in your data set. So here I have a Power BI report. Once again, very, very simple report that has data coming from that task list. Chuck mentioned about 2 types of modes in Power BI that you can put your data set in. So in Power BI desktop, if I go to Dataverse and I put my environment URL right here, I can select how I would like to connect to my data. I can connect it in import query mode or direct query mode. In my case here, I've just connected it using direct query mode. And right here at the bottom on the right, you will see that it says storage mode direct query. Now, once I have my report set up and published, which I did right here in my Power BI scenario, once again, if I would like to perform any operations on my data, CRUD operations on my data, I will go ahead and insert the flow visual. So I've added the flow visual right here. And once I have this, I need to select the fields that I would like to pass from Power BI to Flow. In my case, because I want to this time update the status, let's say I want to update the status of my tasks to completed. That's my use case. That's what this button will do. I'm updating data, bulk update. If I want to take an action like that, what I need is the primary key or the key identity in my table. And this table could be anything. This could be SharePoint, this could be SQL, this could be Dataverse, which is my case. And I have a primary key column here, which is called work task ID. So I'm just going to pass this. Okay, I'm just passing the ID of the task to this specific visual. And now, once again, the same steps as before. I'll go to edit. So what will it do? It will launch Power Automate right here in the context of Power BI. I will say I would like to create a new flow. So I'm creating a new flow. The button is clicked. The flow gets triggered. Next, what do you want to do? Well, I want to go and update my table, and I want to change the status of the tasks that are coming in to completed. So for that, I will select my connector. In my case, my database is Dataverse. So I'll select Microsoft Dataverse. And we have an action here. And I'm doing this live, not planned. Update a row. So I'll select update a row because I want to update the row. It's asking me for the table. So my table is called work tasks. I will select my table. Now it is asking me for the unique ID of the row. And that is something that I'm passing from my Power BI dataset to Flow. So if I select row ID, you see I should have the ID here, but I don't see it. It happens sometimes. But as you can see, I did pass that ID over. So if you don't see that, like in my case, you may have to go back and come back in again and try and update it. I knew that would happen, so I already had one pre-created. Let me try and edit this one and show you how this one works. Once again, Power BI clicks the Power BI click is the trigger. And right here, I have update row. And this time under dynamic content, you see I already have my work task ID that I'm selecting right here. And whenever this is clicked, I would like to change the status of my task, let's say to completed. Okay. That's all I'm doing right here. I'm updating data based on the data set that's being passed from Power BI to Flow, and it will always be an array. And that's why I get this apply to each loop. Once I'm done with this, I'm going to click on save. So this goes ahead and saves my flow, of course. Give your flow a good name. Once the flow is saved, I can go back. And if I want to associate it with my visual, I have to click on this apply button. Don't forget that. And if I head back right here, I have this big button that gets set up for me. I will go ahead and click save. This will save this. And then once again, I can do the same things, right? I can just select my data points. Let's say I want to select all of these, right? And click run. Once I save and refresh my report, it's still loading. All right, let's say I pick these couple of tasks. I click run. This will go ahead and run my flow, trigger my flow. The flow will get called. It will get those IDs. It will start updating the data in the back end. And once it's done with that, it completes its flow run. Now, the key thing to understand here is that even though I've done that, the Power BI report visual does not update. If you notice, I still have the data as is. And if I click on refresh here, yes, it will go and refresh the visuals. It's using direct query. It goes ahead and updates it. You see the status got updated. So yes, it will do certain things. It will show you the updated results, but the user has to go and click on refresh. That's because from Flow, currently, there is no way for me to refresh the visuals in the Power BI report. You can do that from Power Apps, and that's what Chuck demonstrated earlier, wherein he used that function, Power BI data integration .refresh. That functionality is not available in Flow. So one option is that the user goes and manually refreshes, or when the flow is called, we complete our operation, send the user an email that the operation is complete. Here's a link to your report. The user clicks on it, comes back here and sees the latest data. Another option that you can implement, but for this, you need to ensure that you have Power BI Premium. So if you have that in Power BI desktop itself, I have my page here. Under the settings for the page, there's something known as page refresh. And this needs to be enabled by your Power BI admin. If they have enabled this, what you can do is, specifically in case of direct query, this only works in case of direct query based storage. So right here, if I turn this on, I can define an automatic refresh of my page based on a schedule. And in reality, this is just refreshing the visuals. Because you're using direct query mode, it just goes ahead and requeries the backend system. And here you can define your page refresh schedule. So for example, I can say, refresh my page every 1 minute. So once I trigger my flow, the flow runs, the flow performs the bulk update based on the contextual data that I'm passing. And after every minute, we have the Power BI report being refreshed automatically, so the user can see the changes almost near real time. So that covers all my demos on using Flow inside Power BI. I will switch back to our presentation. So we did not cover the presentation because of some issues, but I would like to just wrap up my part by covering or just providing a high-level overview of Power Automate Visual and Power BI. So it empowers your users to go directly from the insights or the analytics that they are viewing in Power BI and directly take an action on it. End users can run the flow directly within the Power BI report by just clicking on that button. The flow that gets executed is contextually aware of the data in Power BI. So if you refine or filter your data in Power BI, automatically that filtered data set will be passed over to Flow. You need to install this visual. I showed you how to do it as part of my demo. You have to go and add it from the marketplace. So you have that visual. It is in preview, so keep that in mind. Once the flow is configured, you pass the fields, build out the flow, hit that magic apply button. Once you've done all of that, the user can straight away go and run the flow from the Power BI report by clicking on that run flow button. So that covers my part of the demo and presentation. So thank you, Eichel and Chuck. And I think we can now open the floor for questions.
Thank you, guys. It was really thank you, guys. It was really interesting. Everything that you showed, the rest, especially I've been working with live connections with Power BI, and we came across all the things that you showed today about how Power BI is Power Apps. Sorry, is the one that can refresh the report once you do the update and all the stuff. But it's really great. I really love the integration of Power Automate inside Power BI. It's almost that all the things in Power Platform are coming together to do their job. So it's really nice. I don't know if you have seen some questions here. There's one here. What are the additional licenses that we need for this?
Reza, did you want me to take that, or did you?
So what are the additional licenses we needed for this? So of course, we are in Power BI, so you need your standard Power BI licenses, of course. If you're sharing your Power BI report, you need the Pro license or Premium, or you need the additional licensing. As far as Power Apps goes, what Chuck demonstrated, if you have a Power App inside a Power BI report, of course, you would have to share that Power App with your users as well. So there's an additional sharing aspect to it. But from a licensing standpoint, the data set that is in Power BI is available for you in Power Apps for no additional licensing cost. But if you are performing CRUD operations, like Chuck performed a create operation in Microsoft Dataverse, Dataverse is a premium connector. So in that scenario, you would need a premium license. If I was updating data in SharePoint, let's say, now because SharePoint is a standard connector, in that scenario, I would not require a premium license. So the answer is the classic, it depends. And the same scenario holds true for Flow as well.
And of course, if we actually had done SharePoint, my process, or actually my demo, gets much harder because it doesn't have a direct query interface. Exactly. So now you're actually looking at getting the gateway involved, doing an import, having the import latency, going out and issuing the refresh at the data set, and then the visual refresh. Again, this gets back to direct query solves lots of problems, and you need to start thinking about your latency for that gateway and the refreshes if you do import. Great question, Krishna. Thank you very much for joining it. And by the way, if you weren't on the chat, Krishna said good morning to you, Reza.
Good morning, Krishna.
He got because he threw another question if the user needs another additional Power BI or Power Automate licenses, but you already answered the question, Reza.
And let me actually go and double click in that a little bit more, Eichel, is that so there's two different sharing metaphors that are going to be needed in all these cases. Actually, I think I'm stepping on top of Eichel talking right now. One of which is you need to make sure and add them to the Power BI workspace. So this isn't a license issue. This is a security and a permissions or access issue. And you need to give them access to the application. So you need to do two sets of sharing. And there isn't a easy single place, but so you have to unwind it, because not all the time, often I'll actually go out and see, I'll go into a Teams room, or I'll go into a SharePoint list, or actually go into a Power BI report, and it says I don't have access to the application because the same security groups weren't used in both places. So it is actually something that you guys need to wire up yourself until we are working on this. The Power Platform team is actually working on having a single place of the truth, but we're not there yet. So great question, Krishna.
Yeah. There are no more questions, but actually, I just wanted to tell you again, it's really nice to have you both here. I know the time zones are really difficult to overcome sometimes, because Charles is early. I don't know what time is on your side, Reza?
My side is pretty good, actually. It's like 9:45 a.m. right now. So it's Saturday morning, rise and shine.
Great. Perfect. So thank you so much for being here. I hope to see you next year. And
no, you're going to see us in
1 hour.
1 hour, yeah.
Yeah, it's 1 hour.
Yeah, you're right. But I don't know if it's in my same track, but Glad to have you here.
And then that session, actually, I'm going to go out and pitch it, is actually looking at environment variables. These are actually relatively new inside of Power Apps, and it should actually be a lot of fun. So I do recommend that you come back and see Reza and myself actually walk through environment variables. Otherwise, Eichel, thanks again for having us, and I'll actually sign off. Cheers.
Thank you, Eichel. Thank you, Chuck.
Bye-bye.
See you sometime. Bye,
Thank
guys.
you. Bye-bye. Hello, Alex. How are you? Can you unmute? Okay, thank you.
Hi, Ekel. How are you?
How are you? Sorry for the short delay. We were saying goodbyes to Chuck and Reza. Thank you for being here to share your session with us. And I won't take you much time from you. Let me share your screen, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Echo, and thanks for having me here. And welcome everyone to the session. So this session is how to convert queue items to case records in Dynamics 365 CE. Just think my mouse is stuck somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Yep. So firstly, I just want to give a big thank you to the sponsors for the event who made it possible. So Premium Virtual, Avanade, Azure, Infovan, Prisma, Innova, Microsoft, iSolutions, Smart Business Challenges. These guys, they put quite a lot, including the organizers as well, to make this event possible for us. So massive shout out to them. So what are we speaking about today? So we already said converting queue items into case records in Dynamics 365 CE. So I'm going to give you a little introduction as well before we get going. So a little introduction about myself and to see exactly what we are going to discuss in this session here. So in here, we have case creation. So I'm going to discuss a little bit more about the use case and how we're actually going to configure that use case to meet the business requirement. And then there is a mailbox involved in this scenario. We also have a queue. And at the same time, it's so well and good to have these components. But one thing which is very important is to actually see the live demo and to test it, to make sure it works and to see any challenges we have. But live demos are always fascinating, right? So looking forward to that one. So just a little bit more about myself. So I'm Alexio Chanduana. I'm a solution designer in the automotive industry. I also do some blogging where I blog about Dynamics 365 CE, Power Platform. So these include challenges I have and how I fix these challenges, or anything interesting I think I find useful. I tend to blog about it and I'll share with everyone else. For those of you on Twitter, this is my Twitter handle here, Alex_Chanduana. I do endeavor to follow back anyone who follows me, but in most cases, I always go and look out for anyone in the community to kind of collaborate and also learn from them. And for those on LinkedIn, this is my name on LinkedIn. However, you can use this QR code here, and I'll be more than happy to connect. And at the same time, I want to see some updates, also learn from the community itself. I'm also the organizer for the Power Platform Africa community. So this is a community based on anyone looking to get started on the Power Platform journey, or Dynamics 365. So the idea behind that is to help everybody get started, support their journey, and also involve them in the community so they can also give back to the community. So the use case we have here, it's when the pandemic started, at one organization I was working for, they had a shared mailbox, and all their customers started emailing some of these issues they were having. And with these issues, the customers got frustrated because there's so much emails coming in, and it's very, very difficult to keep track. And one interesting thing, this specific organization, they have Dynamics 365 CE. So one of the things I came up with, thankfully Microsoft have the technology, was to have a shared mailbox. So from that shared mailbox, we also have a queue in Dynamics 365 CE, which then converts it to a case using Power Automate. So I'm not going to bore you with slides with how I've gone through this setup. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go into the live demo of the solution of how we came about with it. So can everyone see my screen, right? Which has the Office screen. Awesome. Perfect. So here, the very first thing to do is to go in the admin center, in the Office admin center. So what you see here, I'll click on the admin centers. I will have quite a few of them on the right, on the left-hand side here. What I'm looking to do here is to look at groups. So when I arrive at groups here, I'm looking to replicate the similar setup which the organization has. So if you can see in here, I have one already which I set up, but for the purpose of this session here, we're going to create a new one. So I'm going to select add a shared mailbox. And in here, I'm going to put Bizz Summit 1. And what do you see once I click in the email field here, it gets that into the email. So we now have Bizz Summit 1 at d365.onmicrosoft.com. The next thing to do here is to save the changes. So what's happening now, our shared mailbox is getting created, and it will be ready for use very shortly. You can see here we have the shared mailbox was created. And the next thing we need is our email address here. So I'm just going to get that email address. One at D365 Academy.onmicrosoft.com. So I'm just taking this email address because we'll need it very shortly. So now we have our shared mailbox here. The next thing is to go to the Power Platform Admin Center. And the reason for going here, we need to create our queue. So you go to the Power Platform Admin Center, you select environments, and in here you see I have a trial instance. So what I'll do is I'll click on this trial instance, and then I have my environment here, and I need to get to the settings area. So I'll then select settings. So once I'm in settings now, I need to go to business. So we need to create a queue. So where these email or queue items will be located and then converted into a case. So if I select queues, here, I guess with the entity queues, and then I need to select new. So select new, then I'm going to have a new window open here. So we're going to give this a name, Bizz Summit 1. So we keep some consistency with our naming here. And then we need the incoming email. So our incoming email will be Bizz Summit 1, which we created the shared mailbox. And once we're at this point here, we're okay. So what you see, the mailbox is logged. And what happens is the moment we select save, the mailbox is automatically created for this specific queue. So if I select save, we should shortly see the mailbox created. So we now have our Bizz Summit 1 mailbox created in here. So the next step to do here is to go to the mailbox. So we need to go to the mailbox and also do approve, test, and enable. So we just make sure our connection to our exchange is okay. So I'm going to minimize this. And in the Power Admin Center, if I select mailboxes, we now have our Bizz Summit 1 mailbox in here. And what you can see here, the incoming email is not run, and this is not run. So what we need to do here is to approve our mailbox. So I've approved that. And then the next thing is to do test and enable. So once I do test and enable, so now it's going to test our connection. And if everything is okay, we should get success into incoming status. And we should also get a success for outgoing. So what I'll do here, let me just refresh this page. Yep, so you can see here, we have successes here, we have successes here, which means our mailbox is good to go. So the next thing, what we need to do here now, we can save and close here, and we can go back to our queue. So this is our queue we had earlier. So in here, we need to create a record creation and update rule. So if you can see this section, let me just maximize this so you can actually see it. So record creation and update rules. So what we need to do here is to create a new record. So once we create a new record here, we need to give it a name. So in here, we're going to say convert to case. And I'm going to put a 1 just at the end of it because I have one already which says convert to case already. In here, always just make sure, given our scenario and use case here, we're looking at an email. So look at the email, and then what we need to do at this point is to select save. So once we select save, it will then allow us to add some conditions to it. So you can imagine you have emails which have RE in the subject or regarding, or some emails which says forwarding, depending on the business use case. So in this use case in here, the condition in here is does not contain FW in the subject. So what you have here now is to add our condition. So I'm going to add a row, and in here we should have subject. So it's right at the bottom here, subject, and then does not contain, does not begin with, apologies. And then we put the word we're looking for here. And now what we have here, there's an action based on this condition. So our action, as we said in our use case, is to create a case, right? So once we're here, we now select save. So it's saving, and then we're getting there. So far, we think our setup is fine. The next thing is to configure Power Automate to actually do the creation of these case records, and to also check where these emails are coming from, who's sending us the email. So if I select Save and Power Automate, so this will take us to the Power Automate area. And now what's very, very important here, what this page is loading, what you see in here, it tells us do not delete or rename. So what you see here should stay there. So you should not rename this or try to modify the content at this point. So what you can see here now is telling us our flow will connect to database. And as you can see, our connection is perfectly fine at this point. And have a look what happens now when we select continue. So once we select continue, it then brings up the other steps. So what you're seeing here is identifying the email sender, and at the same time, if the email sender is a contact or is an account, do we really need to create duplicates? So of course, we have a condition here. If they do exist within our environment, they should not be created as a contact or an account again. Basically, what we need to do at that point is to associate the records, right? So here, if it doesn't, it creates a record. And then again, it tells us not to rename the step. So again, we also have a step which says connect the record to the incoming activity. So at this point, we're almost there. So what's the next thing we're going to do here? So we need to save our step here. So it's going, saving it. Okay, eventually we'll get there, that's for sure. Yep, perfect. So our flow is ready to go. So of course, we need to make sure we test what we are doing here. So before we do that, we need to go to our queue, and we need to activate the record creation rule. So at this point here, this is our queue. So I'm going to open this here. Then just to maximize this so we can all see it. And in here, you can see our record creation rule is in draft mode. So basically what we need to do here is to activate it. So I'm just going to open it so you actually see exactly the change, what happens when we activate it. So you can see here, it's in draft mode, and we need to select activate. So we're activating, and here it's telling us only one rule per queue and activity type can be active. Okay, that's what we have at the moment. We only have one ourselves. So I'm going to select activate. So once I select activate here, we should see something different happening to our record. So slowly getting there. So the expected result here, once we activate our record creation rule, the record should become read-only. So you should be able to see it once this completes processing. Like any demo, right? Sometimes things tend to go very slow. So I'm pretty sure it's going to go anyway. So just keep an eye on it.
Yeah, the demo effect, right?
Yep. Perfect. So we can see our record here is now read only, and the status also has changed from draft. It's now active. So it's great. We have our configuration here set up well. The next thing is to actually test it to see if it works. So what we need to do at this point here is to send an email to our shared mailbox. So I'm going to send the email here, and then in the subject, for the purpose of this demo, I'm just going to put "This summit is awesome." Use the double O here, it's deliberate. And then in here, I'm just going to put "This is a test." Case creation. And just put "kind regards." Put my name at the bottom of it. So at this point, the next thing to do is to send the email. So what you see here, the email has been sent in our sent inbox here. The next thing is to check within our environment. So in here, you can simply just wait and see if the case gets created here, because it will be looking at the subject of that email. But what we can also do, which is pretty cool for those of you who use Dynamics, we have this tool here, which is Advanced Find. So I'm just going to look at email messages and just to see the incoming emails. So in here, email messages. Okay, selected the wrong one. And then if it's a working environment, I'll then either specify created today. But given this is just a trial environment, I don't have many in here. So what you can see in here, we are waiting for our email to arrive. So the email hasn't arrived yet. So these emails are from last night. So just have to keep an eye on it in here. So while we're waiting for it, the other option, what we can do, we can go and see the queue items in here. Okay, so just waiting for that email to come through. Let's check our cases. So we should have 3 of them in here. Where is our advanced find? Okay, it's not there yet. So the next thing is to check our mailbox, which is this one here. Our mailbox is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Our email address, the next thing we can also do is to send another email address. So let's send another email. So our email address is correct in here. And we want to put test2 in here. Say this is a test. So we send that across. And then we need to go and check in here. So basically, at this point, I can take a bit of time because you can imagine we're sending an email, it's going to a shared mailbox, it goes to Exchange. Then the queue items looks at that, then it fetches it, and then the record creation and Power Automate kicks in. So let's keep an eye on it and see where it comes. If this does not come through, the next option we have just to show on this demo is to go and send it to the one which are set up for testing purposes and see if we actually get that coming through. So let's give that a couple of minutes to see exactly if it comes through. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send another email to the initial Summit 365 Academy on Microsoft.com. Let's send one to here. We know this is working. If the other ones do not arrive, we can also do some troubleshooting to see why it's not working. So in here, I'm going to put 101. This is working test. Okay, deliberate there. So let's see if it works. So where is our advanced find? So just refresh this, and now we don't seem to be getting anything coming through. And let's have a look on our view here. Okay. So in here, what we can see here is either there's a delay in this case records being created. And the next thing to do is for us to troubleshoot it. But however, what's expected as the result here is for this case record to be created. So what then happens when the case record is created? I'm going to open one which was created when I was preparing for this session. So what is expected here is a case record being created. And what you can also see, it's the email which was sent. So in here, It's picked up the email address. It's picked up the person who's sending it. And then it's created a contact record, which is also the customer here. So if I was to click here, you can actually see the email which are sent through, which is now associated to the case. It tells you when it was created. I'm just hoping at some point this comes through. And yes, indeed, it's come through. I was getting worried, is that my demo case coming through? So just looking at advanced file now, we have the first one we created in here, and then we have our test in here and our test 2. So that's great. So we were making some progress. So just going back to our view now, so we actually see one we created ourselves. We can see the first one, the very first one we created, which is here. So I can see there's a delay on the other side. So in here, business summit is awesome. So this is the email we sent, and we can see this is the case, and this is the content of the email. So one might ask, what is the big deal about creating a case record, right? So you can imagine for an organization, they're very busy. They have to dig down into their email to find what the customer sent to them, and then either respond, or in some cases, trying to find some insights of how to make these strategic decisions in terms of the complaints or cases being raised within their organization. So one of the benefits of having, for example, CE here and case records being created, you can start analyzing data. You can start integrating Power BI and start looking at some of the data here. And at the same time, customer calls straight away, you can just look by their name. Straight away, you pick them up, write an email. You can imagine someone happens to delete that by mistake. Whereas here, we have a track record of it. So again, what you have in here is in progress. We can then just follow the business process flow if for your own organization. So just to have a look in here, the other cases we created in here, you can see the time it's been created. So looking at this demo here, one thing to keep in mind is that little delay where it gets processed from Exchange into a Dynamics 365 queue, and then the case being created. So at this point here, we have our working environment. We have a solution which has actually met a business requirement. So the next thing to do here is to go back to the slides. So I'm pretty sure we've seen this working, which is positive. So going back to our slides in here. So what you have within these slides here is exactly the same steps we took. So I'll share these slides with the event organizers. If anyone wants to have a go to meet a similar challenge, I think this will be a very useful solution, a quick one to have in place as well. So these are just the screenshots of exactly where we went and what we actually had to do to achieve that. So just going through these things, we're almost there. So just every single step. So if anyone has any questions in regards to this, of course, please feel free to pop those in the chat window. And in here, the step for Power Automate. And at the same time, we're getting to this point here. So thank you so much for listening, everybody.
Thank you, Alex.
Is there anyone really nice. With any questions?
Yeah, there's one from the YouTube chat. Is hi Alexio. In Power Automate, in the variable box, identify email sender. Do you have any? Do you have to add any initial value?
Okay, thanks, Carlos. So in this use case, I did not add any value, but of course, there is that opportunity to add any value if required.
Perfect. That is well. Thank you for your session. It was really nice, especially giving us that use case that you had when, especially everyone here passed through that for the COVID thing, and everything went crazy once everyone started working online, and all the emails came through like like crazy, right?
Yeah, they were just flying in.
Yeah, exactly. But it was really nice to see this, and thanks for sharing this use case. I'm pretty sure some people will take use of this. And if I don't know if you can show your slides of your how to contact you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll share those shortly.
Perfect.
Let me just go back in here. If anyone wishes to contact me or ask anything in regards to this,
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
these are my details here.
Yeah, I think I'm sure that someone has the same issue or the same need for their organization. So thank you again, and I hope to see you next year when we set the new Bizz Summit.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here at the summit. And thank you so much to all the listeners as well. Really appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Have a good one.
Thanks. Hi, Baljit. How are you?
Oh, yeah, good, thank you. I hope I've got the pronunciation of your name correct. Is it Eichel?
I was about to tell you the same thing. It's Baljit as well.
Yes,
My name is Eichel as well.
Eichel. Great. Good
Yeah,
to
we
meet
have
you.
particular names, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Great, great. Well, I don't want to steal you much of your time. You're here to tell us about change management, so the floor is yours.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So, yeah, my name is Baljit. I'm very glad to be here today. So, what I wanted to start off with first was to just say a little something in Spanish, seeing as this is a Spanish BizApps summit. So here goes. Gracias por tu tiempo hoy, which I believe means thank you for your time today.
Yeah, perfect.
So I just wanted to make a little bit of an effort because, after all, all of the organizers and the participants are probably, a lot of them are native Spanish speakers.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make a little bit of effort the other way, So
yeah. Thank you for your effort. It was really good.
Good, excellent. So a little bit of housekeeping. So before we start the session, so in terms of questions during the session, my understanding is that Eichel will take those down. So I understand that those can be communicated through by chat. And what I'll aim for is I'll aim to finish my presentation after about 35 minutes, and that will leave us around about 5 minutes at the end for me to pick up any questions you may have. So yeah, just to mention that. So let me start by kind of giving a brief intro into the session. So the title of the session, as you can see, is Change Management in a Post-Pandemic World. And I acknowledge that it's a very grand-sounding title, perhaps. But really what I want to achieve out of today is just to communicate and share my personal experience on really one aspect of change management that I've personally experienced just before the pandemic and during the pandemic, which is training business application functionality to end users, and what has changed during the pandemic, what experiences we had with that, and what learnings have emerged out of that experience. And hopefully I can give a very practical kind of demonstration as to what has changed, and actually make it quite a positive message in terms of the things that we've had to grow and learn to get over those challenges that we've had during the pandemic, and perhaps those features and things that will be here to stay as we hopefully emerge out of the worst of the pandemic and sort of get back to a new normal. So I hope all of that sounds okay. Let me just flick to the next slide. So yeah, brief shout out to our sponsors. Thank you very much for supporting this summit and this event. Really appreciate the input by not only the sponsors, but also the organizers as well, like Eichel and Marco, Mario, the rest of the team. So very much appreciate your effort. It sounds like it's been a very successful event so far. So that's great. And a little bit about me. So just in terms of my background, I have a very non-conventional background in that, I'm not a technologist at all. Actually, working in technology and Microsoft business applications is a second career for me. So I started off in the first 15 years of my career as an accountant, actually, and working in finance. So, working for various different organizations around the UK, and then about sort of 11, 12 years ago, I came into the world of initially Microsoft Dynamics CRM, that then became Dynamics customer engagement, and then latterly Dynamics 365 sales, Dynamics 365 marketing, customer service, and also going into learning about the Power Platform, Power BI, Power Automate, and all of those good things. So as it says there, I've got 11 years in the industry, working directly for end clients. So I've worked not so much through partners or other consultancies. I've tended to enjoy working directly for end clients, and you'll see a bit more detail about that in the next slide and who those clients are. But yeah, quite a long history with Microsoft Dynamics from all the way from version 4. So and I'm still here now, so there must be something that's going right. So yeah. And then in terms of my track and my kind of specialism, I like to think of myself as a functional consultant. So 11 years ago, I started as a subject matter expert on a CRM project, and I was brought in from the business. I was at Barclays Bank at the time, and I was brought onto the technology project to provide a bit of business context and to help with training on that CRM program. And then since then, I've kind of had a kind of way of learning more skills during, over the last 11 years. So going into business analysis, and learning about agile and lean practices, learning how to configure and customize Dynamics, and also working with new applications like Power BI, as I mentioned before, Power Automate, but also continuing with training and also testing as well. So sort of my remit and what is covered under that functional consultant role is pretty much everything apart from pro code and pro dev type activities nowadays, which is good. I enjoy the variety, so that's very good for me. And then lastly, I have chosen to specialize just in banking over the last 11 years. So my domain expertise basically is within banking. So that's been over various different types of banking. So that's that could either be direct to consumer banking, so retail banking, private banking, anywhere where we're dealing with an individual on the street, and also other types of banking as well. So like B2B banking, so direct to companies, where companies are the entities that we deal with. So that would cover things like corporate banking, commercial banking, investment banking, and asset management. So these are some of my end clients that I've, or all of my end clients actually, that I've worked with over the past 11 years. So yeah, there you can see quite a few of the sort of large UK banks like Barclays, Lloyds, Royal Bank of Scotland, and then some sort of smaller ones, Ulster Bank, and some some others like Investec, and the one that the client that I have at the moment, which is Vanguard Investors, which is a US based bank. Okay. So right, so what is change management? So the title of this talk is Change Management in a Post-Pandemic World. So I had a bit of a Google. I must admit, I had a bit of a Google, and had a search for change management definitions, and this was pretty much the best one that I could find in quite a short space of time. So change management is a set of principles, techniques, and prescriptions applied to the human aspects of executing major change initiatives in organizational settings. So the source for that is Daryl Connor in his book called Managing at the Speed of Change. And I still think there's room for improvement in that definition. So I think that that definition takes a bit of unpacking. So what I'll do, what I'll attempt to do is just to simplify that a little bit for everyone. So for me, I'd like to focus in on the first part of that definition. So, change management is a set of principles, techniques, and prescriptions. So the way I like to think of it is, rather than principles, techniques, and prescriptions, is sort of saying, there are a range of activities that can be done to proactively manage change in an organization. And we'll go on to a bit more about what those activities might be in the next slide. But, rather than thinking of a range of, different principles, techniques, etc., I like to think of them as activities that are focused on, managing the human aspects of change in an organization. The other thing that I would say about this slide is, or this definition, is that I don't necessarily agree that it's always a major change where change management has to take place. So, an example of that is, on some of my projects, we have, maybe a relatively minor release of functionality going into our live production system and, affecting our end users. And, even those releases, or those relatively minor releases, do require some kind of planning, some kind of proactive activities on the part of myself and the rest of my team to manage that change and to make end users understand a bit more about what the change is, why it's needed, what's the benefit to the users, and where it all fits in within the bigger picture. So I would say even minor change from a technology perspective does need to be managed. Okay, so just to bring it to life a little bit more for everyone, these are the kinds of change management activities that there could be. So in large organizations such as Microsoft, for example, you might get things like staged events, which are huge undertakings that are taken on by large teams. There's a multi-million-dollar investment in those events. So you think of events like Ignite, or the recent Business Applications Summit that Microsoft held earlier this year. Those are examples of stage events where there's a keynote, and there are lots of different seminars, and everyone comes together and learns about what's new, and has time to reflect on what's new now and what's coming in terms of the roadmap, etc., etc. So that can also hold true for end sort of client organizations. So another example of a staged event was something, for example, that I attended at Barclays many years ago, where there was a huge digital transformation program that was about to start, and before that started, there was a huge staged event held over in the Docklands in London at the Excel Centre. And I remember that there were probably about 2,000 people assembled in a great big hangar in the Docklands, and there's a huge kind of multimedia event held around trying to create excitement and buzz around this new digital transformation program. So safe to say those things have all gone virtual, but yeah, that's one example. Then moving on to operating procedures. So what I mean by operating procedures are basically written down accounts of how a particular business process should work in an organization. So these can be sort of physical documents, or increasingly now, of course, everything's held online. But this is something that any person that's doing a particular job role can go to have as a reference to what they should be doing and where they should be doing it in terms of systems and processes. Moving on to monitoring reports and dashboards. So this is probably more aligned to the work that we do as technologists. So anytime, for example, we roll out any new functionality or we roll out a new business application, of course, it's good practice to have a suite of monitoring reports or dashboards that we can equip the business with to enable them to monitor the quality of data input, over time. So, of course, the principle is, the more consistently users use the application, and the better the quality of input, the better the quality of output, and the business insights that you would get out of that business application, in terms of meeting the sort of overall business need for that system. So monitoring reports are great feedback loop in terms of ensuring that the system is doing what it's supposed to do for the organization. And then the penultimate one is communications. So this can be kind of verbal communication, obviously, or through other channels. So, for example, you could be as simple as sending out emails or posts on Teams, in terms of broadcast messages, or it could be a member of the delivery team or change team standing up at a business team meeting to announce a new release or some kind of news of what's coming. And one other thing to say about communications is it's vitally important enabler for training. So it tends to support any training efforts as well. So in terms of telling everyone what's the logistics around training, when it's happening, how many people at a training session, what the format of the training will be, and then in any follow-ups. So in terms of any surveys that are done after the training's happened to understand how the training went and was accepted by users, that also all takes the kind of is all under the banner of communications. And then last but not least, and highlighted in yellow there, is training. So really, of course, when everybody thinks about training, everybody probably automatically has a picture in their head about classroom training. So the type of training that we used to do when we were all in the office, and you might be in a meeting room, you'd have somebody like me standing at the head of the classroom or the meeting room next to a projector, and then people sitting around and looking at what was being presented on the projector. And of course, that's fundamentally changed with the pandemic. But just to say that it's not just the live training aspect that I wanted to talk about today. It's also all of the other things that are wrapped into the training effort. So those things could be supporting materials like instructional videos that you might post online, or recordings of training sessions that are taken place that people can watch back and sort of replay. There might be how-to guides or business process kind of documentation that might give a bit more context around where the system fits in to that business process and how it enables that business process. So yeah, just to say that training is a kind of a multifaceted area, which is not just delivering live training, between a trainer and training participants. Right, I'm just going to pause there for a quick drink. Right. Okay. Right. So, why manage change? Why should we do training and do all of the other change activities that I mentioned on the previous slide? I had a really sort of deep think about this, and I think there were a few things that came to mind. So this is by no means an exhaustive list, but these are the kind of quite sort of powerful messages or key things that I thought would be useful. In the top left-hand corner, we've got partners. So user adoption is a key metric which Microsoft have recently started to look at as part of a more balanced scorecard in terms of awarding Microsoft partners with a silver or gold status. So I attended a webinar recently that had been arranged by the 365 Talent Portal team, and on there was a guy called Andrew Bourne, and he's a senior partner technology strategist at Microsoft, and he was talking about Microsoft's new partner contribution indicator, which is the way that Microsoft score their partners, and they score partners based on a range of different attributes for being rated a silver or gold sort of competency partner. And it was really a really interesting presentation, because Andrew's sort of point was that before Microsoft just looked at basically two things. One was number of licenses sold by the partner, and the other was sort of certifications by the that achieved in that year by the staff that were employed by the partner. So that's now changed quite fundamentally. One of the scoring measures or metrics is now growth in monthly active users, and that actually counts for 25% of the score now. So that's that just tells you that the management of change and being proactively managing user adoption, user take up of the system is now increasingly seeing as being more important, and being more key to success of those partners. So that's partners, and then moving on to users. So I think especially when we're in a situation where we're maybe doing some kind of digital transformation, or Microsoft Business application is replacing a legacy system of some kind, or there's some kind of job redesign that's going on in parallel with the introduction of new Microsoft technology. What I always feel is that it's good to give users that sense of comfort and knowledge that that change is being actively managed, and that they're not being sort of the technology isn't being thrust on them, and they're sort of told to get on with it and interpret it in many sort of weird and wonderful ways that results in sort of inconsistency of usage. So I always think that it's really the responsibility of those delivering the change, i.e., us technologists, us people in the technology delivery teams to ensure that our end users experience that sense of comfort and control when those changes are taking place. So moving on, thirdly, so from a delivery team perspective, I don't know about you guys, but I always get a lot of personal satisfaction from knowing that users actually enjoy using our applications or using the applications that we design and build and deliver. So that gives me a lot of satisfaction when a system lands well with users, and that we can get on as a delivery team and we can deliver the next batch of functionality, in the next release, and that we don't have a sort of backlash of questions, training related questions, that sort of interrupts our flow as a delivery team. It's nice to be able to kind of manage something well, through training, answer all users' questions and concerns at that point, and then move on, be able to be free and move on to the next delivery. So that's from a delivery team perspective. And then, of course, for our clients, corporate level, of course, good usage, consistent usage, and best practices by users results in positive return on investment, and happy shareholders. So, I'm sort of coming from a sort of a banking perspective, and obviously, the bottom line is very important in that environment. And you always sort of think, well, these companies, these clients invest millions and millions of pounds, or dollars, euros, into these systems, and obviously they're looking for a return. So yeah, I mean, good adoption and good take up by users is of course good for the bottom line. Okay, so I just wanted to go on to so the very practical part of my presentation, which is just sharing the experience that I personally had as a trainer, immediately before the pandemic, in December 2019, and after the pandemic, and how the landscape has changed for training. And I thought it'd be good to just summarize in this one pager in terms of how things have changed for us as an organization. So just to set the scene, I'm currently working at a client called Vanguard, which is a large US asset management and asset management company that sort of deals in both the B2B and B2C sides of the market, both in the US and here in Europe and in Australia predominantly. And basically, I've been on this project for about the last 2 years, and our first major release was back in December 2019, obviously prior to the pandemic hitting sort of in February and March in 2020. And the situation was that we were rolling out Dynamics 365 customer service to around about 40 users. And at that time in December 2019, all of the training was done in the classroom, physically in the classroom, in the office. Our training was carried out actually not by me, but by our lovely product owner, and she sort of did some deliveries, maybe sort of 5 or 6 classroom sessions with a customer services team, which was excellent that she did that training, because she'd originally come out of that team to act as a product owner and SME on our team. So, it's very hands-on. The tools that were used at that time were, obviously meeting rooms in the office, projectors, training laptops, and, not video cameras in this instance, but, I have seen, instances where recording of a training workshop or, a training session has taken place by using video cameras at the sort of back of the classroom. And obviously, back then, the emphasis was on group or social learning. So, we would have a training environment set up where the team could just log on and go through some pre-prepared exercises just to create various record types and, go through a particular sort of business process or scenario, and slowly build and enrich the records in Dynamics. So the emphasis was very much on kind of like the trainer showing what needed to be done at the sort of the front of the class, and then they would give everyone a turn to have a go on their own machines, afterwards, and then the trainer would sort of just circle around the class and just see how the learning was being retained during the session. So very much a sort of instructor-led experience, really, and very interactive and very much kind of orientated towards social learning and group learning. So what changed after that particular sort of first round of training back in December 2019? Well, we then had a second round of training in around about May or June last year, so May or June 2020. And obviously by then, everybody was at home, everybody was working in their home office or their bedroom or their living room, and everybody was operating over Microsoft Teams, as a main kind of hub for video conferencing, calls, chat, etc. So yeah, a very different world, but we still, as a delivery team, had to roll out some fairly hefty functional changes in the system. So things like integrated telephony, and email through Dynamics was all new back in the summer of 2020. So it did require some training effort back then to kind of deliver that and launch that with the end users and get them used to the new functionality. So the emphasis there was on using Microsoft Teams and still running live training sessions, but recording some of those sessions so that they could be played back on Teams. So the tools that we were using sort of during the pandemic were kind of primarily Microsoft Teams, Stream, and also customer voice. So we'd do a training session and we'd send out a survey to all the attendees just to kind of get a temperature check on how they felt the training went, whether it hit their objectives, whether they had any remaining questions or concerns. So customer voice was also a tool that we used that was there in the Microsoft stack. But very much the emphasis during that pandemic training was completely different, obviously, and the emphasis was very much more on individual learning and reflection. So we didn't run any kind of show and tell type exercises where the trainer kind of took them through an exercise and they then had the opportunity to do it for themselves. It was very kind of instructor led. So I would then, for example, I would log on to a training session, I would share my screen. I would take them through, how to kind of use integrated telephony, or send and receive emails, and action emails, approve emails, just on the screen. And it was very prescriptive and very very different from the social and group type interactivity that we'd had pre-pandemic. But on the positive side, I must say that the training was enhanced by these new tools, in the fact that we suddenly had technology that allowed users to get instant answers. So things like the chat on Teams was more used, and users felt more supported and more comfortable, I think, because we set up a dedicated Q&A channel for that particular release. And I think there was more emphasis on using technology more efficiently. So as a delivery team, as a training team, we were pushed to use more digital resources. So a good example of that is the surveys. So literally, before the pandemic, we would have used a paper survey, and handed out a paper survey for people to fill in with a pen. We would have collated all of that stuff, put it into a spreadsheet, and then monitored the results on Excel. But now we were pushed to we didn't have that physical element anymore, and that pushed us in the direction of customer voice. So actually that was a lot more efficient, in the end, in terms of especially collating and tracking responses. So we found that overwhelmingly positive, and great improvement over and above what we had before. I must say, in terms of implications for the trainer, the kind of experience during the pandemic, during last summer, was quite challenging. Obviously, as a trainer, you stand up you would normally stand up at the physical location in the classroom. You'll be able to see the body language of all of your attendees, understand what their kind of reaction to what you were saying was at that particular time, and then you could dynamically change tack, or change your approach according to what was happening in the room. And of course, during the pandemic, delivering training through Teams, the typical scenario was that you'd join the training session, and everybody would join, cameras would be off, and everybody would be on mute. And therefore, as a trainer, personally, I found that very challenging, and quite disconcerting, I have to admit, at first. But then, I think the opportunity on the flip side was that there was less admin overhead. Everything was organized through Teams. There was no need to book physical rooms, or change rooms, or things like that. There was no need to track attendance, take an attendance sheet with you into the room, and have people sign that. That's all tracked through Teams, obviously. And also, I think we were able to deliver a greater number of sessions, actually, with smaller groups, which I think made a big difference virtually, as opposed to what we would have been able to do physically in the classroom. So I think that was good. We could give a bit more kind of one-on-one attention, and a bit more of a personalized service that way. And also we had Q&A on Teams as well, which was great, and which was really well adopted by users. So I'm just going to skip this slide here, move on. Just looking at the time and just realizing that I'm down to my last few minutes. So in terms of learning styles, what I witnessed during the pandemic was that there was a shift away from, the way people learn is, very social, very skewed towards social and visual aspects. So, if you're in a classroom, those people who prefer to learn new things as part of a group and bounce ideas off each other, or those that prefer to be able to look at things visually and have things described to them in a visual fashion, it favors those people who prefer to learn in those styles. Whereas, in a classroom situation, it probably wouldn't favor those people who are more kind of solitary learners, as you can see there, that prefer to learn through self-study kind of later on in their own time and at their own pace. Whereas with the pandemic, I think the interesting thing is that now things have been flipped on their head, where you've got the solitary learners are probably more are happier that they've got recordings of team sessions that they can play back. We also did some, as a training team, we did some videos as well, some instructional videos that we posted online. So there's much more material for those types of learners, and yeah, I think that's been another interesting sort of twist to how things have panned out during during this time. So in summary, I mean, I would say that really the opportunity that we've had with training in particular is that we've been able to reduce cost and complexity with training. So we don't have as many physical assets to manage in terms of training laptops, physical meeting rooms, video equipment, and having to travel to different office locations. In terms of catering to different learning styles, as I just said, I think things are more kind of skewed to people who now are sort of more solitary learners and reflective learners. But I think that, as we go through, I think as things start to get back to normal, I think we can probably shift the focus back to those people who are more social learners and visual learners and strike a better balance. So there may be a point where, we come to where it's more kind of sort of 50% of the training delivered virtually and maybe 50% delivered in the classroom again. So I'm, personally, I'm hopeful that that will happen. And then, in terms of reuse and repetition, technology, obviously with Microsoft Teams and features like breakout rooms is a great feature. Things like customer voice to get surveys back from attendees. Things like custom help panes in Dynamics, which is the replacement for Learning Path to put that learning material actually physically in the application, are all great features and things that we've discovered during the pandemic. So I think there are some positives that we can take from the situation. And then in terms of what you can do in your own teams, what I would advocate is always invest sprint points to manage change. So in your Kanban board or in your sprint board, don't forget to put in points for preparation for training or communications, and allocate that that item some sprint points for effort from your FCs if your functional consultants are delivering the training. I would say monitoring the quality of usage is more key than ever nowadays, because there's no way of being able to monitor the kind of how should I put it, the kind of retention of learning within the learning sessions or the training sessions. So that needs to be done some other way, and a good way of doing that is through monitoring reports, getting the business to monitor the quality of usage, and then if there are any shortcomings, just recalibrate through additional training. And then the last 2 points are do business process training, not systems training. So always make sure that you understand the context of what your application supports, in terms of a business process. So we all get stuck in a sort of narrow perspective on our delivery teams in thinking that our applications are the center of the universe, but often that's not really true. Our application is actually a small cog, or one of the cogs in a bigger machine, of other applications and technology, but also human beings. And human beings may be interacting with other things that are off system, but that we still need to be aware of, and we need to signpost during our training. Yeah.
Sorry, just to let you know that your time is off.
Yeah.
So
sure.
if you want to close now, finish with the session quickly, please.
Yeah, sure, of course. So I was just going to say, and then make the product owner your best friend. So in terms of giving you that business context to kind of overlay the training with, ensure that you can get that information from your product owner to make your training more impactful to users. And that concludes my session.
Perfect. It was really nice because it was a really good thing to know these kinds of sessions, not as technical as the other that we saw, but to give us an example of all the things that we need to think about when we are doing our projects or we're working with customers. Okay.
Great. Good to know.
So thank you very much, Baljit. And there were no questions in this session, but the recording of your session will be available on YouTube later on. Thank you for being here, and hope to see you next year.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, Dennis. Are you here? Oh, okay.
Hello.
Sorry
How
for the
do I
delay.
pronounce? Eichel?
Eichel. Yeah.
Eichel.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
It's a particular name, so well, thank you for being here, and I'm not going to give to steal more time from you. So you're here to tell us about advanced ETL with Power Query. It's really interesting.
Exactly. We are on a business summit, right? And Power BI is a critical application for the business. And many people use Power Query on a very usual way, on a very simple way. And I will show more advanced ways to use Power Query, and this maybe bring some inspiration for many of the attendees. And in fact, I will do that by taking a challenge.
Oh, great.
I will live during the presentation get the public unemployment data from Barcelona and show on the visuals of Power BI from the web.
Perfect. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So, advanced ETL with Power Query. This is me. My name is Dennis, Data Platform MVP with some Microsoft certifications. And at the right, you see my contacts. Feel free to get in touch. It will be a pleasure to connect, answer any questions, and so on. Just keep in touch. It will be a pleasure. Thank you for the sponsors of this conference. And the agenda today. I will make the session based on an example, but during the example, we will be seeing advanced web scraping. We use expressions beyond the why, creating parameters, using parameterized queries, and creating functions. What you will see that we can do it, we can achieve this result. But should we? I mean, I will build everything in Power BI Desktop, but Power BI Desktop is not necessarily the best place to keep this result. Usually, the best place to keep this result would be to publish this to Power BI data flows in the portal. And there are some tweaks to publish this to Power BI data flows, but it's perfectly possible. But it's not exactly in the same way that we built. But let's go to the challenge and see how these features of Power BI can help us. And the challenge will be to using the open data from City of Barcelona. There is a page with information about unemployment data from many years. If I'm not mistaken, this data goes back to 2012. It's a very rich set of data. So let's use Power Query to import this data to inside Power BI from the web. As you are noting on this image, each year is a different file, a different CSV file. So we don't need only to get the content of the web page. We need to get the information from different CSV files that we don't know the link. We need to get the link from the web page and then mesh everything together to be able to make an analysis of this content. So hold my beer and let's see how it works. First demo, let's take a look on the site. It's this one. Hairstyle unemployment in the city of Barcelona. It goes back, like I said, it's even 2011. It's go back to 2011, providing us with the CSV file. Don't really trust the first impressions of our website. Uh, just because the information is here doesn't mean the government will make the information easy to access. So we need to retrieve the links for each year from this address, and each year has a download link. Each year has a preview link and a download link. We can confuse both because the preview link will take us to another page. We need to get the download link to go directly to the CSV. So we'll need this URL, and let me open Power BI. So it's opening Power BI Desktop. And I use get data. I use get data directly to already open the get data for me. What's my source? I have all these options as source, and my source is web. So I choose web as a source, connect, and then put the address of that website that we just saw. We need to extract the URLs of every CSV on that page. So let's go to that website. Connecting. Establishing the connection. Power BI is not only reading the site. Power BI is analyzing the site to identify potential tables that I may be interested in. Power BI is trying to identify what I would really like to get from the site. So it is bringing to us some tables of content based on the information contained in the website, but most of the tables don't have the content that we would like. They don't have what we would like to get. The table that gets closest to what we would like is this table 4. This table 4 has the years, it got all the years, the name of the files, a piece of the name of the files, and this CSV here is related to the link. Remember we saw preview button and download button. This CSV here is related to the download button. It's related to the link. So this is the closest table. It's not perfect because it's not bringing the links, but it's the closest table that we have. But we have another solution as well. Let's imagine a situation where none of the tables that Power BI brought to us is really the set of data that I would like to get. In fact, even this fourth table, it doesn't have the links. Then I can use this option here. This button here at the bottom. So it seems there was a small glitch on the video, but it appears I'm back. So I was talking about using this button at the bottom, add table using examples. So I can click the button and it loads a table where I can build the schema of the table that I want to bring. And it shows me the page, how the page is. It seems a bit strange, it doesn't seem really very useful, but there is a secret on this screen. The secret on this screen is inside the column. I can click the column and it shows me all pieces of content that can be retrieved from the page using CSS selectors. Yes, I'm talking about CSS selectors. I'm using a language of front-end developers to deal with Power BI. Reading data from the web, you will need to know a bit of web page development. So I can take a look on the content and try to identify the content that I would like to bring. And I made many tests and errors here to deliver this session. And it will happen with you. To achieve a good result when retrieving data from a web page, you make many tests and errors. One thing that I discovered is that if I try to recover the year here, it fails because it can't really identify how to get this year from inside the page. It fails. But I can retrieve the links, and by tests and errors as well, we can identify the links that go directly to the CSV, which is download, dash, and the CSV file. So we can identify the links that go directly to the CSV. And if I include two examples of these links, Power BI would be able to retrieve the rest. Just because I did this before, now it decided to fail. Murphy law, it fails exactly during the presentation, just because I tried this and I did this before. I know this page is not the best example for this, but I was trying to illustrate with this example that we can identify some information inside the page. Power BI will identify the pattern of where this information is in the page and will get the information for me. So I can extract information from a web page, giving some examples of the set of information that I would like to extract. Just to try to complete a small example to prove that these sometimes in some situations work, I will try to, instead of getting the CSV link, get the link to the download page. 1, 2, and you see this time it doesn't complain. It complains with the link directly to the CSV, but if I got the link to the download page, this time it asks to move a bit the information. Okay, move for me the information, and that's it. It retrieves the set of links for me. It brings to me a table 6, retrieving a set of links for me. So with this example, I'm showing that we can use this add table using examples to extract information from inside a web page. But in this case, in this page about unemployment, I will not use this option. I use table 4 and I will manually make additional additions on table 4. So I choose table 4 and choose transform data. It will open Power Query for me, bringing table 4. Okay, but everyone may be curious because table 4 doesn't have the link to the CSV. Yes, correct. Table 4 doesn't have the link to the CSV, but has a column that, let's say, it got close to get this link to the CSV. It got close. If we investigate better how this works, how Power BI is reaching this data, we'll see the task of extracted table from HTML. Let's analyze the syntax of this task. It's specifying each column, column 1, column 2, column 3, 4, and so on. So it's specifying each column and identifying how each column will be retrieved. And for most columns, it's for all the columns, it's a CSS selector. In this example, for most of them, it managed to be basically a class. It's retrieving the content of the tag that has one specific class. And one of them has a a bit more complex selector, and that's it, just that. And besides the definition of the column, there is a row selector, a row definition, pointing to what piece of the HTML page provides a row for our table. And it's showing that each accordion group is providing a row for our HTML table. And it completely makes sense. Let's see the page again. And we see that really I can easily guess that each of these items is an accordion. Is using that class accordion. So each of these items is providing a row for my table. And the other classes are being used inside the accordion. But the point is, I need to retrieve the link on this download button. How can I achieve that? That's when our Power BI knowledge gets together our HTML and front-end developer knowledge. We need to know CSS selectors, and we need to know how this page is developed. I can open developer tools in Chrome. I open developer tools in Chrome and I check the download button. Checking the download button here, I can see that I have a link. This link A is inside an li, and this link is the download link I would like to get. Download points to dash download. So this is what I need to retrieve. Is the link on the download link. And this is the first li inside the resource actions small. Resource actions small is a div, and I need to get the link, first link inside the first li, and get the href attribute. How we will do that? We need to plan a CSS selector for that. Luckily, I brought this ready for us. So let's get back to Power BI, and I will completely replace the column 3. I'll completely replace this column 3. Sorry, not with this. And column 3 is replaced there. And what I have here in column 3, I have the class that we saw on the developer tools, resource actions small. I have a UL, li. I'm getting the first child of li. I don't want to get all the li's inside the ULs. I only the first child, and then I get the a inside the first child of the li. So I reach the link using this CSS selector. But what I want is not the content of the link, is the attribute of the link. I want the attribute href of the link. So I'm including here an expression. Each attributes href. Besides the selector, I'm including this expression. Each attributes href. It's like if Power BI doesn't know if the attribute will return to us a single value, or maybe the tag may have many attributes. So I needed to make something like a loop, this each expression. This each expression is something like a loop, and then it will get the href, but in the end it's a single href, so it will work. Only this column 3 has this third attribute, the third parameter, because on column 3 I'm extracting the data from the href attribute. So only column 3 has the third parameter. And I can just press enter in the end of this expression, and magically, what happened with column 3? Column 3 was written here CSV. We had CSV everywhere, written CSV everywhere. Now we have a link. Now we really have a link on column 3. That's great. Let's call this table as linked list. For now, let's call this table as linked list. Now things will get a bit more complex because I have a total of 11 links that I extracted from the web page. I have a set of 11 links from the web page, and I need for each link to retrieve the CSV on this link and make any transformation needed for this CSV. How do we achieve that? If you think as a developer, it's a loop. You have 11 records, you need to loop over the records and execute something with the value of one column for each record. Okay? We can think like that. There is no problem. And thinking like that, this points to us to the solution. How can we solve that? First step, I'll create a parameter. Let's call this parameter as CSV URL. It's a string parameter, text. And I specify one of the links. I copied one of the links as the value of the parameter. That's it. Now I'll build a query. A new web query. And my web query will also use this value. I can even already select the parameter and use the parameter. The parameter has the value. I select here parameter and use the parameter on my web query. It will retrieve for us the CSV. That's the CSV that we would like to get. That's it. So, okay. I can remove some fields that I don't need, like the codes, district code I don't need, neighborhood code I don't need. So I removed some codes. I can change some fields to English. I'm not sure if everyone attending speaks Spanish. Let's change some fields to English as total of unemployment, unemployed status, sex, neighborhood, district, and year and month. Year and month. This is quite nice, quite beautiful, but it's one file. I have 11 files. This is one file. Let's call this as unemployment data. Unemployment data, but this is just one file. Yes, this is just one file, but this query is parameterized. It's a parameterized query using a parameter. And from this point that I have a parameter, I have a parameterized query, I can transform this query in a function. I can use the statement create function. So I right click and choose create function. My function name will be get unemployment data. Let's see what Power Query will do with this query that I have. So it created a folder for our function. Our function got its own folder. Power Query likes to organize functions in its own folder. The parameter, since the parameter is used only on this function at the moment, the parameter was moved to inside the folder. So we have the parameter inside the folder. We have our query inside the folder. Our query is inside the folder, but we have another element inside the folder is the get unemployment data. The get unemployment data is the function. Every time I use this function, the get unemployment data will be called. The query will not be important during the execution. The get unemployment data is the function that will be called. So why do I keep the query? It's a very interesting feature that Power BI gives to us, Power Query gives to us. We have the query, and the query is visual. I mean, I can see the steps one by one. I can see the applied steps. I can manipulate the applied steps. This query is visual, but the function is exactly the same as the query, but totally in code using M code, the code in M language. What happens is way easier to manage the visual changes in the query than the function. So Power BI keeps a synchronization between the query and the function. So if later we decide that we need to change something on this query, we can get back to the query, change the query, and the change that we make on the query will be applied to the function. The change on the query will be applied to the function. No problem. The point is, the restriction that we have is we should never handle directly the code of the function. If in any moment we try to directly handle the code of the function, we break this link. If we break this link, this is terrible for us, especially because Power BI will only advise us once. Power BI will only tell this to us once. You are breaking the link with the function. Are you sure? If we go ahead to no change that I make anymore to the query will affect the function. And what is executed is the function. So we will get lost. If we break the link, we'll get lost. So linked list. So now we have our original table. We go back to our original table where I have the list of links. I have all the links here. I made a function capable to get one of these links and retrieve the data from the web. How I will execute the function for each row on this table. As a developer, we think in a loop, but Power Query is a language based on expression, is different. If I want to execute something for every record in a table, what I do is to add a column. And we have a special add column option here. We have an special add column option here that is used exactly to invoke a custom function. So I can use this option to invoke a custom function. So the name of my new column, unemployment data. The function that will be called get unemployment data. This function has a parameter, the URL of the CSV. Okay, I can get this parameter from another column, each column 3 that has the URL for the CSV. Then I click OK. It's making a loop among my data and get the information about these URLs. And what happens, it's very common to happen, is that some queries work and some queries don't. Some queries working perfectly, it returns a table, it's because the query worked. And some queries don't, they are returning error because these queries didn't work. Why these queries didn't work? I can tell in advance it's because the government, when publish public data, they like to make things difficult. They love to make things difficult. And how will we discover what's different on those sets of data that made an error? I can get one of these URLs. I will get one of these URLs and fill the parameter that we created with one of those URLs that caused the error. This parameter will be used by the query unemployment data. So the query will be executed using that parameter, and by doing so, it will tell us where the error is. And it's telling us where the error is. It's telling us the error is on the field demanda ocupação, the unemployment status. What's wrong with this field? According to the error message, it's saying that it can't find this field. These tables that are resulting in error, they don't have this field. Let's analyze the applied steps since the beginning and see where the error starts. And here, everything appears correct, but here is before the promoted header, before the first line became header. And what's different here? Can you notice the difference? The O is different. Is written in a different way. So some of the CSV files have the name of the field written in one way, and some of the CSV files have the name of the field written in a different way. So let's solve that. We need to solve that before promoting that name to header. So we will need to insert a step here. Take a look. I'm handling the query that I already used to create a function. Yes, I'm handling this query that I already used to create a function. And I'll make a simple replace. Let's make a replace here. Do you want to insert a step? Yes, I want to insert a step. I want to insert a step. So I'll replace the O in one way by the other O. Replace. That's it. From this point on, the header will be promoted and everything will work. Mind that the symbol of error already disappeared from the unemployment data, and now we can check the linked list. The linked list. So let me remove this from here, and we can check the linked list. And now we don't have the error anymore. All the calls to the CSV are working, all the calls to the function that is processing the CSVs are working. So we can expand this data from the CSV, load all the columns. I don't need the year because I already have the year here, but all the others I need. But I will uncheck the option to use a prefix on the columns. I'll just bring the columns, not using a prefix. So I have the new column here. They are coming from the CSV. I will remove the columns that I don't need anymore. I don't need column 2, column 3, and 4. I don't need. Column 1 is still called column 1. Let's rename it to year. There. And I will call this unemployment. Unemployment. That's the final query. This is the query that I want to deliver from Power Query to my model. My model will work with this query called unemployment. So it's interesting that I disable the lower of our other queries. If I leave like this now, the other queries like unemployment data will also appear on the Power BI visuals. It will also appear as possible tables on the Power BI model. But I can just right click one of these middle tables that I used for transformations, including the query for the function, and I disable the lowered. So this will not appear on the model. Only my final table will appear on the model. Then I can click close and apply. It will start to process the query. There it is. It will start processing the query. While it's processing the query, I don't have more time to make visuals here. But this was expected. That's why I have done this before. And I made even some visuals from this unemployment data before. Let's open another Power BI file while it's processing that one. Anyway, we need to wait a bit. Trying to call my attention here because the processing already completed, and what happened is exactly what I mentioned that would happen. Only the unemployment table appeared. I used the function, I used the second query, but since I disabled the load, only the unemployment table appeared. The year is appearing as a number to be summarized. Usually, I wouldn't like to summarize the year. I would like to summarize the total, but not the year. And I can use the modeling features in Power BI. Now I'm not in Power Query anymore. I could do parts of this in Power Query, but I can go to the modeling features in Power BI and be sure to adjust the type and summarize for the data that I have. The total is a whole number because it's the number of people. It's advising that you change the data type. And going to advanced, summarize data by sum. Since I changed the total to whole number, it used sum by default. But the year is a number, but I don't want to summarize the year. I don't want to apply any summarize by default on the year. So I will apply none on summarizing the year. And in this way, I'm fixing the model. I'm not on Power Query anymore. Now I'm modeling my semantic model. That's it. I have my unemployment table here. Let's get back to the other Power BI that was opening, and I can show you the visuals that I built showing the unemployment. These visuals are showing the unemployment. In this case, the people that are unemployed and want to get unemployment, and the people that don't want to get unemployment. It's interesting that this concept, this idea of people that don't want to get unemployment, it started to appear in 2015. And it skyrocketed in 2020. People don't want to leave their home and don't want to get a job because they don't want to leave their home. And reduced a lot in 2021. It's interesting. And then I have another set of visuals here that I built before over these files for by neighborhood. Unemployment rate by neighborhood, and we see that things a bit skyrocketed on 2020. Things got a bit skyrocketed on 2020, and I can see who don't want to get unemployment. And here I see more the data based on 2019. I'm not sure about that data from 2015. There is an amount, but it's small compared with how it skyrocketed in 2019, not 2020. Maybe the end of 2019. Maybe we would have to make an analysis by month. It would be interesting. Anyway, on this
Dennis,
session,
sorry, we are about to finish. So whenever you're ready,
yeah. Basically, I was about to summarize that on this session we saw
perfect.
advanced web scraping options. We used expressions in the M language to improve the web scraping, created parameters, parameterized queries, and created functions.
Perfect.
And with this, we made a way more advanced ETL. And this can be needed on many different scenarios, many different situations. Thank you
Was
very
very good.
much for the present. I hope you liked the session.
It was really useful because I've seen some things that I never tried with ETL in Power Query and stuff like that. So thank you very much for being here. I hope to see you next year. You're muted. Sorry. Oh, well. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. See you.
Bye-bye.